An inclement forecast. Dakota couldn't lose this harvest. The hay was all he had. So, with the whip of fear at his back, he moved too quickly through dawn's meager glow. He didn't bother to pace himself against his thumpy, bumpy heart. He didn't stop to wipe the grit and sweat out of his eyes. And he didn't notice the dark things creeping through the shadows beyond his field. Dakota had lost a harvest once before to marauders, but that was way, way back. Back when his clubbed tail had barely finished blooming to spikes. He had been a younger, stronger man back then, with them quick little fingers and a real slippery tongue. He could probably find a way to get by if things came to that this season, but he was so close to market, you know? Thunder and hail, he was so close. Having to go back to picking pockets and smooth-talking Wallies after a harvest this fine? Well, that would be a real ugly thing indeed. Dawn of the first harvest was always a bad morning, but today was downright urgent. It was them nasty weather predictions. He'd been talking with some of the other farmers, and they were all just as skitty-ditty scared as him, you know? From what the Outlanders could tell, the storm's front looked bad. Real bad. Like a bad batch of potatoes bad. The day before had been sweaty, and the evening that followed had been calm as a cold knife. That meant the chilly morning breeze against Dakota's itchy neck was just going to keep getting worse and worse. Black gales, thrashing sands, and a shredded, scattered, useless harvest. Like so many Outlander farmers, Dakota had poured the entirety of his savings into this year's crop. So, with that fear still cracking at his back, Dakota did what his mama always told him to do when life got bleak. He sang. The sun was playing with her hair when that Wally Vallon made me swear that I would always love her till I died. He said, son, the world's right bitter cold, and when you both are getting old, just keep love's sunshine singing on inside. But storms they came with hail and snow. I cried to him, where we gon' go? So Vallon built that wall for us to hide behind. Yeah, Vallon built a wally place to hide. Dakota smiled at the sad, lazy tune. It was a Wally song for sure, but it was still a goodie, you know? Especially after he'd gone and spruced it up a bit. There was just something special about that silly Wally legend. It made his insides get all soft and fluttery. And you didn't even need a drum or nothing to sing the song. But singing songs without drums? Or dancing? Or roaring fires? Dakota shivered at the thought. What would his poor mama think? It was another one of them bad, sentile habits he'd picked up after he'd left his village. Maybe that was why his luck had been so rotten lately. Maybe he was starting to turn Wally on the inside, too. He glanced up at the pearly, peeking gleam coming through the eastern mountains as he scooped another great armful of hay into his wooden cart. Were those clouds getting faster? Or was he getting slower? He had been up most of the night already, just watching, cutting, packing, waiting, stressing, and yet there was still so much to do, you know? Mikola, there was still so much to do. So, Dakota kept on singing. And when my love was sick abed, I called for Vallon, and he done said he'd find a way to cure her of her ill. He ran the whole world round, and then he went and ran it all again. And like the wind his feet went blurry, whirly, shrill. With thunder, yeah, his voice was filled, and from his fingers lightning spilled. But in the end he healed her with his will. Yeah, that Wally healed my true love with his will. Dakota snorted. Feel like the wind, yeah? He muttered. Wouldn't that be something? He couldn't help the icky, sticky, bitter feelings bubbling up in his empty stomach as he thought about it. The plains of Sentile were not a forgiving place to farm. Water was scarce, the heat was intense, and the winds could wipe out a year's worth of labor in a matter of hours. Sometimes minutes. Poof, nothing left. Just a sad farmer. Each season was a gamble. Some Outlander farmers would be rich as inter-district Wallies one year, and then down in the ditch destitute the next. So much depended on luck, weather, and the will of the Wallies that year. Dakota didn't take no chances on trendy crops or fancy fields. He was perfectly fine sticking to hay. Simple, stable, sellable hay. And he always cultivated it on his bitsy 2-acre field. No money wasted on hired hands, no seasonal help, just enough space to feed himself and reap a profit. And with no family to support, Dakota was truly free to fend for himself. Free as the wind, you know? Yes, sir, free as the plains. It was how a Talak was supposed to live. But all that sparkly freedom sort of lost its appeal on mornings like this. So, with nothing else to fill the lonely, Dakota's smoky voice rattled out the third verse. Them years went by and I had no bread, and Valen came to my tent and said, Take this seed and toss it on the plains. So I took it from his shiny hand, and in an instant, poof, all the land was filled with fruit and golden corn and grain. And from that rocky, grouchy soil, without no plow or sweat or toil, he harvested the fields without the sun or rain. Yeah, he harvested them fields without no rains. And, as if on cue, a little spritzy speckling of rain dotted his dusty cheeks. Dakota plopped his load into the cart and gave the sky the grumpiest look he had. He picked a couple of straws out of the buttons of his worn cloth shirt and bent down again, compressing all 4 knees of his 2 double-buckling legs to take the strain off his crackly back. He had time. Rain or no rain, he had time. If he kept this pace, he would be on the road before midday. Maybe even at the southern gate. He just had to keep pushing, you know. Keep distracting himself from the storm and the fear and the achy, shaky feeling in his bones. So he kept on singing. Kept on distracting himself. And when the dark stuff gathered in, and all that's good was lost to sin, dear Valen, something dire? Bah! Dakota swore and spat. Thunder and hail, he could never remember that last verse. It was a weird one anyway, and he didn't have no time for Wally nonsense right now. He wiped his brow, grabbed another armful, and stuffed it into the cart. The sun was up now, and the plain stretched out like a sleepy coyote to meet it. More importantly, Dakota's cart was finally loaded. He yanked against the last end of twine and cinched it down as hard as he could around a bent nail in the wooden side. He was tired, filthy, itchy, sweaty, and more than a wee bit stinky, but at least he wasn't too cold no more. That was something, right? Got to look on them bright sides every once in a while. The chill of early morning work was the hardest part of farming. Dakota was quite certain. Talaks needed sun, you know? He stepped back from his cart and let the morning's first rays flutter over his wrinkled, leathery face. The dawn hadn't burnt off the clouds, though, and his grumbly, mumbly gut knew they would keep on building in the distance. No time to rest yet. He checked the bridles on his 2 Lahartos one last time. He bundled up his cloth tarp and stakes on the seat of his cart, just in case. Then he checked the bridles on his Lahartos one last time. The burly lizards stood cold and still on their pillar-like legs. They were grumpy and lumpy and rumbly about the drizzly rain, but they were good boys. Their faces were wide-mouthed and round with blunt teeth, blunter snouts, dull yellow eyes, and stubby tails. Dakota patted one of the brutes and pulled his jacket over his tan, hay-scratched arms. The cold-blooded Lahartos looked downright miserable about life, but Dakota had no sympathy for their whimpers. They'd warm up before long. He gripped the back of his cart and hoisted himself up onto the seat, carefully swiveling his tail around to his thigh. He picked out a stray piece of hay caught between the 4 load-bearing toes of his left foot using the toes of his right, then he flicked it away with a grouch and a snort. He flipped up his hood, guiding his long pointed ears through their slits in the cloth, and pulled the reins up to his lap with a practiced snap. The grimy, grumbly red beasts snorted their guttural protests, but they obeyed. The cart jerked forward and pulled away from Dakota's homestead. He winced at the blinding glare of the rising sun and glanced back at his cabin. It wasn't much, porous stones, weathered beams, and cracked clay, but it was all he needed, you know? It took him too long to learn that. All them wasted years trying to live in the city. But that was in the past. He'd finally come to his senses and went crawling back home to Mama Mountains and Papa Plains. He couldn't stomach all the Wally politics in Centile, you know? His name alone made most of them stuck-up Centilians clutch their purses and glance around for the nearest guard. And they usually did it before he'd even picked any pockets. The nerve! Far better to trust the land than them Brio bigots under the shield. Dakota's cart pulled up over the hill at the edge of his field. The rising sun was so bright he could barely see the dirt path in front of him. It made the world look dark and colorless, like it wasn't quite real. He pulled down on the brow of his hood, squinted through the glare, and felt his icky gut finally start to settle. There were figures moving just over the next ridge. That had to be the caravan gathering on the main road. He'd actually made it. Dakota's heart let out a big old sigh, relieved he wouldn't have to deal with the gates all by himself. A single farmer could count on getting stopped by the city guard, but it was hard to bully 200 outlanders rushing the sentries at once, you know? The smell alone was usually enough to make them Brios back off a pace or two. Dakota chuckled at the thought. Serve them overstuffed Wallies right. It wasn't like the farmers were going to do nothing once they got inside. They never stayed more than a night, just long enough to keep their wares safe under that sparkly shield of theirs. They'd sleep in the streets until the storm passed, trying their best to keep to themselves. After that, it would be off to the markets outside the city center, or to go restock the silos along the outer wall, or maybe to... Something shot across Dakota's path, making him jump right out of his toes and tail. He straightened his back and swiveled his ears forward. The sun's light had been too bright to see it clearly, and it had moved just under the glare cast off the ridge ahead. He wiped his eyes and brow. Maybe it was just some sweat blurring his vision. Maybe he was just seeing stuff. He had been up for a real long time, you know. Jumpy, 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 he scolded himself. Maybe his tired eyes needed... It moved again, much quicker this time. Dakota yelped. It couldn't have been a blur. Not twice in the same place. He strained his eyes, but it was gone now, whatever it was. Poof! Just a squeaky quick flash against the shadows. Dakota closed his mouth to keep his teeth from getting all chittery. He was used to seeing small, burrowing things hopping and scurrying across the plains, but that one had been so big. A coyote, perhaps? No. He cast the thought aside. It had been roughly their size, and on all fours, too, but it had been thinner than the big canines. And hairless. Its slender arms and round head had looked almost like a talax. Memories of marauders smacked him like a club-tailed toddler with a stick. Could there really be a raiding party out here? This was too close to Centile for a pandilla, wasn't it? Even the nastiest, gutsiest bandits wouldn't strike along the city's main patrol routes. Would they? He snapped his reins 3 quick times, trying to rush the Lahartos up over the ridge. Whatever it was, he didn't want to meet it out of line of sight of the caravan. Just as it began to pick up speed, Dakota's cart jerked to a complete stop. He felt the wood lurch beneath him as something real heavy pressed against the back of the cart, pulling hard on his Lahartos and harder on his buzzing heartstrings. The lizards grunted but settled quickly, too cold to protest with any passion. Dakota raised himself up on his palms, craning his neck to see over the mound of hay behind him. The spiked tip of his tail twitched like a pine in the wind. The bandits would probably let him go if he surrendered the cart without a fight. He could even run ahead to the caravan and warn the others. They might be so thankful they'd give him some money to cover the loss. It was worth a shot, you know. But only if he could avoid a slit throat. Wood creaked and popped as a tremendous load hefted itself onto the bed of his cart. Dakota was too trippy, dippy scared to be confused or curious. He stood quietly, his long toes curled around the front of the cart like a bird gripping a branch, ready to spring off into a sprint at any instant. He didn't think he'd be able to get one of the Lahartos free in time, but if he ran now, he could probably avoid a fight. Or he'd take an arrow to the back. Stick, splat, plop. Was it worth the risk? Maybe if he waited His thoughts stilled as something terrible came into view. First, he saw only a face, hard and chipped and ashen, like sun-bleached bone on the plains. Then he saw a body, gray and wiry, like the fetid limbs of a skinned corpse. Dakota watched in horror as the wretched thing slowly climbed onto the seat beside him. It moved with drawn, deliberate steps, like a prairie cat slinking low in a patch of grass. It crawled forward on all fours, stretched wrists leading to two massive fingers on each hand. It walked on its knuckles, with bulbous, barbed talons curled tight against its greasy black palms. Dakota stepped away gently, staring into what looked like the lifeless eye sockets of an empty skull. In a frantic spasm, he turned to run, only to find another creature silently waiting on the seat beside him. With an empty yelp, Dakota felt the beast wrench his helpless body down, slamming him against the back of the cart like he didn't weigh nothing at all. The barbs on its fingers pierced his flesh, and Dakota felt an immediate burning pain as the creature's venom stung his nerves and poisoned his blood. He tried to scream, but the beast's claws closed around his throat, choking out the sound before it split his lips. The burning sensation scorched across his neck, and he clenched his teeth in agony. It felt like his throat was swelling shut, closing up as he struggled for breath. The rancid thing brought its face close to Dakota's, stretching out its lower jaw and letting a long, black tongue slide out between chipped, brittle teeth. It slipped the putrid appendage across his face before silently glancing to the other. The second beast reached for the cloth tarp at Dakota's side, delicately pulling it open and exposing the pile of rusty steaks within. In one perfectly coordinated motion, the first creature lifted a stake to Dakota's chest, while the other pounded its skull against it. In 2 hits, Dakota felt the stake drive through his skin and flesh and lungs, pinning his body to the wooden back of the cart. He choked, but didn't scream, feeling hot blood bubble up into his throat. He looked up in shock at the monstrosity before him. The creature's forehead was dented and spiderwebbed with 100 tiny fractures, yet the beast showed no signs of pain. Dakota looked into the monster's empty eyes and saw a faint, white gleam. It somehow looked more alive now that Dakota felt his own life seeping out his chest. The cart thrashed and heaved as something shifted its weight in the back. Dakota watched the spike slip in and out of his chest with the sudden movement. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt. Nothing hurt. He felt completely cold, perfectly numb. With mild curiosity, Dakota watched as his murderers meticulously placed the reins back in his hands and gently draped them over his lap. With nimble claws, they then adjusted his shirt, carefully pulling the cloth to cover the stake. "I guess I'm going to the other side today," he thought, and his poisoned mind couldn't feel sad or scared or nothing. His limbs hung cold and limp from his torso, and he felt his flesh fail all around him as his eyes slid closed for the last time. Beyond the ridge, the caravan was gathering. A slow trickle of farmers converged in sleepy streams, each cart slipping smoothly into their midst. Dakota's Lahartos knew the way. They pulled the cart along the familiar path and joined the others, instantly forgotten and instantly hidden. Together, the caravan meandered forward, steadily making its way to the city in the sun, steadily approaching one of 4 stone gates that were the only path under Sentile's flowing canopy of golden light. The road advanced through the sky's sheltering glare, while shifting winds played along the endless grass of the Sentilean plain. Hills as soft as memory rose and fell along a seared skyline, hiding the cracks and seams and jagged cliffs of a forgotten chaos. They sat as topographical mementos, tokens of the global ataxia from a long, dormant caustic age. It was an age that few Talax acknowledged anymore, an age that none who lived could remember. But it was also an age that was destined to be repeated. Repeated because it never truly ended. Part 1. That which was lost. Chapter 1. An island with no name. The only light guiding Alenka's steps came from the sour yellow glow of fish oil lanterns clinging to the warped lintels she passed. The storm's crashing torrents were so relentless around her that they almost felt peaceful. It was an island that couldn't be found on most maps, just a collection of shanties and taverns far from the trade routes used by most Cyrena and Siakoi. In fact, it was a place that was actively avoided by all but the most unsavory of crews. Still, Alenka stepped with poise and precision in the gloom, her long, webbed feet lighting over the water as it streamed across the rusty nails and splintering beams. Her slight ankles stayed almost a hand's breadth off the ground as she walked, aligning perfectly with her calves. It gave Alenka's supple joints a high, exaggerated gait that seemed impractically elegant. In the water, however, the full length of her legs was employed in powerful kicks that rippled in fluid thrusts from the sockets of her hips all the way to the tips of her pointed middle toes. Her people, the Bantai Tubig, were built for life on the Great Sea. Not just their feet, but everything about them was streamlined for an aquatic existence. Their skin was thick and smooth, keeping them warm in the dark of the deep and swift against adverse currents. Their bodies were completely bald, save for the hair on their heads, which they often shaved or kept contained in tight fish-skin hoods. Their complexions were light and pearly across the face, torso, and inner thighs, but faded at the ribs to a stark cobalt that painted their backs and shoulders as dark as the sea. The colors blended smoothly together, except for an intricate pattern formed along the forehead. This Kudori mark was the only real distinction between the four castes of the Bantai Tubig. The pampered Kata hiding away in their perfect city beneath the waves, the warrior Cyrena and Siakoi braving the dangers of the sea, and the vast villages of farming, peddling Ugkoi supporting them all. Each were fixed into their castes by their Kudori, like the moon driving the tides where it pleased. Alenka's Kudori had haunted her all her life. She rounded a corner and marched deeper into the shanties, leaving the jagged edge of the boardwalk that jutted out over the sea. The seclusion made her uneasy. It was a unique claustrophobia she had acquired from 3 years sailing on a banca. Just visible through the curtains of fat raindrops, an old Ugkoi woman sat smoking an elaborate ivory pipe in the corner of an alley while the relentless torrent pounded a taut cloth canopy above her. She watched Alenka closely through gray, shallow irises, the coils of smoke curling up from her nostrils. Alenka didn't make eye contact with her. There was only one person on this whole soggy rock she wanted to talk to. The rest were distractions at best, and a slit throat at worst. The walkway snaked to the left, coming full circle around the island's craggy wall. The entire landmass was little more than a fang of rock erupting from the tide. The collection of buildings was constructed on a series of wobbly beams fitted into drilled holes in the structure. They skirted the titanic slab like a Siakoi's shark-toothed necklace, just brushing the high tide line and creaking miserably whenever the water pulled away beneath it. Alenka kept her eyes on the tavern signs. There were no words or names, useless as they were to the illiterate crews that lurked under their doors. Instead, they bore simple images. She passed a crab and a scallop shell before she found the one she was looking for. The firefish sign swung in the breeze, the squeal of its iron hinges eclipsed by a million drops colliding with the ocean beyond. The image was crude and stylized, but the firefish's striped barbs and frills were easily discernible. Olenka glanced up and down the walkway and then pushed the door open. The inside of the tavern wasn't much quieter. The meager wood walls kept out the storm's chill, but none of its din. A rugged Ugkoi couple sat behind the counter, eyes fixed on Olenka. The stench of pipe smoke and booze fumes was exceptionally heavy for such a drafty shack. A few Seakoi crews were drinking at tables around the back, nothing but their tilted cups and tattooed shoulders visible in the yellow lamplight. Olenka stepped up to the counter and leaned back on one forearm. Her fingers, webbed to the first knuckle, gently rapped against the wood as she scanned the crowd. There were at least 3 distinct crews here. One passing pebbles along a board game on a wooden crate, one laughing and throwing something sharp at the wall, and a third crew way on the other side that... Olenka turned away to hide the thrill in her eyes. The crew in the back was the one. It had to be. There were 4 of them in total. 3 gnarled Seakoi and a single Sirena in their midst. That was the first clue. The only real difference between Sirena and Seakoi was gender, but mixed caste crews were strictly taboo. Only pirates would flaunt their blasphemy so boldly. The second clue was the Sirena's attire. Most Sirena, Olenka included, wore a tight fish-skin vest and a girdle of straps for holding knives, fishing spears, and whatever else the sea might demand. It wasn't comfortable or attractive, it was practical. This Sirena was not dressed for the sea, but for crawling the taverns. She wore a sweeping leather vest, open to a tight shirt of fine, pale cloth. Her neck and wrists were covered in tinkling ornaments, and she brandished a gaudy nose ring of traditional Buratian stamped gold. She wasn't a warrior. She was a captain. This had to be the crew Olenka was looking for. "You ordering something, miss?" Olenka turned to see that the old Ugkoi man had risen to her spot at the counter. He had the worn, wrinkled face of a Bantai too big that spent too much time in the smoke and not enough in the sea. Olenka nodded. 4 shots of rice wine, she said, sliding a silver barya out onto the counter. The old man chuckled, his gruff voice like crunching shells on wet sand. "We don't get much of that around here, miss. I can offer you 4 shots of lambanog, though. That all right?" "Lambanog?" Olenka tilted her head, and the old man dove under the counter, rummaging through the glass necks. "We make it with coconut sap," he said with a smile. "Comes out strong and sweet. Perfect for a tough little thing like yourself." Olenka rolled her eyes and peered over the counter. "Is it clear?" "Clear?" The Ugkoi glanced up with a puzzled look, but pulled out a long glass bottle and poured a shot into a bamboo glass. The alcohol flowed bright and transparent, and a sweet, spicy scent bit Olenka's nose, testifying to its potency. "That clear enough for you, miss?" Olenka nodded. "Should be fine. Get me 1 more glass of just water. Oh, and a tray." "You know," he muttered as he poured, "for a couple more buy, I could set you up with a real nice spiced bottle. Cinnamon and raisins is our house special." "No." Olenka slipped her coin pouch back into her girdle and cleared her throat. "This'll be it." The old man shrugged. "Suit yourself." He slapped a metal tray up onto the counter and pulled a 5th glass through a basin of water. "Thank you very much," Olenka sang, stacking the cups up onto the tray. "You know, now that I think about it, there is one more thing. I don't suppose you know anything about that crew in the corner, the mixed one?" The old Ugkoi's face dropped and he shook his head. "Listen, little sister. I never ask no questions about my customers that I don't need answers to. Spit and rain both fill the sea, you hear me? If you pay your tab, then you're welcome here. That's all I gotta say about it." Alenka smirked. That's not really what I asked, but you answered my question anyway. Alenka swiveled the tray so that the glass of water was directly in front of her and stood briskly. Before she could leave, the old Ugkoi's hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Listen, he croaked. I do know enough about them to not get mixed up in their business, all right? Alenka shook off the man's hand and glanced up into his worried eyes. Something seemed to click in his mind, and his gaze slipped up to Alenka's intricate, swirling forehead. You're not no Cyrena, are you? Alenka turned without a word, marching toward the table in the corner. Guess you'll just have to wait and see, she whispered. The mixed crew members were all bent over a sea chart when Alenka slid a seat over to their table. The Seakoi to her right quickly rolled up the chart and all of them leaned back, staring storms at Alenka. She smiled and passed out the bamboo shot glasses in a very disarming way. With all that chatter, I figured you four might want something to wet your throats. A Seakoi to Alenka's left stood abruptly, nearly knocking over his chair as he grabbed her by the shoulder. His bare chest was a tangle of tattoos, leather straps, and jagged jewelry. Most were shark's teeth, but Alenka spied a few squid beaks strung along the cords. The left side of his face was streaked with scars that ran to a stump that had once been an ear and an unnatural divot in the man's trapezius. Leave us. His voice gurgled as he spoke, as if half the words got stuck in a flap of filleted flesh in his cheek. He pulled a thin bone knife from a strap at his waist. Now, Hiroki, she's just trying to be friendly. The Seakoi turned back to his Cyrena captain, then sat down. He released Alenka's shoulder but didn't sheathe his knife. The captain leaned forward, resting her chin on her fist. Her nose ring caught the lamplight just right, throwing a brilliant gleam against the rows of ink in Hiroki's chest. What would a pretty minnow like you be doing out here in such deep water? She drew out each word like Alenka was a little puddle pup who might not catch their true meaning. Alenka smiled and lifted her glass. I'm here to propose a toast. The captain smirked in amusement that was quickly fading to annoyance. And what exactly do you suppose we will be toasting, little sister? Alenka tilted her head toward the rolled-up sea chart being shifted off the table. Well, for starters, how about a salvage contract? The three Seakoi stiffened, turning to their captain. Unlike the others, the Cyrena stayed quite still. She smirked and shook her head. Then what makes you think we have a contract for your ilk? The Seakoi holding the chart muttered. Alenka set down her cup and leaned back. Word on the docks is you four are looking for a crew that can pull off a salvage dive. A deep dive. If you're not too stingy about splitting the claim, then my crew will take the bid. The three Seakoi shifted toward their captain, uncertain of what to do. The Cyrena's skeptical smile never faltered, and her eyes never left Alenka's. She lifted her gifted glass and sniffed its contents. You should know that I don't take kindly to those who waste my time, little sister. We should get along just fine then. Alenka motioned to the chart again. So, are we going to go over the details or just spend the night glaring and flexing? The Seakoi each twitched but suppressed their comments. The Cyrena captain laughed, glancing around at her flustered crew. Ha 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 ha. What's your name, little minnow? Alenka. And you are? Omi, the Cyrena whispered, her smile sharp as a knife. She slipped a stray strand of her matted locks back behind her ear as she leaned forward over the table. Her voice was low and tense. It was the voice of someone who was done being taken for granted. "This is your last chance to leave," she whispered. "Walk away, and I'll let this all blow over. Stay, and your crew will finish the contract, or die trying." A ripple of adrenaline fluttered through Alenka's ribs, not from anxiety or regret, but excitement. Alenka kept her eyes fixed on Omi's, studying the Sirena's silver stare. Her eyes were like a crystal tide on an overcast morning. Omi waited, but Alenka's gaze matched her resolve. So the captain smiled, leaned back, and raised a hand to the Seakoi with the chart. "Isko?" she prompted. He grunted and unrolled the scrap of leather. Alenka leaned forward on her forearms, taking it in. It was a map of all the currents and sea lanes down a 100-kilometer stretch along the northern coast. The ink scratched along the leather was harsh, but very precise. She quickly recognized the formation of islands depicted, but there were a few more marked here than she'd known existed. It was not a pleasing or elegant map, but in the hands of one who could read the stars, it was priceless. "We are here," the Seakoi mumbled, pressing a webbed finger to a blotch near the bottom. Isko slid it along a current running north toward the shipping lanes. "There, 20 kilometers from the shore and about 6 cable lengths from these rocks." Alenka nodded and looked up at Omi. "How deep?" "About 200 meters." She rubbed her eyes and sat back. "250 at the most." Alenka stared at the map as the adrenaline shot through her again. This time, it was anxiety. She was used to great depths. Most of her childhood had been spent 50 to 100 meters beneath the surface. But 250? "You haven't some second thoughts there, short fins." Alenka glanced up at Hiroki. The scarred Seakoi was glaring at her, humor and contempt splitting his mangled features. "What equipment do you have?" Alenka turned away as she spoke, directing her comments to Omi. The captain was staring thoughtfully at Alenka, absently feeling the contours of her nose ring. "A diving bell mounted to our barge, a few compression vests, and we can get a hold of a couple lanterns," she said. Then she turned to the third member of her crew. "Weeping stones won't make it that deep, will they, Arun?" The third Seakoi scratched at his neck and shook his head. "Nah, that trim spit'll fade too quick. They'd be going dark before we got that bell halfway down there." Omi nodded. "We'll need the shells then, or perhaps live fire spitters?" Arun's scratching hand climbed to his chin. "Probably be needin' both, I's thinkin'. Them cluster winkles'll be dim, but they's steady too, and the shrimp'll help keep up the brights when they's needin' it. The boys and I'll be gettin' it all sorted, Captain. No worries." Alenka nodded. "What's the time frame?" Omi shrugged. "We can have everything ready in an hour. Hit the mark in 3. Your crew will ride out with us, and we'll take you to shore once the salvage is complete." "No." Alenka's voice seemed much louder than it was, and she glanced around the room to make sure she hadn't attracted any unwelcome attention. Omi's eyebrow rose sharply, and her 3 Seakoi stiffened. "Excuse me?" "I said no." Alenka's response was flat and firm. "Tattered sail, sister. Do you think this is my first dive? We'll take our bunker and meet you 3 just off the rocks. You can take us out from there if you like, but there's no bullshit way I'm running the risk of you stranding us 20 kilometers offshore, especially on a night job." The table was silent for a moment. Then Arun chuckled.
I ain't thinking this one's understanding us, Captain,
he croaked in his Southern Isles accent. Alenka twisted her head toward him, not even attempting to hide the disgust in her eyes. And what exactly do you think this one ain't understandin'? That you're all Kaizo? That you killed a lost crew running a load from the tall miners? That you were sloppy and sank their banca before you got to the loot? If we're going to do this, then you four need to stop playing games. This is business. You supply the gear and the location. I provide the divers. We split the claim 50-50. Those are my terms. Accept them and we'll get the job done. If not, you can go make that Uzai dive by yourselves. 250 should be nothing for a group of bottom feeders like yourselves.
All right,
Hiroki stood again, his bone knife still drawn.
I've had enough of... Sit down, you bullshit,
Omi spat. Hiroki stopped, but he did not sit, and he did not take his gaze from Alenka. Captain Omi snatched up a glass of lambanog and eyed Alenka suspiciously. You have the spirit of a tempest, little sister. I will give you that. Very brave and very, very foolish. Alenka scoffed. And you've got the heart of a shark, Omi. The captain chuckled. Well, flattery will get you nowhere, sister. Pretty minnow like you ought to know that by now. Alenka raised her glass. At the Rock in 3 hours? The Seokoi grabbed their glasses and raised them, eyeing their captain. Omi's face was calm and cold, like an eel peering from the corals. She nodded to Alenka. 3 hours it is. They swallowed their shots, and Alenka hurried through the door. Chapter 2. Morning Mischief. A pebble flitted through Corin's window and slapped him against the cheek. He stirred and groaned and rolled over on his cot, but he did not wake. The second pebble was less subtle. Also, it wasn't really a pebble. The rock pelted him with decided precision, drilling Corin in the temple and wrenching him from the same dream he'd had every night for the past week. Corin's body thrashed, and someone giggled. He raised himself up to his elbow, his long pointed ears swiveling toward the window. Even groggy as he was, he knew there could only be one culprit of such a heinous act. Adahi sat perched on the iron bar of the neighbor's laundry rack. The 8 long toes of his hand-like feet were curled around the railing, his spindly tlak legs balancing his weight on his hind set of knees. He wore the typical clothes of a tribal outlander, long sleeves of vibrant colors and patchwork patterns, skin-tight red shorts decorated with white paint, and beads and feathers of all kinds woven into the braided locks of his cedar hair, all of it wound and bundled up in a crimson headscarf. He held a long spear wrapped in small carved charms loosely across his lap. He had all the grace and plumage of a songbird. Corin sighed and threw his face into his pillow and groaned. Why? What could you possibly want with me right now? Adahi laughed. Wally, Wally, my Wally, he clucked. This'll be the highlight of your morning, yeah? Guarantee it. His mahogany face stretched into an inviting grin. Meet me out front. Corin's protest balled up behind his teeth as he watched Adahi bound away. He threw off the covers and swiveled his toes onto the warm stone floor as he rubbed his grubby, crusty face. He looked up through stretched red eyelids and parted fingers at his barren room. A wooden shelf of clean clothes and a woven reed basket of dirty clothes were his only decorations. He stepped up from the bed, pulling at the unruly shag of his sandy hair. He reached for a shirt, but hesitated. The crumpled texture of the dark, wrinkled cloth reminded him of his dream. It was the only dream Corin could remember having that didn't fade after he woke up. Instead, it grew, drawing his thoughts out into something between fear and obsession, tainting his already weary mind with the most unsettling image. He saw it then, the long, black clouds of a fierce storm boiling across the horizon. There was something unnatural about them, like there was something terrible just beyond the edge of the closest cloud. Something coiling, something writhing, something elegantly hidden. Corin shook his head and dug through his pile of clothes. He thought briefly about bathing, but decided it wasn't worth the Dahi's scorn. He sniffed a pair of gray shorts and pulled them on, first slipping them back, then forward over his set of opposing knees. He buttoned the fly in front, then fastened the strap over his tail set. He stepped out into the main room of the house, climbing into his linen shirt as he walked. Corin scoured the pantry for something to eat, but found the bread and fruit bowls lacking. He settled for a handful of toasted wheat kernels in a clay jar by the wash basin. He stared out the frameless, painless window as he chewed, taking in the sights and scents of the shabby street. The morning air somehow balanced the last hint of night's chill with the dry scent of dust and cooking coals. The clamor of merchants and vendors pushing their carts to market was a constant roar against Corin's skull, one he had grown impossibly numb to. The southern district of Sentile woke very early and very abruptly. Corin didn't. Contrary to his father's, and pretty much everyone else's opinion, it wasn't because he was lazy. He just had a hard time finding the motivation to face the exact same day over and over again. Every morning felt indistinguishable, as far back as he could remember and as far forward as he could imagine. The same dirt under his nails, the same afternoons spent in the workshop, the same lectures about his future. Maybe that's why he let Adahi get him into so much trouble all the time. Corin brushed the chaff from his palms and stepped out into the alley. 3 swollen barrels of rainwater were pressed against the side of the house. Corin dipped his hands in and took a long, cool draft. He used a second scoop to wash his hair and face and scrub the grit from the creases of his neck. He flicked his ears and wrists and tail and turned around to face his father's workshop. Across the alley, he could hear his old man banging away inside. Corin stepped over the worn dirt and pushed open the door.
"Oh, good. You're up,"
his father said.
"Hand me that chisel there, would you, son? The small one by the bellows."
Marcus's face was peering down at an unfinished cobblestone clutched in his thick leather gloves. He seemed to be trying to smooth a stubborn divot off the edge. Corin sighed and turned to the unkempt stack of tools on the table to his right. His father's workshop was a tangled nest of perfectly structured chaos. Every meter dedicated to its own haphazard project, all of them in various states of incompletion. Corin picked the chisel from the pile with his toes and stepped over a casting frame. Marcus received the tool with a grunt and put it to use.
"Late start, don't you think?"
Marcus blew some grit from the cobblestone and brushed at it with his gloved palm. Corin sighed. "I suppose. Are we in a rush?"
"No more than usual."
Marcus shrugged and looked up from his work.
"We've got this order of 400 cobbles due tomorrow to the plaza, not to mention those 6 axes. Can you run the grindstone while I finish these up?"
"Actually," Corin cleared his throat, glancing around for a place to sit down. "I was hoping to spend the morning with Adahi. I guess he needs my help with something." Marcus squinted as he wiped a bead of sweat from his brow.
"This morning? But we have your brother's—"
"I know," Corin interrupted as he tried clearing a pile of nails from a stone block. They jangled and dangled a bit too precariously, so he gave up. I won't be late. I'll run the grindstone when we get back. Marcus's rugged features deepened as he regarded his son. All Talax had rich, tan complexions, but his father's russet face paled them all. Except maybe some of the Outlanders. His skin was weathered and tough, blurring the lines between chin, neck, and leather apron. His clothes typically matched that haggard look, but today was special. His shirt was neat and pressed, with the suede strap of his collar carefully laced up in what could have resembled symmetry, at least from a distance. Corin looked carefully up and down his father, but there were no grease spots or spark holes to be found on anything he wore. Merciful son! He might have even run a brush through his hair this morning. There was something else, too. A subtle shine in the dark of his father's eye. So subtle, in fact, that no one but Corin would have noticed it.
Well, Cor, I suppose it's your choice, Marcus grumbled, but I was hoping we might forego the shop tonight to celebrate with your brother.
There'll be time after. I'll get it done. Marcus scowled but nodded.
Well, just don't be late, all right?
No worries, Corin called out as he slipped through the door. I'll meet you outside the square. The streets in front of Corin's home were a smoky, sweaty river of wooden carts and hopeful merchants. The entire southern district seemed to be draining from their pressed dirt roads and sandy clay hovels to line the streets along the way to Sentile's central district. Carts loaded with baked goods, dyed cloth, and carved jewelry scraped and swerved as merchants fought their way to the prime peddling posts. Corin turned, squinting in the morning sun, trying to spot his friend out somewhere in the bustling crowd. A Talac dressed in all red should have been easy to spot amid. In a heart-stopping smack, Adahi dropped onto the street in front of him. He perked up, quickly biting into an apple. Thunder and hail, man! Corin gripped at his forehead. It's too early for that. Adahi glanced down. For an apple? No, of course I didn't. Corin sighed. Why would I? Whatever. Adahi chuckled. Hey, you want one, yeah? I've been smuggling it around just for you. He held out the fruit, bright and crisp and perfect. Corin hesitated at first, but then snatched it up. So, who'd you swipe these from? He said, polishing the peel on his shirt. Adahi's eyebrows shot right up to his headscarf. Swiped? What a wicked Wally word, yeah? A Wally like you is gonna be talking to me about swiped? These, my doubting Chikalan, were picked out on my plains, grown from my soil, and made sweet by my son, yeah? Wouldn't you say that makes them my fruit? Adahi sung his words with the subtle accent of the plains, each phrase arching a note too high at the end. It made his sentences sound correct and resolved, but also like there was an unspoken question drifting out the corner of his lips, as if every phrase held an impish caveat concealed in calming crescendo. Usually that question seemed to be, You're a baka-brained buffoon, aren't you? Corin rolled his eyes and bit into the apple. Uh-huh. And who picked all of your fruit? Adahi took another bite and shrugged. Don't know. Some guy with a cart 2 blocks down. Corin shook his head but kept eating. Reasoning with Adahi was like telling the wind to change directions. So, is this what you got me up for? Corin asked. Needed an accomplice in your morning mischief? Adahi smirked. Well, yes and no. But we got way more important mischief to be mischieving than some silly fruit, yeah? Come on. Adahi crunched into the last of his apple and tossed the core. He compressed his legs and used his spear to vault up onto a nearby roof. Seriously? Corin groaned as the Outlander flew away. Can't we just stay on the ground today? Adahi twisted around and shot Corin a disgusted look. Have you seen them streets? Huh? They run us down flat, like ants, yeah? Squish!
Come on, I'll pull your wally tail up.
Corin bit the last mouthful off his apple and wiped his palms on his pants. He held a hand to Adahi. You know this is illegal, right?
Don't be stupid,
Adahi grunted and jerked his friend up the porous wall.
Listen to me, Chikalan. A rule's only a rule as long as it's enforced, yeah? The guards? Psh, them brios got better things to do today than run us down.
Better than run me down? Maybe. But you? Corin chuckled as he got back up on his feet, pausing to glare at the Outlander. I think they'd make an exception. And my name's Corin, all right? Adahi feigned nausea.
Wally, through and through, huh? What would your poor mama say?
Corin brushed some stray grit from his knees. I think she would have said you're a bad influence on me.
Wow.
Adahi smiled and clapped Corin's shoulder.
Thank you, yeah? My Chikalan, that's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Bad influence on a Wally, eh? Beautiful. Now, come on.
And Adahi was suddenly 2 rooftops away. Where exactly are we going? Corin yelled, but it was a gesture done out of principle. He knew Adahi wouldn't respond. The Outlander bounded off across the sandy roofs, hopping breezily over crowds and alleys alike. Corin sighed but followed, hating himself for liking these shenanigans as much as he did. The 2 Tulaks skipped their way over the dusty slums, passing piles of broken crates and clay bread ovens baked brittle in the relentless desert sun. They wound around to the northwest, skirting the inner wall. Dividing the outer districts from the city center was a shield of glistening golden light. It rose from Valen's tower at the heart of Sentile and vaulted out in a great dome that enveloped the inner district. The buildings of Sentile were squat and weathered outside the shield, but they surged up in stately grandeur beneath it. Sandy walls were replaced by molded brick, dirt streets with fitted cobblestone. And the wall of light ebbed and glistened in streams of sparks that bulged and stretched with the wind all around it. Adahi suddenly jerked to a halt, crouching down behind a stubby stone battlement. Corin slipped up behind him, trying to track his friend's gaze.
There we are, yeah?
Adahi pointed and whispered, his tail flicking furiously.
You see that big building out yonder?
Corin squinted and followed the gesture. Straight ahead was a collection of the city's grain silos and several massive brick warehouses. Which one are you talking about? He asked. Adahi swiveled up behind Corin, gripping his ears like handlebars and aiming his head.
Right down there. The big one with all the glass. You see it, yeah?
Corin pulled free of his friend's clutches.
Okay, yes, I see it.
What's your problem with it? Adahi crouched down, suddenly somber.
My problem is with who's in it, Chikalan.
Who? Corin shook his head. What are you talking about? Adahi bounced his fingertips against his lips, contemplating the warehouse.
2 days ago, a big group of guards came by our village. Spears, coyotes, the whole brio show, right? Now, normally my father would have shown them the way off, but he didn't, yeah? So them nasty wallies went and rounded up half the Baka herd. Just hauled them straight off the plains, shoved them all up in that building.
Corin frowned. Are you saying the city guards stole your tribe's herd of Bakas?
Our herd?
Adahi smacked Corin's arm with his spear.
This is the problem with all of you wallies. Walls. Always walls. Yours, mine, ours, theirs, everything is walls with you. Mikola, you also boxed up in here you can't see the sky no more, yeah? No, they're not our herd, but we take care of them and they take care of us. And the guards? They skin them all for leather and chop up the rest for coyotes, yeah? No respect for nobody.
Corin sat back and rubbed the sting out of his arm, trying to make sense of the situation. So, What exactly are you suggesting? Wait, that's the wrong word. What are you plotting? Adahi smiled.
We gonna break them out, yeah? You and me.
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on,
He stopped himself and sweetened his pleading tone.
Corin, please. It won't be that bad, yeah? I figured it out already. Look. Come, check it out.
Corin sighed and shook his head but slipped back up next to the battlement.
See? Adahi pointed. Count the guards. How many you see?
Corin squinted, the shield's glare catching his eye off to the left. It looked like there were 2 fully armored soldiers at the door, maybe a third through the warehouse doorway.
I don't know, Corin muttered. You tell me.
There are only 4 of them brillos, Adahi sang. 2 outside and 2 inside, yeah? That's nothing. Corin laughed. No, actually, that's 4.
Yeah? Well, it's usually a lot more, right? Adahi snapped.
But they all down at the plaza party waiting for all that shiny nonsense to come rolling in. This is our chance, yeah? Corin stood up to walk away. Do you have any idea how stupid this is? What if they catch us? What if they catch you? Adahi stood too, placing both of his hands on Corin's shoulders.
Corin, please. I'm asking you not just as friends, but as family, yeah? The tribe needs this, and I can't do it all by myself.
Corin raised an eyebrow. Yes, you could.
Okay, maybe I could,
Adahi admitted. But it would be a whole lot harder, yeah?
Come on.
Corin shook his head, pressing his fingers into his eyes. Why do I always let you talk me into this stuff? Adahi smiled and smacked Corin's shoulder.
Because deep down in that wally heart of yours, you know I'm right.
Corin slouched and shrugged off Adahi's hands. I assume you have a plan?
No way, Adahi cried. Plans are too stiff, yeah? We got to be flexible. We gotta be the wind. Roll with whatever happens.
I need a plan.
I don't want one.
Then I'm out. Adahi rolled his eyes and threw up his hands.
Ay, mi tonto. All right. How about this? I go start something with the guards on the inside. Get them all riled up, yeah? Then you slip in and let out all the vacas.
No way! Corin let out a nervous chuckle. That's absurd. You want me to be the one to sneak in there?
Would you rather be the distraction?
Yeah, Corin scoffed. I would actually. Adahi laughed.
Oh yeah? What are you going to do? Walk up to them and ask them how their day is going?
I mean, maybe. Adahi squawked and whispered something to the sky that Corin couldn't quite make out. Then he snapped back up into his friend's face.
No, you listen to me, my Wally. I'll get them all out of there, and you slip in and set the herd free, yeah? Sweet and simple as corn cake.
It was clear from his tone that further critique would no longer be tolerated. Adahi jumped up onto the battlement, crouched and ready to pounce. But Corin reached up and grabbed his tail just before the Outlander leapt.
Wait, Corin hissed. How am I supposed to get in? There'll still be guards at the door, won't there?
Adahi flicked the barbed end of his tail at Corin, pricking his forearm.
Then break a window, he snapped.
Corin recoiled and scowled. Adahi slipped off the edge, landing lightly on a crate below. Corin watched the Outlander's scarlet head bob off into the distance. He sighed and sat back, feeling his heart starting to race.
What am I doing? Corin whispered to himself. Am I really this bored?
And he slumped down to wait. There was a piercing crash followed by the immense sound of stone tearing through glass. Corin jerked upright in time to see the two guards at the warehouse entrance rushing into the open doorway. His breath froze in his chest as he listened to the brawl echoing from within. Furious cries clapped out from the warehouse, followed by the bright bang of metal. Corin hopped off the roof, rushing for cover behind a nearby wall. He peered around the edge and was just in time to see Adahi burst shoulder first through a window around the side of the building. He was wearing what could only have been a guard's helmet. He hit the ground and rolled up to his feet, his tail twirling in exhilaration as silver shards rained down around him. 4 guards rushed through the doorway behind him. Only 3 had helmets. 2 of the guards darted straight for Adahi, spitting obscenities and swinging spears with each step. The hatless one motioned for the last guard to stay by the door and then joined in the pursuit. Adahi was absolutely glowing. He squealed with insane laughter as he threw himself into the race, dashing straight toward Corin's hiding spot. "Good luck, yeah," he sang. The Outlander banked up the wall of the far building and juked off into a tight side street. Corin slammed his back against the wall and listened to the swearing, scrambling scuffle of the 3 very flustered guards scraping their ironclad way into a cramped alley. The sound finally faded, and Corin slid down to a sitting position. He was used to his friend's antics, but they had never involved the city guard before. Not so directly, at least. Sure, there had been that one time with the moldy corn husks, but that didn't count. Corin took a deep breath and peered back around the wall. The last guard was still holding his post at the doorway. Understandably, he seemed on edge. But judging by the slant of his ears, he wasn't very focused on the warehouse behind him. Corin wiped the sweat from his brow and crossed the street as casually as he could. The guard didn't even notice. Trying not to move too quickly, Corin ducked behind some crates and into the shadows. He slipped to the back end of the warehouse, giving the building a wide berth. Judging from the debris, Adahi had smashed 3 windows in total, an entrance, an exit, and maybe a third for fun? Corin scanned the empty street. The echoing thrum of distant crowds was strangely comforting against the silence of the area. Corin felt his nervous tail curl around his thigh. He stepped slowly and deliberately, letting the pad of each toe press in silence. Straight ahead was one of Adahi's broken windows, situated directly above a barrel. Corin leapt up and peeked his head up through the opening, trying his best to keep his ears down. The warehouse was long but cramped with corrals. There was a narrow walkway down the middle lined with rows of stalls, each filled to capacity with squalling, baying bacchas. On the far end was a small clearing by the doorway with chairs and a table. He could see the guard's elbow through the opening, but the room was otherwise clear. Corin leaned back and examined the jagged edge of the window. He picked out a few shards and then hoisted himself up to the ledge. It was tall enough for him to crouch in. His feet crunched the broken glass under his weight as he clutched the edge with his toes, but the agitated bacchas covered the sound. Corin swallowed and dropped down with a gentle pat. His eyes shot to the guard's elbow as soon as he landed. Nothing. With a nervous sigh, Corin inspected the baccha corrals. There were 4 iron gates along the wooden fencing. Each was latched shut with a metal rod that fit into a hole drilled into the dirt, but none of them were locked. Corin reached for the first latch, but stopped, considering the outcomes. Best case scenario? The bacchas would stay where they were. Worst? They would stampede. What a plan. Corin stepped back and glanced at the guard again. He had to get out of here. This was too risky. Maybe he could slip back out the window without him hearing, "Hey, Chikalan!" A yelp caught in Corin's throat as the sharp, whispered voice sent a chill of adrenaline through his sides. Adahi hopped down from the window frame with a beaming grin. "What are you doing?" Corin hissed through his teeth. "Where are the guards?" "Guards?" Adahi looked perplexed. "I lost them, of course. Silly Wally. Now, how come them gates are still closed?" Corin's eyes kept dancing between Adahi and the guard's elbow. "Because I don't want him to notice," What if they all start running at once?
Well, they better, Adahi chuckled, or we ain't never gonna get 'em out of here, yeah? Come on.
Adahi quickly wrenched up one of the gate's metal latches. There was a soft squeal of iron rubbing up on pressed dirt, but the sound was swallowed up by the growing grunts of the animals. Corin dug his fingers into the roots of his hair, shook his head, but jumped in to help. He pulled the gate open slowly, trying to stifle the metallic rasp of the hinges. Adahi bounced away to the next latch, totally unfazed by the noise he was making. A baka stared Corin down through the newly opened gate. Its long horns curled off its massive head behind watery brown eyes. It stamped a hoofed foot and shook off some drool from its wet, bulbous snout. Corin backed away, letting the burly thing amble up to the opening. When he was certain he wasn't about to get gored, Corin rushed the opposite gate and pulled it open as well. Then he glanced around for Adahi. The Outlander was busy brushing the black head of an exceptionally ambivalent baka, cooing to it gently.
"This is stupid," Corin whispered. "We're never getting all of these lazy things out of here."
Adahi perked up, scanned the room, and nodded.
"You're right, yeah? These guys ain't going nowhere yet. They're too scared. Or maybe—"
A wicked smile curled across Adahi's lips, and he jumped back up to the broken windowsill. Corin's face drained of blood as the Outlander sucked air into his bulging chest.
"Aye! Yip, yip, yip!"
Adahi belted the scream out, letting its shrill hits rebound through the warehouse. He then leaned forward and started smacking bakas with the blunt end of his spear. The guard at the entrance darted through the doorway but nearly tripped over his tail as he was met by 200 panicked quadrupeds rushing the narrow entrance. Corin grabbed at his face.
"What have you done?"
Adahi jumped down from the window onto the back of the baka he'd just been petting, while Corin scrambled out of the way of the cascade of hooves bursting from the gates. One of the bigger horned animals thrashed its neck on the way out of the warehouse door, knocking the armored guard flat against the wall.
Get on, get on, get on!"
Adahi whooped. Corin fumbled back against the corral's fence and felt the hot side of a baka press against it. He pulled back and saw the beams bending and splintering against the building pressure. With no options left, Corin hopped the divide and pulled himself up onto the flexing shoulders of the nearest hornless baka. The wood finally snapped, and like water through a broken dam, the animals surged out into the open streets. Adahi kept yipping and screaming as the herd trampled through the warehouse and into the sunlight. Corin leaned forward, feeling the boiling blood pumping through the baka's brown hide while he slipped back and forth along the thin peak of its spine. The sound of the stampede was so immense that Corin couldn't even hear himself screaming. The herd peeled off into the streets, crashing back and forth through cramped alleys, tearing up dirt and crushing carts. Corin's vision was a blur of horrified faces and whipped wind. His baka rammed into a clay oven, pelting his face with dust and gravel and crusty bits of burnt bread.
"Jump off, Chikalan! Get up on the roof!"
Corin turned around. A few meters back, Adahi was pointing off to the right. Coming up was a low-roofed building with a patchy sunshade. Corin gulped and rose to his feet, his long, thick toes gripping into the baka's loose hide. He gauged the distance, compressed his knees, and he jumped. Corin flipped over the lip at the building's edge and crashed onto his side, spinning and sprawling out onto the hot, sandy stone of the roof. Corin felt the air collapse from his lungs, tasting blood as he gasped. Adahi sprang up beside him with infinitely more grace. The Outlander crouched low beside Corin, pressing a finger to his smirking lips and a sweaty palm to Corin's gasping face. The stampede shook the building with outrageous cacophony that just kept going. When the commotion settled, they heard the panicked howls of 4 unhappy guards sprinting through the dusty air, and then finally, blessed silence. Adahi sat back, exhaled, and chuckled. He was about to say something when the peal of distant bells perked up his long, pointed ears. "Hey, you better get out of here, huh?" he said. "You're going to be late for the shiny nonsense." Chapter 3. Deep Water. Alenka stepped out onto the boardwalk and let the rain clear her waterlogged senses. Her heart was pounding, her fins were trembling, and she felt like she was seeing and hearing and thinking everything through a fog. There was no going back now, and the thrill of the hunt was starting to blur into doubt. 250 meters, she muttered to herself. A dive that deep was probably possible, but was it possible for her crew? Alenka exhaled and took stock of the moment, evaluating her senses to keep her grounded. It was a classic Sirena trick to clear a troubled mind of distractions. She heard the tide thrash against the beams of the wharf, smelled the savory sting of pipe smoke in the air, felt the bloated tropical drops pelt her shoulders. But she also noticed the two shadows in the corner. Alenka's fingertips brushed at the knife sheathed to her thigh as she pretended to be adjusting her girdle. She dropped to one knee and peered across the darkness over her forearm. Two Seakoi were leaning against a tavern wall across the plaza. Their shark-toothed necklaces glowed clear and white and wicked in the yellow light, like monstrous, pearly grins across their bare chests. Alenka stretched her shoulders, stealing a second glance. There were only two of them, but they were clearly watching her. She sniffed and resumed a casual pace, dipping off to the right. She didn't need to look to know that they were following her. The pier was empty now, the haunting, smoking faces all retreated back indoors. Alenka quickened her steps. If she found the right spot, she could drop into the surf. She was a much better swimmer than fighter, and it would be easier to lose them in the water. She paused to scan the streaming edges of the planks, watching the water drain and looking for a chum hole big enough to slip through. She didn't see any prospects, and the creak of fin falls on wood was picking up behind her. She glanced back and saw the two Seakoi pushing through the oily glow, abandoning all subtlety as they marched directly toward her. Alenka exhaled and kept walking. Then the Seakoi started to sprint. So did Alenka. She darted frantically around corner after corner, quickly losing track of her way. The grid of shanties all looked the same, and she wasn't sure which turn led back out to the open dock. Her webbed feet slipped to a stop in front of a fork in the boardwalk. She panicked and ducked left. That was her first mistake. Alenka sped out over the walkway only to find herself cornered at the end of an alley. She swore and desperately looked up at the surrounding rooftops. There was nothing to climb, and the beaten tin roofs provided no grip or traction. She swallowed and leapt toward a nearby lintel, trying to hoist her torso up onto the beam. But she wasn't quick enough. A hand clenched around her ankle and wrenched her from the building, the edges of the rusty nails scratching across the skin of her arms as her slender frame was ripped off the wall. She smacked down against the boardwalk, all the air jolting from her chest. The two Seakoi were chuckling, circling her as she crawled back against the wall. Alenka pulled her knife free and hopped to her webbed feet. The Seakoi slowed for a moment of natural hesitation, but resumed their sinister advance.
"Go on, then," one of them muttered. "Give it a try, short fins."
Alenka felt her jaw tremble as she exhaled. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two, unsure which one would come at her first. She took a step forward, swinging her knife at them to test her range. That was her second mistake. The two Seakoi jerked back from the slash, but quickly shot forward together. Alenka felt a shoulder sink into her chest as massive hands pinned her wrists to the wall. She struggled and screamed, but the men were too strong, and the rain was too loud. She felt their blood pounding through their flesh as they pressed their wretched bodies against her, and she heard her knife clatter to the boardwalk as the bones in her hand contorted together.
Hey, shh, the Seakoi whispered, his lips brushing her cheek. We wouldn't want to wake up all these nice folks around here, would we?
He leaned his forearm against the wall, using his right hand to grip Alenka's face. She felt her eyes trembling at the strain. She wanted to kick him, to bite him, to push her fingers into his Uzai eyes, but the other Seakoi had her pinned. She glanced between the two, searching for an opening. She flexed her thigh and slammed her knee into the gut of the Seakoi to the left. He grunted but returned the blow with a solid fist to her abdomen. Alenka gasped as the icy shock branched up through the veins in her arms and chest.
This could be easy, you know. If you just keep still for a moment, it will all be...
A fishing spear ripped through the rein, sinking into the Seakoi's flesh. The spear pinned his hand against the wall, sending a spray of droplets from the swollen wood. The shocked fiend screamed, releasing his grip on Alenka to claw at his wound. The other Seakoi jumped back, the whites of his eyes as bright in the gloom as the sheen of his twirling knife. There was a distant crash down the alley. The confused brute bought the distraction, and as he turned toward the sound, a sirena dropped from the rooftop behind his skewered companion. The maimed Seakoi howled as his good arm was wrenched up between his shoulder blades and a bone knife was pressed up against his throat. Alenka coughed and clutched at her own throat as she crumpled to the pier. She stared up at the sirena. Her toned arms were tight and bare in her fish-skin vest. A long braid of matted locks divided the shaved sides of her head, accentuating the intricate tattoos that bloomed from her kudori and wove their way down her neck and shoulders and arms.
Thanks, Dai,
Alenka managed as she stumbled against the wall. Daiwala smiled and tightened the knife against the man's throat, letting a thin line of blood run with the rain.
Did they hurt you?
Her voice was calm but strong, like a hidden riptide ready to sink a careless swimmer to the abyss. Alenka shook her head, picking up her knife. You made it just in time. Daiwala smiled and pressed up on the Seakoi's elbow. The man bellowed as the pain in both arms tore through his spastic muscles.
You have one chance, Dai whispered into his trembling ear. Leave us now.
The Seakoi across the alley looked uncertainly between Daiwala and his whimpering companion. Dai pulled back on her captive's torso, and the pinned rogue screamed again as his wounded hand slid a centimeter down the spear's shaft.
Crushing depths,
he cried, frothing spittle on his quivering lips.
What are you waiting for? Gut her.
Poor choice, Dai whispered as the armed Seakoi rushed her from across the alley. In a fluid motion, Daiwala slit her hostage's throat and tossed his convulsing mass in front of her, ripping his hand free of her bloody spear. The attacking Seakoi fumbled at the sight. His fins slipped on the slick wood, and he tumbled forward over his dying partner. Dai caught the Seakoi's wrist as he desperately swung his knife at her belly. She turned her own blade up into his chest, letting the force of his fall slip it into his heart. He bellowed a hot, gurgling cry as he slumped into his pooling gore. Daiwala pulled free of the carnage and tossed aside the broken handle of her bone blade. Alenka cracked her stiff neck and stepped up to the corpses. I could have handled those bottom feeders on my own, you know. They just caught me off guard. Daiwala scoffed as she pulled her spear free of the wall. Could? What is could? If they caught you off guard, then you did not handle them. Is this not so? Alenka sheathed her knife and raised her hands to the warped walls. Hey, it wasn't a fair fight, all right? I got turned around and they cornered me in this Buisit alley. I was trying to make it back when... Do your excuses bring you comfort, dear sister? Daiwala was crouched down beside the bodies, searching through their tangle of straps. She pulled free a leather pouch and jingled it beside her ear. Olenka sighed and pressed her fingers to her eyes. Yeah, you know what? They kind of do. Well, they should not. Daiwala tied a few coin pouches to her girdle as she spoke. Then she began examining one of the Seakoi's silver knives. She wiped it off on the dead man's pants and slipped it into her sheath as she stood. Your excuses dishonor your mistakes, and dishonored mistakes never share their lessons. Olenka opened her mouth to protest, but Dai held up a hand to silence her. Come, we need to leave. Marikit is waiting for us, and sharks are always drawn to blood. Mari squeaked and leapt to her fins as the brittle door of the shanty creaked open. Lightning upon you, Daiwala! You could have at least knocked. Marikit clutched at her chest as she exhaled. You two are very late, you know. My fault, Olenka mumbled as she crashed down on a wooden stool. She loosened the neck strap of her vest and motioned for the other two to join her at the table. Daiwala and Marikit slid down beside her. So? Mari offered. How did it go? Did you find them? Oh, I found them, Olenka rubbed her eyes. The adrenaline of the fight was gone, and she was left with nothing but doubt and exhaustion dulling her wits. And they took our bid. Dai and Mari smiled to each other, but Olenka shook her head. Let's not celebrate just yet, sisters. We've got a problem. That Uzai dives a lot deeper than we thought. They estimated 250. Daiwala leaned back and Mari gasped. 250? Marikit pressed her face into her hands. Is that even possible? Olenka shrugged. Dai, what do you think? Daiwala didn't move. Her arms were folded tight across her chest, her tattoos thickening the creases of her rigid muscles. It is possible, but not for either of you. Marikit nodded and stared down at the table, but Olenka glared at the stoic Cyrena. What are you saying? You're going to do it alone? Daiwala's eyes were distant. She rubbed absently at her forearm and shrugged. I see no other option. Olenka shook her head. No way! Come on, Dai! You can't pull a salvage job by yourself, not a load this big and especially not that deep. I'm coming with you. Dai sighed and leaned forward on the table. Olenka, listen. This one is more than you are ready for. 250? It's just too much. Too deep. Too deep? Olenka spat. Dai, I grew up at half that depth. I'll be fine. I'm used to it. You're just being... Being what? Daiwala sat up, staring straight through Olenka. More careful with your life than you are? You are not ready for this, sister. I am telling you, something changes after 200 meters. The water gets stronger. It starts to attack you from the inside. It gets inside your head. I have only ever done a dive this deep twice before, and the first time I almost did not make it back to the surface. Olenka smacked her fist against the table and then slumped back in her chair. So what now? Do we just abandon the job? Run away and hope the Kaizo don't come looking for us? No, we do not run, Dai said stiffly. Not after what they did to Daisei. We go on with the plan, but you will stay topside with Mari. But Dai, Mari whispered, KK's right. Even if it wasn't that deep, hauling a full chest of jewelry on your own, you won't even be able to pull it out of the mud. Daiwala stared at Marikit with a dangerous look that dissolved into a sigh, followed by a chuckle. You too, traitor? Oh, come off it, Dai. Olenka leaned forward and smacked her tattooed forearm. Listen, you know we're right. You and I can do this. I'll follow your lead. Promise. Daiwala stared up at Olenka's garish grin. It was tawdry, but surprisingly effective. The tattooed Cyrena rolled her eyes and leaned back. What equipment do the Kaizo have? Compression vests, shrimp lanterns, and a diving bell. Olenka counted off on her fingers. I assume a salvage line as well. Daiwala bounced her fist against her lips as she considered the list. The bell will only make it 100 meters, 150 at most. We can free dive from there, Dai. Olenka had been feeling exhausted a second ago, but seeing Daiwala so miserably pessimistic filled her with inexplicable optimism. It will be fine, sister. You can show me everything I need to do. Daiwala considered her for a moment, then sighed. This is not going to be pleasant. You know that. Olenka nodded. Of course. Good, Daiwala grumbled. Now, let us assume for just a moment that you and I can make this dive. How are we going to fool the Kaizo? They will be expecting our deceit, and we can certainly count on theirs. Olenka smiled and turned to Mari. Did you end up getting that spare banka? Marakit smiled, bright and charming. A very nice shopkeeper told me I could take his banka out whenever I liked, just so long as I brought it back in one piece. Daiwala chuckled. Knowing Olenka, that is not likely. Olenka ignored the comment and turned to Dai. And the Kaizo barge? Daiwala smiled. Simple. Our line is attached, and the rudder will be easy to break. And they had a lifeboat on board? Just one. Daiwala sat back, gazing up at an image in her mind. Port side, opposite of their diving bell. Oars but no sail. It can probably hold 2, no more than 3. Olenka leaned forward, brushing her fingers against the table as she spoke. All right, we can do this. The Kaizo captain said for us to meet them at the rocks just west of the wreck. We'll take both bankas, Dai and me together on the spare, and Mari on ours. We'll need to run another line from the spare banka before we go. Another? Mari frowned. But what about the line we ran from the barge? We'll need 2, Olenka explained. One for the haul, and one to be a decoy. Decoy? Daiwala looked intrigued. You said it yourself, Dai. They'll be expecting something. Olenka dumped a few coins onto the table and started sliding them around as markers. Look, we make the dive from the Kaizo barge here. You and I will break open the chest and load the jewelry into our line attached to their barge. Next, we fill the chest with rocks and swap out the lock. Then we load up the decoy line with rocks too. You follow? Marakit squinted at the coins and pressed her hand to her forehead. Wait, so why would we need the second line if the jewels are already switched out of the chest? Olenka smiled. Because they'll be expecting us to tamper with the chest. They're going to be looking for our second line, so let's give them a fake one. And the fake line, Mari stared at the table as she spoke, isn't the line we ran from the barge? Olenka grinned. No, of course not. That's the beauty of it. They're expecting us to try to get the claim as far from them as possible. We'll hide it in plain sight right underneath them. The banka line is the obvious choice, so we'll use it as the bait. Dai nodded and stroked her chin. So, how do we get them to bite the hook? Olenka motioned to Marakit. Mari will disable the rudder while we're down. You and I will ditch the bell before they pull us up and swim to the spare banka. We'll light a lamp and start to hoist up the decoy line where they can see. The Kaizo will try to follow us, But with the busted rudder, they'll need to take the lifeboat. Daiwala grinned. Meanwhile, we ditch and meet Mari on their barge to haul the claim. Exactly, Olenka said. Marikit grimaced and pressed her fist to her chin. I don't know. Won't they leave someone back to guard the barge? Olenka nodded. I'm sure they will. We'll just have to take him out. There were only 4 of them in the crew when I met them at the tavern. Dai, did you see any more on the barge? Daiwala shook her head. All clear there. Easy. The 3 of us can take 1 or 2 Kaizo. Olenka smiled and sat back. I mean, they're just Buasit pirates. No problem. Oh? Daiwala's voice and folded arms were stiff and tight. No problem, you say? Do you think it will be no problem, or it could be no problem? Perhaps we could take them, as long as they do not catch us off guard. Is that right, sister? Olenka sighed. What do you want from me, Dai? Marikit glanced back and forth between the two, a little concerned, but mostly confused. Daiwala spoke clearly and gently. I just want you to be careful, Olenka. Overconfidence can be a selfish thing. Olenka scoffed. Selfish? Daiwala nodded. Very, very selfish. What happens to us if you push yourself too hard? What happens to our crew if our fearless leader does not come back up from the abyss, Did you stop to think of that? Olenka tried to look away, but Daiwala's eyes were unwavering. Mari's too. We just love you, KK, Marikit muttered. Olenka felt the heat in her sinuses as her throat tightened. What's gotten into you two? Daiwala placed her hand on Olenka's arm. Sister, you bear heaven's blessings, but reject the gift of temperance. You are strong and very smart, but you are not immortal. Will you promise us that you will be more careful? Mari reached over and gripped Olenka's hand. They smiled to each other as a tear tumbled to Olenka's lips. She sighed and pulled her hand free to rub her eyes. All right, tattered sails, I promise. Now can we please go get to work? Chapter 4. Shiny Nonsense. Corin frantically buttoned up his kind of fresh, sort of clean, mostly Baka hair-free shirt as he ran. The city center was alive with color and commotion. Citizens of all districts had taken to the streets, lining the cobblestone ways and filling the sidewalks. The sun was blistering, but it only served to feed the crowd of Talax with greater life and energy. Carts and barrels of merchandise cluttered the alleys, and giant crimson flags clouded the sky. Each flag was decorated with the crest of Centile, a long, honey-yellow sword brightly engulfed in the light of a swirling six-point sun embroidered behind it. The scarlet banners were everywhere, draped over carts, hanging from windows, and frantically thrashed in the tiny clutches of children perched on their parents' shoulders. Corin, over here, son! Corin almost tripped as he stopped hard against the curb, swiveling his ears to the sound of his name. Marcus's gruff voice boomed over the din, and his burly arms waved over the crowd. Walking on the tips of their long toes, all Talax were tall, but with his 4 knees extended, Marcus absolutely towered over the packed street. Corin pushed his way through the crowd, trying not to trip over the spiky tails of passers-by. Carefully stepping over a toddler, Corin reached out and took his father by the hand. Marcus yanked his son next to him with the solid force of a working man's arm. Are they close? Corin asked. Just up the street. You had me worried, son. I thought you were going to miss it. Marcus's worried face was calm and stern. It also happened to be his proud face, happy face, and angry face, but that didn't bother Corin anymore. His father had been that way for as long as he could remember. Marcus grunted and then actually smiled. "You're shaking." "Am I?" Corin swallowed. "Well, I guess I'm just so—" He paused. What should he be feeling right now? "Excited?" he offered. Was that the right emotion? "Ha! So am I, Cor." Marcus chuckled and beamed as he put a massive hand on Corin's shoulder. "So am I." A ripple of commotion moved through the crowd, and the applause came all at once, like a rush of wind against Corin's long, sensitive ears. Marcus jumped in with the others, roaring a deep cheer that might have split the stones in the street. Just ahead, beyond a sea of sun-bleached hair and tan-pointed ears, a massive procession was coming around a building. At the lead were a series of 6 chariots pulled by enormous red-skinned lahartos. Each burly lizard was stout and intimidating, with thick, ridged skin the same color as wet clay loosely folded over a substantial knot of sinew. Each lizard stood over a meter high, and 2 lahartos pulled each chariot with bronze chains attached to a yoke mounted on their scaly shoulders. They were clad in golden, ornamental armor, as well as all manner of scarlet ribbons and flowery headdresses. The chariots were likewise decorated with massive red banners bearing the golden crest of Centile on their billowing surfaces. Standing before each banner was an old man dressed in a long, elegant robe, with gaudy, ceremonial armor clad over the cloth. They were the 6 elders of Centile, the highest governing body in the city. The elders stood upon their chariots in glittering extravagance, slowly moving 2 by 2 over the cobblestone street and through the twisting flurries of crimson leaflets being thrown down from the rooftops and skyline walkways. They were escorted by the elite guard marching with their broad shields and ostentatious armor. Mounted on the front of each of the elders' chariots was an inscription engraved into a brass plaque. They bore the title of the elder riding, naming the ancient position each held. The 2 elders in front wore, respectively, red and purple robes. The one wearing red was Elder Morton. His plaque read, "Defender of the Light and Captain of the Guard." Beside him in lavender robes was Elder Sheeg, Ensign of Peace and Director of Commerce. Directly behind them were 2 more elders. In blue was Elder Dwarton, Vessel of Truth and Minister of Education. To his right was Elder Aldrin, dressed in green robes with a golden sash about his waist. His plaque bore, Keeper of the Land and Director of Agriculture. 2 final elders brought up the rear. In robes of white and silver was Elder Bautista, Hearer of the Heart and Chief Judge. Finally, 1 elder remained. Dressed in yellow with an orange sash across his chest was Elder Lahanti. His title was He Who Remembers, Chief Historian and Advisor to the 5. Elder Lahanti was Corin's grandfather. The high-ranking officers of the guard were next, all dressed in sparse decorative armor with wreaths of wildflowers woven into sashes around their chests and torsos. They rode on mounts, but these were nothing like the docile brutes pulling the elders' chariots. These were Kaios, the attack steeds of the guard. Tall and sleek, standing several hands' breadths above the lahartos, the Kaios were covered in light gray-brown fur with a single dark stripe that ran from the tip of their muzzles to the ends of their curved, bushy tails. Their snouts were 1/2 meter long, with sharp canine features and a grin of sharper fangs. They walked with grace and precision, long claws clacking against the cobblestones with each step, and their riders sat on hardy saddles of molded leather. Each saddle was situated on the Kaio just behind their shoulder blades, on a long ridge formed from the massive mound of the creature's powerful shoulders. As they passed, a swell of whoops and roars announced that the true stars of the parade had finally come into view. Standing in rows of 10 came this year's graduating recruits. Clad in the finest armor the city had, they marched forward with unwavering resolve. The cheers from the onlookers hailed them on. Each face was hard and stoic, but Corin chuckled when he noticed their tails twitching in uncontrollable excitement. At the lead of the new recruits were 5 Talax, their line spaced slightly ahead of the rest. These were the choice soldiers, the exceptional, the gifted. They had flown through the ranks and would now be appointed officers or trained to join the elite guard of the inner district. Farthest on the left of the 5 was a fair-faced Talac with warm brown skin and long blonde hair that erupted like sunshine out from the bottom of his helmet. He was Corin's elder brother, Lorenzo. Corin pushed forward a step, crammed 2 fingers against his lips, and whistled as loud as he could. At first, Lorenzo didn't seem to notice. He and the other 4 marched on, an apathetic wall of toned arms and rigid spears. Corin's shoulders dropped, but he'd expected as much. Mr. Newly appointed captain must already be taking himself too seriously. At the last second, Lorenzo's eyes darted to the right. Almost imperceptibly, he shot his younger brother a wink. Corin smirked. Typical. Behind the recruits, the crowd had flooded out onto the streets, cheering and following the procession into the plaza. Marcus smacked Corin's back in sudden panic.
"Hey, we've got to move or we won't see a thing."
The 2 bolted through the crowd, joining a small stream of others who were already bounding away 2 steps ahead of the parade. Several streets down, the crowded sidewalks opened up into the expanse of the plaza. This was the city's center, the clean, nestled sprawl at the base of Valens Tower. Like so many times before, Corin couldn't help but admire the colossal spire. Despite the great height of the other buildings encompassing the square, the central tower soared stories above the rest. It was different from the other structures, worn and outdated, almost akin to the sandstone hovels outside the shield wall. It bore no emblems of wealth or privilege, no banners or polished rocks adorned these walls. Its face was simple, smooth, and sandy, the whole expanse gently curving into a massive cylindrical edifice that gradually thinned to the top. Despite its squalid style, this one central tower rose in unquestioned magnificence, like an ancient queen calmly ruling over her subjects across the echoes of an antiquated age. It was stately in its simplicity, unapologetically bearing its empty walls far above the gaudy streets and decorated buildings below in unparalleled, gargantuan excellence. At the top, Valens Tower was crowned with a colossal iron lantern, just as worn and ancient as the rest of the structure. The lantern sloped out at the base to hold 8 massive glass windows, all filled with a blinding golden light. At the top of the windows, the poles met at an iron canopy. The lantern's pointed roof sloped into a thin spire. From this point, Sentile's shield wall flowed. As the light left the pole, it erupted upward towards the sun in condensed streams of crisp sparks and golden gleams before curving down in a long, slow descent to the inner wall. It billowed around the tower like a tent erected against a gale, circling the heart of Sentile with the warm wings of a mother bird sheltering her young. At the front doors of the tower, a large wooden stand and an enormous pulpit plated in beaten bronze had been erected for the ceremony. The crowd was divided into 2 halves, creating a path for the procession and space for the recruits to line up before the pulpit. The plaza was already brimming with Talax, and Corin's father rushed along the edge of the buildings, looking for a clear place to stand. The cheers finally caught up with them from the street behind. Marcus turned. The 6 banners of the elders were just visible above the crowd. He panicked, and without a word leapt onto a nearby stack of crates. The owner of the neighboring stand looked on with displeasure, but stayed quiet. Corin barked with laughter. This was most irregular behavior for his crusty old man. Corin leapt up next to him, promptly sitting down on the highest box. The view was great, but Marcus still craned his neck and stretched out his legs. Corin kept quiet, taking it all in with a forced grin on his cheeks. He really was happy for Lorenzo, but it was hard not to notice the bitter taste the scene left on the back of his tongue. He glanced up at his father. Marcus's shadow completely eclipsed Corin as he strained to see his eldest. As they entered the plaza, the group of chariots split off into two rows, swinging wide in round, opposite paths before turning back and lining up on either side of the stand. The elders stepped down from their rides and practiced synchronization and walked onto the stage to stand before the central seats. One by one, they met their wives lined up beside the stand and gently led them by the hand to their places on the stage. Next, the officers handed the reins of their cayos to the escort battalion and claimed their seats just behind the elders. Finally, the new recruits lined up before the stand. They split off and then condensed into long, even rows with military precision. The 5 officers-to-be remained in front, attentively watching the elders on the stand. With a quick glance among the 6, the elders and their wives sat in unison. The officers followed suit behind them. An ear-splitting crack then echoed off the tower's rounded surface as each soldier in the plaza slammed the end of their spear to the ground. The echo reverberated 5 or 6 times, and the crowd went silent. And then, a pebble hit the back of Corin's head. He twitched and turned around reflexively, rubbing at the sting. Adahi winked from his perch on a second-story balcony. Corin suppressed a scowl, mouthed something foul at the outlander, and then turned back toward the stage. Elder Morton had just stepped up onto the podium, a haughty grin plump on his lips. He was a brusque, bombastic man with thick forearms and a square face. The crimson-clad elder raised his hands to the crowd as he spoke, wide and inviting.
Welcome, one and all, to Sentile City's annual accolade ceremony.
The crowd exploded into cheers and a cloud of banners. Morton waited against the din and then continued.
It is my great privilege to stand before you today and recognize Sentile's finest. They have been trained, tested, and are forthwith sworn to defend our city from harm and uphold the sacred order of the light. Join with me, Sentile, in welcoming our 296th graduating platoon.
Once more the crowd burst into applause. Elder Morton cleared his throat and motioned to the young guards lined up before him.
I now turn my words to you, our newest soldiers. You stand in the place of our ancestors. For nearly 300 years, the new recruits of Sentile's Guard have stood at the foot of this ancient tower and sworn their allegiance to the city they love. You have taken upon yourselves both the great honor and the great responsibility of guiding our people on toward prosperity and safety. We have worked hard to shield our world from the cruel kiss of the plains. We have built our walls and paved our roads and lifted our people out of the barbaric life beyond. You now are the only force that keeps our way of life alive, the only protection from slipping back into the shadow of the past. From this day forth, each of you must act as though you alone keep our homes and our trade and our fields safe from the savagery of the plains beyond. Outside those walls, there is no honor. Outside those gates, Tilacs run wild without law. Beyond our haven live the murderous packs of the wretched outlanders who prey upon our prosperity, who scavenge from our stores, and who leech off our labor.
Corin flinched at the elder's words. He turned his head to offer a comforting glance to Adahi, but unsurprisingly, he was already gone. Corin didn't blame him.
Know this, my young friends, Morton continued. The training that has brought you to this point will guide you in all the days of your service. The fate of our city and the fate of our enemies are now in your hands. You here are all men and women of honor and valor. Else you would not be standing before me. Your worth has been proven, and your courage been found pure. May the light of Sentile burn within you. May it continue to fill your hearts with pride and keep your minds and spears together sharp. He lifted his arms and eyes to the thronging crowd on either side of the new recruits. Sentile, I give you our 296th graduating platoon! The crowd erupted once more. Corin smirked and clapped along for Lorenzo. As much as he hated to admit it, his brother had earned this day. Up on stage, Elder Morton bowed and returned to his seat. Elder Lahanti rose, briefly shaking hands with the red-robed captain before walking across the stand. He stood in silence at the lectern for a brief moment, calmly looking out across the soldiers. It took some time, wound up as they were by Morton's speech, but when the cheers finally died, Lahanti cleared his throat and gestured behind him. Thank you, Elder Morton, for your words of encouragement and counsel. Elder Lahanti's voice was still and much quieter than the red-robed captain, demanding a new and poignant reverence from the audience. He turned once more to the crowd, his eyes quietly slipping over the stands. As chief historian of the city, it is my duty to remember. I think that we as elders often forget the full magnitude of our callings. The first half of our title is seldom mentioned and seldom discussed. More than chief historian, I am he who remembers. It is my duty to impart what wisdom I may have beyond these gray locks, and to tell the stories that everyone else wishes to forget. Speaking now to you, noble youth, it is my hope that my words may find place in your hearts. As you hear the number of your title, our 296th platoon, I would ask that you also remember another number. It is 312. That is the number of years since our world was won back from the powers that sought to overtake it. It was on that great day, so many, many years ago, that our founder, Valen, gave his life to reclaim what was lost. I invite you all to reflect again on the familiar lines of the ancient anthem. And when the darkness gathered in, and all that's good was lost to sin, dear Valen saw our need, that it was dire. He feared no horror of the night, he fought for us with all his might, and from his task his heart did never tire. Lahanti paused to give the words time to resonate among the silent listeners. He turned his head and coughed into his fist before continuing. Valen's sacrifice was one of purity and honor, not greed or conquest. I would that you might look to him as your model, for when he, on these very plains, fought the horrors that beset us, remember that he did it not out of pride or anger. He did it not for hate or vengeance. He did it out of love. He did it for peace. His goal was not to destroy life, but to save it. His sacrifice was one of healing. Let us not forget that, dear daughters and sweet sons of Sentile. Let us remember his example amid the current excitement of our lives. Valen fought to preserve our world, and he died that we all may live. Yours, dear youth, is a truly noble calling. You follow in Valen's footsteps, seeking to restore balance and justice to an imperfect world, no different really than his course those many years before. May your intentions ever be as noble, and may your hearts ever be as pure. As you fight to defend our world, do not forget that Valen died to save every soul you may slay in battle."
These last words hung still and sour in the air. The silence swelled around the restless crowd. It was several uncomfortable moments before the old man finally cleared his throat once more. "Now, on that note, it is my great privilege to present to you our 5 captains from the 296th Platoon." Applause followed with tentative renewal. The 5 Talax in front smashed their spears against the stone and stood at attention, and even from a distance, Corin could feel Lorenzo's grin bursting through his helmet. "These 5 young men have proven themselves exceptional in all aspects of combat," Elder Lahanti continued. "But most importantly, they have proven themselves to be courageous leaders and Talax of honor and integrity. We are proud to present their names to you. Would the 5 please join me on the stand?" With another smash of their spears, the young captains turned and marched on to the wooden stage, standing beside Elder Lahanti. "Announcing Captain Paolo," the old man stated, "son of Garian and Cynthia." Cheers erupted through the crowd as one of the high-ranking officers tied a flowered sash around Paolo's chest. Elder Lahanti continued, "Announcing Captain Sergio, son of Nathaniel and Yesenia." Again, the crowd's shrill approval sounded forth. The procedure was repeated for Captain Darrow, Captain Perry, and finally for Lorenzo. Before reading his name, the old man paused. "And last, announcing Captain Lorenzo, son of Marcus and Elizabeth, my dear grandson." The crowd roared especially loud for Lorenzo and continued on in honor of the other 4. Corin smirked and coughed and took a single cautious step toward the back of the crate, glancing up at his father. Marcus's voice boomed above the rest, his eyes fixed on the stand. Corin took advantage of the commotion to quietly slip away. Chapter 5. A Kaizo Contract. The tropical rain descended in torrents around Iwala and Alenka, making the breezeless air heavy and humid against their skin. Alenka scanned the horizon. The sea and skyline were both as black as squid ink under the starless cloud cover. The pontoons of the borrowed banca shifted gently on the sea's rolling surface beneath them. It was a stout vessel, not nearly as swift or streamlined as their own, and without the aid of any wind, they had fought for over an hour just to keep it in the current's path. Despite the contrary weather, they still managed to arrive early, giving Mari enough time to hide their own banca among the rocks. Every piece was in place, all their preparations double-checked, but Alenka was still anxious. She could sense that the Kaizo barge was close, and she was keen on not letting it sneak up on them. "You need to relax, sister." Alenka peeled her eyes from the sea to scowl at Iwala. Dai was sitting back against the banca's mast, her shoulders pressed into its bound sail. In the darkness, Alenka could just discern the slits of her closed eyes and smirking lips. "I am relaxed," Alenka grumbled. Dai chuckled. "Well, that is certainly up for debate, but you misunderstand me. You must relax when we descend. I know you too well, dear sister. You crave control. You will be tempted to tighten your muscles, to fight the pressure, but you cannot struggle against it. You must welcome it. Let the water slow you down." Alenka frowned. "Slow me down? What do you mean?" Daiwala inhaled a long and gentle breath, letting the air fill the bottom of her ample lungs. "It is a strange world down in the abyss. One that is indifferent to time. And in that world, there are rules which you must respect. Like relaxing, Alenka teased. Daiwala's head gently tilted up and down. Yes, she stated. It is one of the many rules you cannot neglect in the deep. You must move slowly and precisely. Glide more than you kick. Do not rise or dive too quickly. Do not jerk about or overexert yourself. And above all, do not breathe too deeply from our air in the bell, not like you would on the surface. The air goes farther down below. Too much of it can become a poison in your blood. Alenka giggled and rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, Dai. A poison? You can't be serious. Daiwala sat forward, her eyes suddenly open and glaring at Alenka. You promised that you would listen to me, sister. Did you not mean that? Because we will not survive this dive unless you keep your word to me. Alenka sighed and leaned back. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm listening, I promise. I just don't really get it. How can it be a poison? Daiwala kept her eyes fixed on Alenka's, studying her sincerity. Eventually, she sighed and continued. The air becomes more potent as it is compressed, and it will rob you of your senses. You must constantly exhale as we descend. Do not drink too deeply of our air in the bell. You must force yourself to sip it slowly. Do not fill your chest like you would on a normal dive. Too much of it, and you will begin to lose your mind. Alenka was puzzled. I don't understand. Why would I need less air? The weight of the water, Daiwala explained, spreading her hands for emphasis. It squeezes the air. You will see it happen as we descend. She brought her hands slowly together. A single breath below is like 10 breaths on the surface. If you drink too deeply of it, you will become sick and dizzy. Pass out even. Alenka nodded, contemplating the information. I guess that makes sense. Tell me more. What else do I need to know? How quick you are to repent, Dai chuckled. Well, the only other thing to consider is the return. It will likely be painful. Much worse than the descent. Worse? Alenka frowned. Worse how? Why? It just is. Daiwala rolled her shoulders and closed her eyes, imagining the miserable sensation. I cannot prepare you for it, but you must be ready to take it all the same. It is a throbbing pain that comes from everywhere inside of you at once. It is like all the blood in your body is ready to burst through your skin and skull. She shook her head and smiled. But we will rise through it all the same. Okay. Alenka swallowed and exhaled. It was too late to get freaked out now. This pain, why does it only happen when you rise? Daiwala shrugged. We are not fish, sister. We are merely visitors to the deep sea, and it does wicked things to Bantai Tubig who do not respect its power. I wish I knew why. I only know that it does. We must rise 10 meters at a time, no more, then we must rest. If you do not give your body time to adjust, it could kill you. Wait, what? Kill you? Die? Alenka leaned forward, pulling at the matted locks of her hair. You didn't say anything about that earlier. It can kill you? Daiwala smiled and nodded. Yes, or you could become paralyzed. I once knew a Seakoi who lost all of the feeling in his arm. Up too quick, she snapped her fingers. Useless arm. Alenka rocked back, clutching her knees. Storms, Dai! Why didn't you tell me this bullshit earlier? Oh my goodness, I think I'm going to throw up. Daiwala chuckled. You said you could handle it, sister. I did not want to worry you before it was time. But do not panic. I will be there to guide you, and your body will tell you when it's time to stop. Just listen to it. You will feel it in your very blood." Olenka sat back and rubbed her forehead. "All right. No problem, right? We've got this. We'll be fine, right?" Daiwala shrugged. "I should hope so. The Kaizo are here." Olenka watched the oily light of the Kaizo barge slink across the waves. It was dim and gentle, but against the endless black it was a prominent beacon. Daiwala and Olenka took hold of the oars, watching the barge float toward them. "Should we light the lantern?" Daiwala whispered. "No, not yet." Olenka kept her eyes on the distant glow. "Not until we're ready to board. Let's see what they do first." They followed the Kaizo silently, giving their ship a wide berth. The barge pulled up to the far side of the rocks and drifted to a stop, and the Sirena floated up beside it. They sat in silence, hoping to overhear something on board. Olenka could discern a few muffled voices drifting down from the deck, but the roar of the rain was too intense, and the Kaizo were too clever to speak above a whisper. She soon gave up and motioned to Daiwala. Dai opened the glass door of the lantern and scraped a few sparks into it off a flintblock. The wick took, and she cradled the building flame, letting the greasy plume curl in her cupped hand until the light glowed blue through the translucent webbing between her fingers. "Not going back now." Dai smiled and hung the lamp from a notch on the mast. "No going back now," Olenka echoed. It didn't take the Kaizo long to notice them. A fat coil of braided bamboo rope shot out of the darkness, slapping across the hull of the banca between them. Daiwala wrapped it a few times around an iron cleat hammered into the bow, and their boat was quickly hauled up to the side of the barge. 4 silhouettes peered over the edge, leaning against the gunwale.
"My, oh my," Arun croaked. "They got some real pretty barnacles out this way, aye, Captain."
"Indeed." Omi's slender frame shifted weight from one leg to the other, her gaze drifting to Daiwala as she spoke. "Though this new one's got some sharp edges, wouldn't you say?" Hiroki chuckled a throaty gurgle.
"Might cut up your fins if you ain't careful."
Daiwala stood as the Kaizo laughed amongst themselves. She pulled on the rope to bring the banca flush with the barge. "The thing about barnacles," Dai stated, "is that they always stay still. You only get cut if you swim too close."
"Woo-hoo-hoo," Arun clucked. "We's all gonna be having some fun tonight. That's what I's thinking."
Olenka exhaled, standing up beside Daiwala as Hiroki extended a burly arm to hoist her up. Olenka ignored the gesture, instead pulling herself up by the rope. Hiroki grunted and stepped back as the 2 Sirena hopped onto the deck. "Welcome, sisters," Omi grinned. "What luck to have so many Sirena on my ship. 1-to-1 with the boys now, are we not?" "Good." Olenka straightened her vest as she scanned the ship. "Maybe we'll actually get something done tonight." She crossed the deck to examine the diving bell. It was a bulbous structure with sloped sides, no windows, and several thick chains attached to bundles of rope. In the gloomy light, it was hard to tell if it was made of copper or just really rusty. Olenka rapped her knuckles against it a few times, listening to the dull thud of metal too thick to ring. She stepped back, studying the surrounding machinery above it. There was a complex series of pulleys and levers, along with a set of sturdy metal arms branching out over the Black Sea. "This is it, then," Olenka mumbled. "Bit smaller than I was expecting." Omi shrugged. "Any bigger, and I'd need a new ship. But I think it will be more than enough space for the 2 of you." Daiwala stepped up, examining the bell's chains and attachments. There are cargo hooks on the inside, I presume? Omi nodded. And a handrail for ascent? Dai grunted her approval, circling the diving bell as she spoke. And there is a sounding line? Omi pointed to a loose coil of twine snaking through a few metal loops and under the lip of the structure. Daiwala studied the line and followed it to a tiny silver bell mounted on the mast behind the big rusty bell. Omi stepped up beside her, the back of her hand resting against her hip. Won't do much good on the way down, the captain lamented. But there's more than enough line for you two to signal us when the cargo's loaded. And, Alenka started but hesitated, you four will just pull us back up when we signal? There was a creak in the ship's boards behind her, and Alenka jumped as a thick hand fell on her shoulder. She spun back to see Hiroki's scarred face much too close to her own.
Thinking maybe we'd just leave you two minnows down there?
Alenka slid out from his grip, stepping to Daiwala's side. Actually, I was wondering whether you'll be able to lift that thing by yourselves. Hiroki chuckled.
Don't you worry, short fins. We'll be getting your pretty face back up nice and easy.
He ended his words with a wink. Alenka almost punched him in the throat. Instead, she smiled. Well, that's good to hear. It would be a shame if you pulled us up too quickly. You might knock the cargo free. There was a long pause as the Kaizo stared down at Alenka. She didn't move. The Great Sea taught many lessons to those who were observant, and those who weren't did not last long. Alenka had seen doomed ships foolishly try to outrun storms. She had watched schools of fish courageously ebb around a drifting shark's open mouth. She had noticed the way panicked crabs would sometimes take to their hidden fins when an octopus approached, only to be snapped up all the quicker. In the ocean, you were either a hunter or you were prey. The first to flinch were usually the first to be eaten. Alenka was a hunter through and through. This Seokoi would learn that fact one way or another. Well, Omi broke the silence, staring at Alenka. Seems like we all understand each other quite well, don't we? Shall we get you two suited up then? Isko, show them their gear. Alenka nodded, still glaring at Hiroki. Daiwala brushed up beside her, and together they followed Isko to a table under a lantern. He was a tall, slender Seokoi with no visible scars or tattoos. He had glazed, calloused eyes that harbored more intelligence than Alenka expected to see in a pirate.
All right, 2 vests and 2 lanterns. Here we are.
The lanky Seokoi hefted a pile of mahogany straps from the table and shoved it into Daiwala's arms. The vests were thick and heavy, the leather woven around strips of metal designed to compress their chests. The Sirena worked into the rigid things while Isko pulled 2 submerged lanterns from a bucket. As soon as he stirred the water, a cool cerulean glow bloomed out from the glass, clashing with the murky glare of the fish oil. Isko hummed as he flicked the glass of the lanterns.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Alenka leaned in, peering into the glowing aquarium. A small pile of shells was shifting at the bottom of the lantern as the water sloshed inside. Each was glowing a brilliant shade of electric blue. Thrashing above them was a swarm of shrimp. They dashed around inside the lantern, belching vibrant teal plumes whenever they hit the glass. Isko cleared his throat, hoisting one of the lanterns up to eye level.
Now, the clusterwinkle shells will keep shining the whole time, but to get the shrimp to glow you need to flick the glass. Try and save them for when you need distance. Those fire spitters only have so much juice in them, see?
He handed one lantern to Alenka and then used his free hand to pull open a handle at the top of the other. A metal plate slid out, exposing several small holes in the lantern's top.
"Be sure to let in water as you dive," he explained, "or else the pressure will burst the glass. You understand?"
Alenka nodded as she messed with her lantern's lid. Daiwala took the other and gave the glass a delicate tap. 3 shrimp suddenly burst with light, flitting their way through their cage in luminescent jets.
"Beautiful,"
Daiwala whispered, smiling into the glass.
"Just like Pa Naing, is it not?"
"Ugh, why'd you have to say that?" Alenka grumbled. She lowered her lantern and glanced around at the Kaizo. "Well, what are you all looking at? Let's get down there." The metallic screeching of the bell sliding across the wet planks pierced through even the rain's relentless din. The 3 Seokoi grunted in strain while the captain released a weight into the water that pulled at the bell's chains. With a tremendous impact, the diving bell crashed into the sea, slowly sinking below the tumultuous surface. Alenka and Daiwala were sitting against the gunwale with their eyes closed, trying to keep their hearts still and their minds clear. Their legs were crossed, and their backs were perfectly straight as they slowly breathed in and out, stretching their ample lungs. Omi stepped in front of the 2 Sirena, her hands resting on her hips.
"Everything's in place, sisters," she said. "You 2 finished napping?"
Alenka opened her eyes. The bleak deck of the barge seemed strangely bright, and the pounding rain felt unnaturally comforting. Alenka cleared her throat, trying to focus on those calming, familiar topside sensations while she still could. She clenched her fists as she exhaled to try to hide their trembling. Omi smiled as she squatted down in front of them.
"Don't you 2 go failing me down there. We Sirena need to maintain our reputations, you know."
Alenka cracked her neck and rose to her webbed feet. "You keep your end of the deal, and we'll keep ours, Captain."
50-50,
Omi whispered, her eyes and jewelry twinkling as one. Alenka and Daiwala stepped up to the edge of the barge, pulling their fish-skin hoods over their matted locks and tightening the straps of their compression vests. The diving bell was fully submerged now, nothing but a few lines of bubbles betraying its location under the surface. Alenka cupped her lantern against her ribs and stepped off into the water. She slid into the black brine, the shock of the cold instantly sharpening her senses. The familiar pressure of the water was deeply reassuring and deliciously silent. She drifted for a moment of peaceful suspension before bobbing back into the rain crashing against the ocean surface. Daiwala splashed in beside her, and Omi crouched down at the edge of the ship, letting her forearms rest on her knees.
"Now, listen closely, sisters. The hull won't be easy. It's an iron chest with a big, rusty lock and latch."
She spread out her hands shoulder length in front of her.
"It's about this long, and it'll be heavier than it looks. You'll need to work together to get the Uzai thing up to the cargo hooks. Still think you 2 can manage?"
Daiwala scoffed as she adjusted her hood.
"We can handle your jewelry box, sister. Mind your tongue." "Of course."
Omi paused, considering Daiwala's stoic features.
"How terribly disrespectful of me. Well, not that you 2 need any help finding it, but the chest should be somewhere under the hull, maybe a wooden trap door near the bow."
The 2 Sirena nodded to Omi and, in a synchronized dive, slipped under the waves. The Kaizo captain stayed crouched near the edge, staring into the black water. Finally, she inhaled too quickly, like she had briefly forgotten to breathe, and turned her ear toward the deck behind her.
"Hiroki, dear?"
The scarred Seakoi stepped to the edge.
Captain.
Did you and the boys tell them that the chest was filled with jewelry?
Omi kept her eyes fixed on the water as she spoke, her finger absently scratching at the patterns of her nose ring. Hiroki frowned and folded his arms.
"You've been with us the whole time, Captain. Ain't none of us slipped a word about the claim."
"How interesting," Omi whispered. "Neither did I."
Chapter 6. Back Alley Balancing Acts. Corin moved unnoticed along the cobblestone street, slinking quietly behind the crowd. Another cheer broke out with a flurry of red cloth to swirl it high into the still, hot air. Someone new was admonishing the masses, but Corin was too far from the podium to make out their words. He forced himself to walk slowly down the empty streets. Wooden crates and carts loaded with vegetables and tubers caked with red grit filled the walkways and corners. There was no one left on the streets but the occasional merchants guarding their wares with tired, drifting eyes, steadily shifting their weight and adjusting folded arms. But Corin hardly noticed them. He paid attention to his breathing as he walked, trying to time every third step he took with an inhale or an exhale. An inhale, then an exhale. He was disturbed by what he'd just seen, and he couldn't fully explain why. It was the platoons of guards, the synchronized cracks of their spears, Morton's speech, the way he called for action. That was it. It was the way he stirred up the crowd until they were reduced to a screaming riot of flicking tails and pounding fists. Something about it all made his mind absolutely sick, like it was dredging up a nightmare he'd long since forgotten. Corin couldn't control what his mind was doing, so he focused on his lungs instead. The smooth nails of his 8 toes rhythmically clacked along the cobblestone, helping him keep the beat of the street and his breath pounding over his other thoughts, drowning them out, pushing them back down to his subconscious where they belonged. He slipped down an alley to the edge of the shield. Its golden surface lighted upon a wall of enormous stone bricks and the massive archway to the southern district. Corin walked along the banner-shadowed path and through the southern gate. A guard nodded him through the arch with a vacant stare. He was leaning against his spear and swiveling his ears toward the sound of the distant celebration. Outside, the lower-class districts carried on with their affairs, uninterested in the festivities. They were mending cloth, scraping dirt off potatoes, and maintaining an impressive level of apathy for the grandeur just beyond the wall. Corin rounded a corner into a short, secluded alleyway. The end opened up into a small courtyard with spent crates, their dry, bristling planks piled high along the 3 walls. Corin leapt up and stretched out on one of the creaking things. It wasn't particularly comfortable, but the space was secluded and familiar. He came here often to think, or if he was being honest with himself, to hide. The alley was always warm and still. It seemed quieter than anywhere else in the city. It also never changed, which was something great and terrible indeed. Corin closed his eyes, hoping that he could nod off, but his mind was far too busy to allow for sleep. He breathed the fresh air, free from the shield's suppression, and tried to get the back of his head to sit comfortably against the panels of sun-bleached brittle wood. Corin's ear twitched at a creak in the box beside him. He opened one eye and tilted his head in the direction of the sound. With no more grace or secrecy than a rock slide, Adahi dropped down next to his face from off the rooftop. Corin bolted upright, sighed, and then slapped his face into his palms. "Do you have to do that?" Adahi looked legitimately surprised. "Do what?" "Fall from the bloody sky," Corin snapped. You're going to drop down on an old lady someday and stop her heart cold." Adahi laughed.
"Well, you know, we murderous plains barbarians can't be too careful. Taking down one of your city wenches would just be a lucky perk, yeah?"
"Come off it, no one takes Morton seriously," Corin muttered, more to himself than Adahi. He lay back down and closed his eyes. "Hey, thanks for coming today. I'm sure Lorenzo will appreciate knowing you were there."
"Oh? Lorenzo will appreciate my presence, yeah?"
Adahi's eye twinkled in sarcastic pleasure.
"Because, you know, that is, of course, who I came to visit."
Corin smirked. "Well, you know, a captain needs the support of the little people every once in a while. Helps him know he's making a difference in this great and glorious struggle." Corin couldn't see it, but he knew Adahi's features had tightened to hold back a snort.
"Now, you gotta refresh my memory, Chikalan," Adahi sang. "It gets all muddle-puddle-jumbled in all them Wally politics, yeah? You talking about the struggle inside or outside the wall?"
"Oh, outside, of course. We city dwellers don't engage in such petty conflicts within. All is well in Centile." Corin held on to his smile, but it was tough. All the life behind it faded as the bitter taste in his throat caught back up with his tongue. Adahi tilted his head. He'd obviously noticed Corin's falling features, but he didn't acknowledge them. Not out loud, at least. Instead, he jumped down from his crate, the blunt end of his spear firmly fixed in the gap between two cobblestones. He pulled up on the shaft near the blade and wrapped his toes around the base. Gently pulling back as he stepped up, Adahi lifted off the ground, balancing his whole weight on the tilted end of his spear. Corin chuckled despite himself. Adahi could never sit still, especially during a heavy conversation. Occasion, topic, tone, it was all completely irrelevant. The Outlander had started practicing this absurd balancing act as a way to channel his fidgets when he felt confined. Adahi tenderly crept higher up the spear and then glanced at Corin.
"You ready to be amazed, yeah?"
Corin raised an eyebrow and nodded. With empty-eyed concentration contorting his face, Adahi let go of the spear with his toes. Slowly, he arched his back, lifting his feet up and outward and stretching them out at full length for balance. For an instant, the Outlander was suspended over his tilted spear, his legs extended out like eagle's wings, his arms quivering with the strain. And then, his grip failed. Adahi slid down the shaft for a few centimeters before his weight shifted and the spear's end popped out from underneath him. He caught himself, but not before rubbing a hole in his crimson shorts. He kicked his spear aside and swore a string of unintelligible plains curses, poking a finger up into the threadbare edges of the hole. Corin laughed deep and clean and true. The display had been for him, and he was grateful. Adahi grumbled bitterly as he sat back down on the crate beside him, but Corin could see the proud smile creeping up the corners of his lips. The two sat chuckling for a while after that, just taking in the sun. But once the laughter settled and the heavy feeling started fogging up the alley again, Adahi cleared his throat and turned to Corin.
"Hey, I was hoping maybe I could go speak with Elder Lehonti and Lady Maria, yeah? Tonight, if he can. It'll be real squeaky quick. See, my papa, well, he's sick, yeah? And I'm thinking that he might not pull through without some Wally medicine."
"What? Really?" Corin turned to Adahi. "What's wrong with him?"
"We don't know."
Adahi twirled his spear as he spoke, his eyes distant.
"He was attacked by something freaky, yeah? Happened last week. Cut him deep across the arm and chest, right here, see? And the wound's not healing so good. Cold as winter wind, too, but he's acting like he got a real achy, shaky fever."
Adahi suddenly sighed, and the sound was filled with more trembling than Corin would have expected.
He won't come into town to ask you Wallis for help, you know. Not that I can blame him, yeah, but, well, you know how he is. My mama's worried too, but she's as stubborn as him.
What attacked him? Corin asked.
No clue.
Adahi was staring off into the distance.
He didn't say much about it, and the others with him said that whatever it was came and went so squeaky quick that they couldn't get a good look at it, yeah? In and out, like lightning.
Lorenzo described something similar, Corin said. He sat up and jumped down off the crate. Last week, the guards lost a patrol of 4 men. The whole city's been talking about it. They were taking the eastern route from the old coast road to Dawn's Harbor. They were coming up to the southern gate when something attacked them. The group didn't check in that evening, so a squad was sent out to search for them. They only found 2 of the men. One was passed out from blood loss and the other was bloodied up something terrible. Both arms broken, gashes all up and down his legs. There was one dead Laharto about 200 yards away, but the other men were just gone. 3 of their mounts, too. They found a couple of blood trails in the grass, but they all came up empty.
And the 2 they found?
Adahi was very still as he spoke.
How they doing?
They're both stable now, last I heard, Corin shrugged. But neither of them had any idea what happened. They said the same thing you did, in and out, didn't even see what attacked them. It was dusk at the time, too, so...
Did they get sick?
Corin turned and squinted toward Adahi. Sick? Sick how?
Adahi shrugged. Just sick. Any kind of sick.
I don't think so. Corin shook his head while he spoke, but paused, looking at his friend. But it's got the whole city tripping over their tails. You heard Morton's speech. People have been saying that the Outlanders might be responsible.
Adahi's skin went rigid. It's always them wicked Outlanders, ain't it?
That's just what they think, Corin mumbled, regretting he'd said anything.
And what do you think, Chikalan?
I think it's nonsense, Corin said. I don't know much about the plains, but I'm sure it would take more than a raiding group to take down a guard patrol with 4 Lahartos, especially one that could slip in and out like that without notice.
Adahi sat quietly, his ears twitching. I don't know of anything that could do that, on or off the plains, yeah?
Corin rubbed his eyes. Just be careful, all right? Not that anyone really listens to them, but the elders have asked for all citizens to keep off the eastern and southern roads until they've figured out what happened. I know Lorenzo led a few squads doing search runs, but they haven't found anything.
And? Adahi looked away at the sky. Those 2 brillos. You said they were doing all right, yeah?
Corin shrugged. I've told you all I know. I haven't heard anything about them being sick.
Adahi nodded. Just curious, you know? Anyway, what you doing out here, Chikalan? I saw you sneaking away from your papa. Running away from all that shiny nonsense, yeah?
Corin chuckled sourly. I did not run. I just knew I'd be in the way.
Adahi tilted his head. In the way?
Yeah, it's just... Well, today isn't about me. You see what I'm saying? Today is about Lorenzo, and if I'm there, then everyone will try to make it about me too. They'd say things like, "You're so lucky you have a brother that's a captain," or "I'm sure we can expect great things from you too." You know what I'm getting at? Just the typical rubbish people say to prove they can still see you when they can't. Corin realized he had been pacing and forced himself to stand still.
Uh-huh.
Adahi was squishing his thumb up into his chin in feigned perplexity.
Or they wouldn't.
What do you mean?
Adahi shrugged. Well, I mean just what I said, Chikalan. Or they wouldn't. Maybe that's what's really getting to you, eh? You're scared they wouldn't say none of that stuff, yeah?
Corin chuckled again. It was less convincing this time. Believe me. I would be more than happy with that, but that's just not the case. People are all Really? Adahi interrupted. Because I wouldn't have said none of that stuff to you. Corin rolled his eyes. Well, yeah, but that's because you only ever say what's on your mind. You guys don't really worry about trying to step around feelings and... You guys? Adahi smirked and raised an eyebrow, leaning into his spear across his lap. Oh, come on, Corin groaned. You know that's not what I meant. Isn't it, though? No. Corin was pacing again. He gave up trying to stop. So, Adahi said, you didn't mean that Outlanders like me and mi familia are more blunt and honest than Wallies like yourself, yeah? Well, yeah, I guess that was what I meant. So why you so ashamed of it? Corin sighed. I guess I thought you might take it poorly. And if it was true, why would it matter if I took it poorly, huh? He held out a hand to Corin's chest to stop his pacing. Let the truth sing, Chikalan. There should be enough of your mama in you to know that, yeah? Corin sat on the crate again. Yeah, well, sometimes the truth really isn't what people need to hear. The muffled roar of a cheer echoed its way to the alley. Adahi looked toward it briefly and then back at the sky. The only moments I know where the truth is best left unsaid are moments when all words are best left unsaid, Adahi explained. You know why I wouldn't have said any of that stuff to you today? Because none of it is true, yeah? You're not lucky to have a Brio brother. It barely affects you, and from what I done seen, the little effect it has ain't no good. You're worried about his safety, and you're too embarrassed to stand up straight beside him, eh? No one hopes you go following Lorenzo into the city guard, Chikalan. And no one's worried whether you're gonna accomplish great things, yeah? Nobody except you, maybe. You're not your brother, and you gotta stop weighing yourself against him, yeah? I don't let nobody else tell me what I'm worth. Corin sort of chuckled and sort of sighed. And how do you determine your worth, Adahi? The Outlander twirled the gaudy display of charms on his spear. He pinched one between his thumb and the first knuckle of his index finger, gently rubbing the stone's polished surface. It was a tiny carving of the sun. I listen, he said gently. Suddenly snapping from somber to anxious, Adahi shot up to his toes and bent his 4 knees into a tight crouch. I need to leave now, yeah? And you should go find your Brio brother. In a single spring, Adahi was back on the rooftops. He tapped Corin on the shoulder with his spear. Hey, but not till you're ready for the truth, yeah? He smiled and bounded off before Corin could respond, his trailing giggles bouncing back down the roof at him. Corin half-heartedly threw up a hand to wave him goodbye. He sat there in the sun until he was sitting in a shadow. He was watching his hands for some reason, letting the creases fold and unfold. Fold and unfold. He was amazed at how dull and empty they looked. Finally, Corin pushed off from the crate and walked back through the southern gate. Chapter 7. A Poison in Your Blood. The diving bell echoed the smallest scrapes and thumps and splashes into a tremendous, focused racket of reverberation. Alenka grabbed onto the railing inside and pulled herself up into its bleak dome. The darkness was oppressive, even with the glow of her lantern's shells. She loosened a strap on her waist and slid it through the lantern's handle. The blue light illuminated the water at the base of the bell far more than the air pocket above it. Alenka stared up at the dim twirls of light refracting through the water's ripples around her torso. They painted the meager metal canopy with a chaotic beauty that only emphasized the bell's rigid ugliness. Somehow, it felt even smaller from the inside. Alenka had never been one to fear cramped spaces. She'd once stowed away inside a chest of scrolls, but something about this bell made her squirm. Perhaps it wasn't the size of the structure, but who controlled it that bothered her. A line of bubbles snaked up from the blue bloom below, and Daiwala rose up into the bell beside her. "You got it?" Alenka asked. Daiwala nodded as she hoisted herself into place, gesturing to a hook clipped to the strap at her chest. "The line looks secure." She pulled a net up out of the water as she spoke, draping it over the handrail beside her. "And we have about 150 meters of rope to work with." "All right," Alenka whispered. She could feel her words speeding up as she said them. "Nothing to worry about, right? Everything's in place. The plan will work. It has to. This'll be easy, don't you think? Just another Buisit job just like all the other—" "Sister," Daiwala interrupted, pressing a sturdy palm against Alenka's chest. "You are doing a terrible job of relaxing." Alenka tried to smile, but felt her cheeks awkwardly quiver instead. "You're right. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just— breathe with me." Daiwala drew in a gentle breath, her hand still pressed against Alenka's chest. Alenka closed her eyes and followed the sounds of Dai's air. "Too much," Dai whispered. "Be gentle with it. Sip, do not chug. Keep your diaphragm relaxed." "Okay," Alenka muttered as she exhaled. The bell trembled and something metallic screeched through the water above them. Daiwala pulled her hand away and checked the lid of her lantern. Alenka did the same. "Here we go." Dai grinned as the bell quivered around them. "It is exciting, is it not?" Alenka chuckled nervously. "You're insane, Dai. You know that, don't you?" "Oh, come on, sister." Daiwala was far too playful given their predicament. "Surely we have heaven's blessing in this. Our cause is just. There is nothing to fear. Enjoy the thrill, but don't forget to exhale. Come on, let it out." The bell shook again, harder this time. Alenka closed her eyes, focusing on her breathing. "I'm sure I'll enjoy it more as a memory." "Oh, Alenka," Dai clicked her tongue in pity. "What a terrible way to live. Your misery will do nothing to change our fates. Why then would you choose it over happiness?" The bell's speed was quickly picking up. Alenka could sense the motion through the metal at her back. The temperature was dropping too, and the echoes from above were completely silenced now. She could feel the pressure building up behind her eyes and ears, and her shallow, ragged breaths were making her shoulders shake. "You know, Dai," Alenka grumbled, "you can't always choose how you feel." "Ha!" Daiwala spat. "Lightning on that thought! You are always in control of your mind. Here, I will prove it to you. Smile." Alenka shook her head. "I'm more likely to vomit." "Hey, come on. None of this stubbornness. Smile for me, sister." Alenka sighed but forced her cheeks into a grin. "Now, hold it there," Dai said. "Give it some time to sink in." Alenka rolled her eyes but kept on smiling. She felt ridiculous, but despite all her elegant skepticism, it was starting to work. A chuckle slipped through her teeth, and she was suddenly smiling in earnest. "There we go, sister," Daiwala said. "Now, don't forget to exhale. Keep your mind calm and keep your breath shallow." Alenka let out her breath, a cool stream of air in the frigid ambiance. She really was starting to feel better. She looked up at the light twirling across the canopy, then glanced down at the lantern at her waist. She briefly considered double-checking to make sure the lid was open, but she cast the thought aside. It was probably fine. What did it matter anyway? Dai was right. What will happen will happen. Why worry about it? She looked back up at the ceiling. It was strange, but it almost looked like the ripples of light were getting brighter, swirling faster. "It really is thrilling, isn't it, Dai?" She smiled sleepily. That light is something else. So much brighter now that we're this deep. How pretty, she slurred. Daiwala's smile fell as she stared across the bell at Alenka. She pulled her hand up from the water and pressed it against Alenka's chest. Sister, exhale, now, Dai ordered. You need to empty your lungs. Alenka giggled. Oh, calm down, Dai. And you say I'm the one that needs to relax? Daiwala switched sides, pulling up next to Alenka's freezing frame. She pushed 2 fingers up under Alenka's jaw, her eyes wide as scallops as she listened to her pulse. Alenka, listen to me. Breathe out, now. Alenka sighed and smiled, only vaguely aware of Daiwala's pestering words. She let her head drift down, gazing into the blue light. The water was so much higher in the bell now. It seemed impossibly high. In fact, her head was almost pressed up against the bell's top. How funny. And the light just kept getting brighter, didn't it? White sparks and glares were dancing around the outside of her vision, like a tunnel of stars closing in on the azure glow beneath her. She could feel Daiwala screaming into her ear right beside her, but everything was numb and tingly and warm. Tiny fingers were tickling across her skin and pricking at her muscles. Her eyes were getting very heavy, so she let them close. The blue light faded, but she was delighted to find that the whirlpool of stars remained. Was this the Silver River? Had she stumbled upon Heaven's Gate? It really is thrilling, she mumbled across her stiff, clumsy tongue as her words slurred to silence. Alenka felt a sting across her cheek, like a numb wound thawing back to pain. She gasped and coughed and felt every centimeter of her body trembling. Gently, breathe gently, Alenka. Come on, take it easy. Alenka opened her eyes to see Daiwala right in front of her. She blinked rapidly and tried to speak, but was met by another round of coughing. I said easy, did I not? Daiwala scolded. What part of that did you not understand, sister? Die? Alenka stammered. A shock of pain shot through her lungs and she clutched at her chest. Die, what happened? Shh, Daiwala whispered. Be still. You drank too deeply. I warned you, but you rarely listen. Alenka sighed, leaning back against the bell and grabbing her brow. Oh, my Uzai head. The pain is normal, Daiwala chuckled, and then pulled down on Alenka's eyelid, studying the red flesh inside. I will not lie. You had me quite worried, sister. Are you feeling all right? Alenka exhaled very slowly, trying to gauge her level of discomfort. The pressure was obvious and much stronger than she had imagined, especially in her skull. She could still feel all her bodily functions pulsing and sloshing inside her, but they felt weaker. It was like her heartbeat was somehow distant, like the blood pumping through her neck had gotten thicker. Her lungs were still inflating, but it was a strained, shallow expansion. Dai had been right. Everything had slowed down. I think I'm all right, Alenka stammered at a throb of pain in her chest. It almost felt like she had bruised her lungs. Daiwala gently pinched her friend's nose. Equalize the pressure. Alenka exhaled against Dai's grip and felt the crackling in her ears and the relief in her skull. Daiwala pulled away, and Alenka sniffed and shook her head again. Okay, I think I'm good. You ready? Daiwala nodded. I am ready, but you will stay here. Dai, seriously? Alenka groaned. This again? I didn't come all the way down here for nothing. I'm going down with you. I'm feeling better already. Sister, Daiwala drifted forward, placing her hands on Alenka's shoulders. We might still have another 100 meters to the bottom, yes? 50 at the very least. This may only be halfway, and it gets worse after this. You must trust me in this. Stay here. Di, I'm coming with you. You can't haul that chest on your own, and you need me to help comb the bottom. We have no idea how far we are from the wreck. Alenka closed her eyes, breathing out slowly. If I wasn't feeling better, I would tell you, all right? I need you to trust me, too. Daiwala felt Alenka's pulse again, and then pulled down on her other eyelid. Alenka rolled her eyes, but surrendered herself to the prying. Daiwala grunted and leaned back. Fine, Dai muttered, but you need to take it slow. The deep has little sympathy for those who do not respect its strength. I will, she clapped Dai's tattooed bicep. Promise. Daiwala nodded and checked her lantern. The shrimp didn't seem as agitated anymore, and the shells were all still glowing. She grunted and turned to Alenka. What is the plan, then? Alenka smiled and gazed down at the abyss below. I say we sink straight down and circle around from there. Daiwala nodded. We will need to mark the bottom somehow, or we will never find the bell again. True, Alenka mumbled. We should also stay within sight of each other's lanterns. I imagine it's pretty easy to lose your bearings down there. Easier than you could imagine, Daiwala stated flatly. Do not forget that we must rise slowly. We can come back to the bell for a quick breath if we need it, but then we must immediately dive down again before the change in pressure has time to poison our blood. Do you understand? Of course. Dai nodded. So, we are ready then? Yeah, Alenka exhaled slowly. Yeah, I think so. Then breathe with me, sister. Daiwala extended her left hand to Alenka's right arm, her right hand still grasping the railing inside the bell. Alenka mirrored the gesture. Fill your lungs, but be sure to fill them slowly, gently. They inhaled together, drawing in crisp, chilled streams from the compressed pocket in the bell. With a wink, Daiwala released the handrail, and Alenka followed. They held on to each other's arms as they drifted down, still and cold as anchors. Alenka tried to guess how deep they were sinking, but in the empty black void there was nothing to go by. She was completely blind in this lightless world. If it weren't for the lanterns, she wouldn't even have seen Daiwala's face in front of her own. Dai's eyes were closed, and her body was rigid. She seemed perfectly relaxed. Not the forced relaxation that comes with concentration, but genuine harmony with the crushing depths around them. It was beautiful and terrifying. Suddenly, Dai opened her eyes and glanced down below them. Alenka looked too, just in time to see the abyssal plain lighting beneath their fins. They landed softly, a plume of silt rising from their gentle impact. Alenka scanned the area. The light of the lanterns was weaker than she had hoped, fizzling to gloom after just 3 meters of strained clarity. Daiwala leaned down and felt the ground at her feet. There was no vegetation anywhere, but the seafloor was surprisingly full of life. Crustaceans marched over rocks as pale as bone. Frills of scum waved from the backs of shells and broken branches. It was a gray and simple world, but far from empty. Daiwala shifted a few rocks into a pile where they had landed, and Alenka joined with her. They formed a simple cross in the muck. Nothing complex, but it was large and bright. Most importantly, it was obviously unnatural. Alenka turned to Dai and slowly twirled a finger over her head. Daiwala nodded, and together they started to circle out from their marker. They panned the plain gently, drifting more than swimming. The water felt thicker this far into the abyss, and Alenka found that she was easily suspended in the pressure. She loosened the lantern from her waist and held it in front of her as she crept along the muck. Crabs and lobsters cringed and scurried from the blue gleam, abandoning half-consumed fish with pallid flaps of tissue waving in Alenka's wake. She glanced back and can barely see the glow of Daiwala's lantern in the distance. She realized then that more than anything else, she was afraid of getting lost down here. Alenka blinked the fear away and turned her attention back to the sea floor. She wasn't covering enough ground. She decided to slowly swing her lantern from one hand to the other, adding another meter to her sight in both directions. Back and forth she passed the light in front of her, a false thrill bursting through her chest every time she spied a large rock or a sunken log. It was hard to tell how long they had been looking, but Alenka was starting to feel the jitters in her arms. It felt like she still had at least another 10 minutes of air, but she would need to save most of it for the ascent. She twisted around and spied Daiwala's bloom in the distance, and with a simple kick, started to drift back to their marker. As she swam, Alenka's heart trembled at the pale gleam of a branch off to her right. She swallowed the thrill, knowing it was just another false alarm. She didn't have time to explore it now. But the image stuck with her. Something about it was wrong. The stick was too barren and far too straight to be natural. Alenka leaned back into a gentle flip turn, letting her body drift down to the sea floor again. She tapped the glass of the lantern, and 3 shrimp suddenly shot across the container in streaks of brilliant blue. The stick in the distance came into view, its barkless shaft protruding from the muck. Alenka's heart began to race as she realized that its surface wasn't just smooth, it was polished. She sped over to the piece of wood, gripped its smooth handle, and pulled its wide, flat end from the slime. It was an oar. A line of bubbles burst from her mouth as Alenka let out a chuckle of excitement. She lifted the lantern higher, gazing around for any more artifacts, but saw only scum swaying in the gloom. Alenka tucked the oar in the crook of her arm, letting its tip drag in the mud beneath her as she swam back to the marker. Daiwala was waiting for her when she arrived. The tattooed Sirena raised her lantern and grinned at the sight. She motioned above, and together they rose back up to the bell. To Alenka's delight, Daiwala did not make them stop to rest, but rose straight up into the air pocket. "Did you find it?" Daiwala exclaimed as she exhaled. Alenka coughed and sucked in a fresh breath. "No, but it's probably close by. I left a trail back to where I found this." Daiwala reached over and took the oar from Alenka. "This was definitely from their bunker. Heaven help them. You can tell by the carving at the base. Daisei always marked her oars with an octopus. You see it?" Alenka leaned in and let her fingers slip along the simple carving, 10,000 bittersweet memories assailing her. "Do you think there's any chance they're still alive?" Daiwala shook her head. "No, those Kaizo would not have let them go. My guess is Daisei probably sank their ship herself just so they could not get to the jewels." "You're probably right." Alenka paused, trying to suppress the anger building in her throat. It was tight and painful, almost like a sting. The pain shot down the side of her neck and into her arm, making her twitch. Maybe it wasn't anger at all. Daiwala noticed Alenka's flinch and motioned back to the deep. "Come," Daiwala whispered. "We must descend again quickly, before we get sick." Alenka nodded, and together they dropped back to the sea floor, Daiwala trailing a net in her grip. They landed a few meters off from their marker, but quickly found Alenka's trail in the slime. They followed it back to its end, and once again panned out in a wide, sweeping spiral. Alenka moved quickly, eagerly pulling herself along the slick stones. She found a few more pieces of broken wood and a length of twine suspended in the murk, but the rest of the wreck remained elusive. Out of the corner of her eye, Alenka noticed the glare of Daiwala's lantern waving quickly back and forth. Alenka turned and kicked off toward the light. First, Dai came into sight. Then another body, limp and pale against the sea floor. Alenka drifted down, gazing into the dead Cyrena's eyes. Alenka recognized her face as a member of Daisei's crew, but she had never learned her name. The Cyrena's throat had been slit, and the ashen wound was bulging out in grotesque rows of tattered fish-nibbled tissue. Alenka turned away from the grisly sight and noticed Daiwala waving for her attention. She pointed out into the murk, tapping at the glass of her lantern. The light was catching something big in the distance, a reverse silhouette glowing against the eerie darkness beyond. They slipped through the water toward the glow, and the wreckage came into sight. The banca had landed upside down, half of the bow buried in the mud. Alenka set down her lantern and grabbed a hold of the exposed end, while Daiwala pressed up from underneath. The boat shifted easily, the tip of the pontoon casting a cloud of silt as it pulled up into the water. Alenka drifted down next to Dai as the boat settled, feeling surprisingly dizzy from the meager effort. The cloud of dust dissipated, and a line of bubbles slipped from the cavities of the sunken banca. There, wedged under the ship's wooden beam, was Daisei's limp body. Alenka stared. The Cyrena had been much older than her, but Daisei still should have had decades left on the sea. A spear was protruding through her gut just above her left hip, and it looked like she must have used the last of her strength to pry up a few boards at the base of the deck with her knife. Alenka drifted over to Daisei's corpse and cradled her frigid face in her hands. Daisei had been one of the few people who trusted Alenka in the beginning, back when she was still just a lost guppy flopping free of her pampered puddle. She had offered them jobs they had no business taking because she believed in them. She had taught Alenka all she knew about trade on the Great Sea, but now... Alenka tried to close the Cyrena's bloated eyes, but the stiff lids wouldn't stay shut. She needed to do something. She had to pay her respects somehow. Sure, Daisei had been a miserable old crab. She drank like a fish and could sniff out blood better than any shark, but she'd also been like a mother to her. A loud, salty, wonderful mother. Alenka felt the sea's immensity crushing in around her, and the silence of the deep roared through her frozen bones. She felt Daiwala's hand press on her shoulder, and she turned away. Together they crept along the bottom of the banca. It was long and wide, but very simple in shape. The two quickly found the trap door that Omi had mentioned. There was a small cutout in the wood with a rope handle. It pulled open easily, revealing the edge of the chest inside. Alenka tapped on Dai's shoulder and pointed back toward their marker. She nodded, and together they hefted the box out into the muck and dragged it between them. Bubbles kept escaping her lips as she hefted her end of the chest. It felt much heavier than Alenka had expected, but it might just have been the effects of the pressure straining her muscles. Daiwala was either unaffected or very good at hiding her discomfort. But Dai was also a Buisit force of nature, so she didn't count. The marker came into sight, and the two dropped the box onto the muck. Alenka studied the latch in front and motioned for a rock. Daiwala brought one, and Alenka smashed it against the big rusty lock. After 5 hits, the busted mechanism slid free, and Alenka drifted back in fatigue. She gripped at her head, seeing the swirl of sparks close in on her vision again. Daiwala slipped into her place and pried open the lid. She held her lantern over the contents, letting the blue light catch the facets of 100 mountain rubies. Alenka drifted back down to Dai, gazing in over her friend's shoulder. It must have taken Daisei's crew months to get this many rubies from the tall miners. It was a dazzling fortune, enough to sail away on silk sheets, sipping coconut cream in a gilded captain's quarters, but the wealth didn't matter to Alenka. This was personal. As long as those Uzai Kaizo didn't get their claws on it, Alenka would be satisfied. The two Cyrena offered each other one quick grin before piling the loot out into their net. The pieces were gorgeous, much more elegantly crafted than typical Bantai Tubig jewelry. The scarlet rubies shone a deep violet in the blue light, their golden chains and brackets exploding into rows of stars. When the chest was emptied, Alenka filled it with rocks and clapped the lid shut. Daiwala pulled a spare lock from inside her vest and briskly snapped it down on the latch. With one last nod, the two Cyrena gripped the chest and net between them, then kicked off back into the gloom above. The exertion was tremendous. The chest alone had been more than they could manage comfortably, but with the added weight of the rocks, Alenka felt like her body would simply seize up. Her air was running very low, and the force needed to keep her fins going was sucking the last drops of oxygen from her chest. A bolt of pain struck her neck and arm again, hitting the exact same place they had before. Daiwala noticed the burst of bubbles escape from Alenka's lips and pulled the lantern from her hip and placed it on the chest between them. She smiled and flicked the glass. The explosion of light filled Alenka's sight, and for a moment she was able to forget the pain and just keep kicking. Daiwala's eyes and cheeks were pulled taut in discomfort, but her smile was a plume of warmth in the murk. Alenka gritted her teeth as she kicked and kicked and kicked. The weight of the chest was incredible, and no matter how hard she fought against the deep, it felt like they were sinking instead of rising. She strained her eyes, pushing past the pain in her arms and neck and lungs to search for the elusive diving bell above. Burning panic was rushing up into her throat. The desire to gasp, to thrash, to drop the chest and claw madly at nothing until the void in her chest was filled with something. Her eyes blurred, but through the fog she finally spied the rim of the bell, suddenly illuminated above her. Panic was replaced by desperation, and Alenka poured the last of her stamina into lifting the chest's handle over the bell's salvage hook. The instant the cargo was secured, Alenka burst up into the pocket of air, letting the meager few centimeters of oxygen bloom to icy life inside her pounding chest. She gasped and leaned back and gasped again, color suddenly rushing back into her vision. She tightened her arm around the handrail while she massaged the twinge in her neck. Daiwala shot up beside her. "Lightning, sister!" Dai cried. "You were right after all, eh? No way I could have hauled that without you." Daiwala pressed her hand against her face, pulling down on her eyelids as she wiped the water from her chuckling features. Alenka wanted to smile or roll her eyes or tease her sister, but instead she just sat there, panting in their oasis of air. It was all she could do. Daiwala smacked Alenka's arm. "Hey, I told you it would be exciting, did I not?" Alenka shook her head and smiled as she panted, but a horrible thought struck her. "We need to go back down, don't we?" Daiwala rolled her shoulders and flexed her webbed fingers, staring down at the pulsing capillaries in the membrane. "We will rest for now. Perhaps it will be all right." She clenched her fist and glared up at Alenka. "But if you feel anything, you must descend immediately." Alenka nodded, contemplating the pain in her neck. Every beat of her heart brought a fresh sting that shot down her arm, but each new spasm was weaker than the last. She breathed slowly, letting the shocks numb to an annoying throb that grew softer and softer, but never quite went away. Alenka shook the anxious thoughts from her aching head. It would be fine. She had run very low on air. Pain was to be expected. She just needed to hold still and breathe. Keep calm and breathe. She pulled up on the handrail and closed her eyes. "Is the net secure?" Daiwala nodded, her exhausted voice like reeds in the breeze. "It is attached. As soon as we are ready, we can begin the ascent. Alenka nodded and looked around at their sheltered, rusty bubble. How much air do we have left? Daiwala shrugged. Hopefully enough. Hopefully? Hopefully, Dai smiled. Stow your panic, sister. Give us a few more minutes to rest, then we will ring the bell, all right? Alenka leaned back. She wanted to relax. She wanted to give her lungs and muscles time to recover, but the water lapping at her throat was too unsettling, and the sea's chill had finally worked its way down into her bones. She waited in uncomfortable, trembling silence until their breathing steadied and Daiwala finally motioned to the sounding line. Alenka reached for the rope, startled by how much her hand was shaking. She pulled up on the line, hauling 2 meters of slack into the bell before it finally went tight. She jerked on the taut end over and over, hoping the motions made it to the surface. Finally, the bell started to lift. Alenka leaned back and watched the blue light of the shrimp lanterns illuminate 1,000 particles of marine snow drifting away beneath them. Daiwala was also watching the water, studying the specks with warm curiosity that began to harden into unusual fascination. Her eyes started to dart around, suddenly concerned, then frantic. Alenka scrunched up her brow and bumped Dai's arm. Hey, she said. Everything all right, sister? Daiwala jerked slightly at the touch but didn't respond. She gazed into the black depths as if she were straining to see phantom shadows that had just been there. Dai? What's up? Alenka pressed. You're freaking me out. Alenka clutched at her neck as a spasm split through her veins. The pain sent an icy jolt through her arm and chest, then another. Daiwala looked up, her eyes wide and round and blindingly white. They are not stopping, Daiwala stated. We have to ditch. Alenka cried out as the pain burst through her flesh again. She looked up at Daiwala in panic. What do you mean, ditch? Right now? Daiwala grabbed Alenka's arms, staring straight into her bleary eyes. They are trying to kill us, sister. We are rising too quickly. Just look. Alenka's frantic eyes darted around the bell. The air pocket had swollen to more than double its size, and the illuminated particles were streaking below them at ever-increasing speeds. Dai was right. They were coming up too fast. Alenka! Daiwala shook her by the shoulders as she screamed. Ditch! Now! Daiwala took a massive breath and then released her grip on the handrail, letting the bell slip away above her. Alenka looked down at the fading light of her friend's lantern. Her blood felt like it was bursting through her skin, violent throbs and pangs that shook her frame until she screamed and released her grip, and was swallowed up by the void. Chapter 8. Captain Brio. The crowd around the tower hadn't really dispersed so much as widened. There was still an oppressive swarm of Talax clogging the square, but they had wound themselves up into tight, little chattering bunches. Many had rolled barrels of ale out onto the cobblestones and were toasting to decorated children and future glories on the plains. The benches and tables along the edge of the plaza were packed to capacity, with merchants wandering around the edges, pushing cheap jewelry and fresh bread on anyone foolish enough to make eye contact. Corin wove his way through the masses and around the side of the central tower. The crowds were denser there, clustering around the front gate of an enormous square building. 2 nearly symmetrical statues sat on either side of the gaping doorway. Each was a relief carved into ancient sandstone blocks at least 4 meters tall. The statue on the left depicted a kneeling soldier gripping a flaming sword in one hand and a massive gem in the other. To the right was another soldier in the same pose, but wielding a long, flowing banner mounted on a spear. The statues were well worn and stained with clay smears of a slightly darker brown to patch the cracks in the failing stone. A steady gush of people moved in and out of the building, the dull roar of hundreds of voices reverberating through the cavernous walls and lofty ceiling of the training compound. Corin squeezed into the closest trickle and shuffled his way into the building, stepping with the pulse of the crowd. The training compound of the Guard had been reimagined as a banquet hall for the after-party. It was currently obscured by the crowd and tables, but the floor was a grid of stone pathways etching giant rectangles into a floor of bare sand. The training equipment had all been pushed against the walls into great piles of iron beams and mounted logs that Corin couldn't begin to fathom a purpose for. The crowd opened up a little past the doorway, and Corin made his way past rows of wooden tables laden with clay dishes of food and great barrels of dark, bitter ale. Most of the trays were covered in fresh breads and pastries. At a glance, every crusty roll was identical to the last, but each was stuffed with a different culinary treasure. Corin noticed a tray of swirled pastries that were wrapped and baked around whole carrots, crisped green tops, and all flowing from the end. Another tray held curiously knotted baskets of golden, flaky bread, each filled with a paste of tubers and lentils garnished with edible pink flower petals and deep green sprigs of some dried herb too fancy for Corin to recognize. Likely something foreign shipped from across the Great Sea. There was very little fruit present in any of the dishes, except a few baked apples here and there, and there was absolutely no meat. Fruit was just tough to come by out on the plains, but Talax weren't especially partial to eating flesh. At least not Centilians. There was no morality in it. It was simply a generally understood superstition that meat made you heat-sick, gave you a stomachache, and slowed you down. The caramel walls of the cacophonous room stretched back for a great distance, periodically draped with Centilian banners. At the end of the hall was a crowded wooden stand. There, near the left of the stage, was his family. The first thing Corin noticed was his brother's sun-bleached blonde hair flipping around with the energy of one of his animated stories. His father was standing close to his eldest son, facing Corin's grandparents and a younger couple that Corin didn't recognize. He held back for a few minutes, pointlessly nibbling at a fluffy roll that turned out to be interspersed with flakes of smoked chilies and roasted garlic. When the unfamiliar couple drifted down the stand, Corin meandered to the stairway. Lorenzo caught his eye first and flung himself over the railing at his brother. "You little scoundrel!" he cried. Lorenzo crashed into Corin, knocking them both to the ground and spilling a woman's glass of something lavender and sticky. Impressively, it managed to get into Corin's eye, hair, and all over the sleeve of his previously white shirt. "And what exactly do you think you're doing?" Lorenzo growled. "You think you could just charge into my party after bailing on me at the ceremony? You got a lot of nerve." Lorenzo sat up, pinning his brother down with his first knees crushing into his chest. The surrounding crowd mumbled in distress, but that was nothing Lorenzo would ever choose to notice. Corin pretended to hide his immense physical discomfort under the pretend emotional discomfort that his brother's display demanded. It was a familiar routine, and Corin knew the part. Fake displays of anger resulting in an inappropriately public wrestling match and tied up at the end with hug-it-outs and slaps on the backs. All just a playful charade. For Lorenzo, anyway. "Oh dear, was that today?" Corin choked out. "If only there had been a parade or something. You know, a big, loud, shiny show. Something really full of itself to help me remember." Lorenzo's eyes shone bright and bold as he shook his head down at him. For a moment, Corin thought he was going to pop him in the nose, but instead Lorenzo hopped off his chest and offered him a hand. "It was a little modest for the occasion, wasn't it?" Lorenzo winked as he wrenched Corin up to his toes. The new captain's mood had obviously been loosened up by the ale, and he forgave his little brother his sass. They embraced with much back-thumping and grunting, and Lorenzo pulled Corin up the stairs with a thick arm around the back of his neck. The crowd parted easily for Lorenzo, probably for fear of further antics. The rest of their family stood in a half-circle by a clothed table of drinks. Elder Lahanti grinned warmly at his grandsons, while his wife Maria ran to embrace Corin.
Oh dear, where were you? She reached up and grasped his face. You should have been there for your brother. She clucked her tongue and tilted her head in an exaggerated pout. Marcus, too, reached out and placed a hand on Corin's arm. She's right, son. Where did you run off to? As always, his face was stern, but not angry. I'm sorry. Corin grabbed a cloth napkin from the table and wiped the purple smear from his brow. I was talking with Adahi. We headed out of the noise for a minute and must have gotten carried away. Oh, that reminds me, grandfather. Adahi really needs to speak with you. Lahanti raised a hand to cut him off. He's told me all about it. An hour ago, actually. His grandfather arched a single, condemning eyebrow toward Corin. Lorenzo and I plan to visit their village first thing tomorrow morning. Lorenzo reached to the table and grabbed a mug. He was busy taking a gulp as he patted his brother's back again. That's right, and you're more than welcome to come with us. His smile was starry-eyed and tipsy, but undeniably sincere. We'll see, Corin offered, tossing the soggy cloth aside. I've got a lot to catch up on at the workshop, but I can Splendid, Lorenzo barked. You know, I could even round us up a couple of coyotes now. If you'd be interested, Cor. Wouldn't be a problem at all. You'd love it too, I tell you. What a way to travel. Nothing like those bulky red lizards. Perks of being an officer, eh? He laughed and sipped and spilled a little. Corin sighed. I suppose congratulations are in order, aren't they? Lorenzo put down his mug and looked Corin in the eyes, suddenly serious. Only if you mean it, Cor. Corin put on a smile, swallowed his pride, and threw a hand up onto his brother's armored shoulder. I do. I really do. Lorenzo's serene, beaming smile trembled a bit at the corner. He slipped his arm onto Corin's neck and pulled him down into an awkward, drunken huddle. Corin, and I'm not, he hiccuped, just saying this. That means a lot. What you think? Thunder and hail, I'm telling you. It means more than what anyone else in this whole bleeding building thinks. He panned his hand out over the crowd and then smacked it against his brother's chest. So thank you, Cor. I'm serious, okay? Thank you. Oh, shut up. Corin laughed and threw off his brother's arm. Group by group, the crowd of Talax slipped away into the failing heat and drawing shadows of the afternoon. The chaos of the banquet soothing to softer laughter and softer topics. Elder Morton rose to the stand and motioned for the guards lined against the walls to begin clearing the tables and shifting the stacked gear. Silently they went into motion, gently directing stragglers to the doorway and hefting furniture back into place. Elder Morton turned back to his wife, took her by the hand, and motioned to the remaining elders. They likewise each meandered off the stand, drifting to a small doorway to the left in a gentle chipper cloud of brilliant cloth and half-empty cups. Corin's grandparents softly offered their departing formalities and kissed their grandchildren before locking arms and following the flow. Marcus slapped Lorenzo's armored back, and the three of them slid off the stand and past the clearing tables. Outside, the day was still warm but dimming with encroaching clouds. The buildings glowed amber with a light that seeped deep into the sandy brick and speckled cobblestones. The shield above looked more translucent than it had during the ceremony, the light more white than gold now. It was like the plumes of heat put off from a smoldering coal, a mere ripple in the air. The Centilians laughed in great boisterous bursts that rumbled with their staggering drunken steps. Their tails swept along streets littered with crimson paper and cracked clay mugs. Dusk was still hours away, but to a people who rose and moved and lived by the sun, the overcast afternoon felt like the failing gleam of a sleepy twilight.
It was a day that glowed, not glared, and so the crowds staggered pitifully through the warm haze like club-tailed children huddling from the coldest winter they'd ever endured. Lorenzo stepped forward and took a long, deep breath. He turned back to his family, the stars of promise glittering at the corners of his obnoxious eyes.
"Father, you should head back home and rest. You must be exhausted."
Lorenzo lovingly patted Marcus's brass shoulders. His father grunted in grateful amusement.
"It has been a long day for me, my son, but I do not yet wish to abandon you or this evening."
He took Lorenzo by the shoulders.
"Do you have any idea how proud we are of you?"
Lorenzo chuckled, but grew surprisingly serious.
"Father, please, you can barely stand. Besides, I wanted to take Corin for a walk. I'm sure he's sick of all this formality."
"Oh, no," Corin shook his head. "Don't you dare drag me into this, Captain." Marcus grunted as a smile cracked his lips, his eyes assessing his boys.
"Perhaps you're right, son. It is late, and my day must begin well before the sun tomorrow."
He embraced Lorenzo and then Corin.
"Stay with your brother tonight," he grunted, patting Corin's shoulder. "There will be more than enough time for chores tomorrow."
He smiled and pressed down the street, a swelling pride lifting his knees and shoulders to new heights. As soon as his father was out of earshot, Lorenzo spun to his brother.
"What's troubling you, Cor?"
His eyes looked sincere, but Corin suspected it might have been the ale asking.
"Troubling me?"
Corin tried to laugh off his brother's advance. "You're letting the party get to your head. I'm just tired. Been a long day, just like you said."
"A long day, huh?"
Lorenzo repeated, leaning far too close to Corin's face. He studied him for a moment before shaking his head.
"Rubbish. It's not just today, baby brother. For months I've noticed it. Whenever you're around me, you get bloody quiet. You smile too much and talk too little. It's like you're wearing someone else's feelings. What's going on?"
Corin shrugged. "Maybe you just don't know me that well anymore. You've been training or running missions pretty much nonstop for the last year." Corin waited for a response, but the silence only grew. "So, were we going to walk somewhere, or was that just to encourage Father to go home?"
"Of course we're going," Lorenzo scoffed. "Come on."
He motioned across the massive courtyard. They walked in silent, drifting steps, moving slowly through the staggering huddles and drained kegs. Corin knew that this was not the end of Lorenzo's interrogation, so he kept his head down and braced himself.
"Here we are,"
Lorenzo announced, stopping in front of the massive wooden doors to Valen's tower. From this close, it was clear that the tower's bare, sandy surface was actually etched with hundreds of designs. They were simple and repetitive, but beautiful in their minimalism. They looked out of place in the grander structure, like they had been scratched into the tower's walls years after it was built. None of them climbed more than a few meters up the stone siding. Corin had seen them countless times, but this time he noticed that some of the designs may actually have been words, maybe even names. But they were too worn to decipher, rubbed smooth from hundreds of years of oily palms passing over their ridges and divots. "Why here?" Corin asked with budding interest. Lorenzo folded his arms and took a step back, his eyes dancing up and down the tower.
"When I was just a child, Grandfather would take me here and tell me stories of Valen, right here, to this spot. Do you remember?"
Corin nodded but kept his eyes down. "Of course, he took me too."
"Right."
Lorenzo swayed a little on his toes.
"I never really understood why, but I think today, I'm starting to get it. Do you remember how he ended his stories? He would always remind us that we were Valen's direct descendants."
Corin nodded. This felt like it was turning into a lecture.
"Why do you think he did that?" Lorenzo asked.
"Yep. Definitely a lecture. Corin shrugged. I assumed it was to make us proud of our lineage. Make sure we don't forget how important our ancestors were or what they did or something like that. Lorenzo took a few steps toward the tower. But why would that matter, Cor? Why do we need to be so concerned about what happened in the past? Valen did amazing things, but so what? It's all in the past. That's what I always used to think. Why not worry about now? Why not be concerned about what we're doing? It used to really bother me, He reached up and touched the wall. But today's got me thinking. Maybe he told us those stories to help us see who we could be, not just who we are. It's almost like a call from the past, isn't it? Corin snickered. You mean like destiny? Lorenzo turned to him. Yes, exactly like destiny. Something so much more than potential, something that's in your blood, something that's meant to be. Perhaps we too are destined for the same greatness as Valen, if we are willing to work for it. Lorenzo's preaching face was deeply serious, and Corin was deeply unable to take him seriously. Interesting, Corin muttered. He folded his arms and stepped up next to his brother, pretending to study the wall before them. You know what I think, Lorenzo? I think you've been drinking a little too much. His brother laughed heartily and slapped Corin's back. You know something, Cor? You're right. You are absolutely right. But why should that change anything? My lips are flapping a bit looser than I usually let them swing, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong. I've been thinking about this since I was a kid. Don't you ever just stare up at the stars and think about where you fit in it all? Corin took in a deep breath. Of course he did. Corin spent every waking moment wondering who he was and what place in this world he could possibly hold as his own. This conversation was starting to make him feel more vulnerable than he was comfortable with. But try not to, he mumbled. Lorenzo looked shocked. Why? Corin shrugged again and shifted his weight. Well, what if you don't fit in at all? What if you're such a small part of it that nothing you do or say could ever matter? He glanced at his brother. Lorenzo's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with horror. Cor, how could you think that? Look at this. He reached up and scratched the sandstone of the tower. A few grains shifted and stuck to his skin. He rubbed them between his fingers, letting them roll and tumble to the street. Can you imagine if every grain of sand that made this tower didn't feel important? Or if they all felt too small to be part of something this grand? It's just sand, Corin said. None of it feels anything. You know what I mean, Lorenzo grouched. Just look at it. It takes each individual grain to make this one extraordinary whole. But it doesn't. Corin turned to him, pointing a hand to the street. That's just my point. Valen's tower didn't need those grains. You scratched them off and the tower is still here. It's fine, nothing's changed. They're too little to matter. Lorenzo twisted up his face and shook his head. But you're missing the point, baby brother. Each one matters. Even if a few are lost, they still mattered. How can you decide which ones matter and which ones don't? Eventually, if you scratch long enough, it will make a difference, right? Eventually, a significant dent will be made. You'll carve a hole straight through this wall. If a few grains would make a difference then, why don't those same grains make a difference now? What makes the sand within any more important than the sand without? It's just sand, Lorenzo, Corin laughed. It's not that any single grain is more or less important than the others. I don't care where it is, none of them alone have very much importance. But add all of that minuscule importance together, and you've achieved something spectacular through sheer numbers, but nothing matters all on its own. Well, Lorenzo paused. For sand, maybe. But I believe Talax are different. Why, because you are one? Corin folded his arms and stared at the stones. Lorenzo watched Corin carefully, slightly confused by his bitter response. I didn't mean to offend you, Cor. I was trying to help you feel better. I know, Corin mumbled, and that's what was offensive. Lorenzo nodded, went silent, and then smacked Corin's chest with the back of his hand. You know, this wasn't the reason I brought you here. I was thinking you might like to go inside. He pointed up to the broad wooden doors off to the left. Corin's ears twitched involuntarily. Inside? How would we get inside? Was his brother planning on breaking into the most securely guarded building in all of Sentile? It wasn't as if Corin had any room to judge, but Lorenzo had only just been appointed to his new position. If he was caught, he would surely be stripped of his rank, maybe even locked up for treason. Well, Lorenzo said, when one is entering a building, one typically walks through the front door. He took a few steps to his left. The 4 tower guards on duty straightened at Lorenzo's approach. He was smiling broad and clear, and Corin could see those stupid stars again, taunting him from the corners of his brother's eyes. Since when do you have access to the tower? Corin followed him, too intrigued to be bitter. Since the ceremony today, Lorenzo announced. One of my newly appointed duties is to oversee the security of the major political and historical buildings within Sentile's Central District. I now have unrestricted access to the barracks, the training hall, the 5 departments of the elders, the archives, and, he twirled and bowed, his arms outstretched to the great wooden doors, Valens Tower. Lorenzo pressed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled a pair of shrill ascending notes. The 4 tower guards split, 2 lifting the massive wooden latch from the doors while the others pried open the brass handles. The sound echoed through the chamber beyond, and a soft line of golden light began to spread out onto the cobblestone street from within. Lorenzo's hand clapped down on Corin's shoulder. Well, what do you say, little brother? A small crowd of shocked, tipsy Talax was building behind them, straining to see into the tower's clandestine glow. Curiosity and pride grappled in Corin's mind, but eventually curiosity won. He couldn't resist the tower's pull. Lorenzo's grin broadened, and they stepped into the cavernous chamber together. Chapter 9. Afoul of the Rocks. Omi slid the blunt end of her knife up the side of Mari's throat, feeling the stunned Cyrena quiver as the steel traced the pulsing bulge of her artery. Such a pretty face. Wouldn't you agree, Arun? The Seakoi wiped his mouth with the back of his hand as he grinned. I can't be too sure, Captain. She be shaking so bad I ain't seeing her straight. He brushed the backs of his fingernails against the small of Mari's back. She yelped and sat up straighter. Oh, shh. Omi clucked as she leaned in. Don't give us that look. You knew you were sailing into narrow straits, didn't you? Marikit stiffened as the point of Omi's knife pressed into the base of her throat. She twitched back but felt Arun grip at her hair. The bones in her wrists crackled under the bamboo rope as she strained against it in vain. Mari whimpered and closed her eyes. I was just coming to help them with the haul. Omi pressed forward on her knife, gently piercing the tip into her chest. A bead of blood pooled to the blade, but quickly streaked down Mari's vest with the coursing rain. Marikit trembled at the pain but bit her lip to keep herself from crying out. Don't lie to me, little minnow, Omi whispered. Pretty little things like you should keep their lips clean. She reached up and gripped Mari's face, forcing her cheeks and mouth into a scrunched pucker. Mari tried to pull away but felt Arun's hands tighten around her matted locks behind her. What do you want? Mari managed through strained features. Me? Silly girl. You're asking about me? Omi smiled and suddenly slapped Marikit with the ringed back of her hand. But I am not done talking about you. She leaned back in, her voice suddenly dripping with coconut syrup. Just look at you.
Delicate little flowers should stay back on land where they belong. Yet, here you are, slinking around my ship in the dark. It's like you're not a flower at all. More like an Uzai crab picking at a sunken corpse. So tell me, pretty minnow, Omi whispered as she crouched down to Mari's level. What was your plan, The light in Omi's eyes was terrifying. It was a wicked gleam that didn't seem to notice the rain streaking before it, or the midnight pressing in against it. Mari didn't know what to say, so she held her tongue. Omi scoffed and pulled her knife away. You're a funny little contradiction, the Kaizo captain said. An ugly Ugkoi Kudori mounted on a perfect Katar face, and yet you're out here running dirty jobs for a Sirena crew? Omi wiped the blood from her knife off on Mari's vest and pressed the end of the handle up under her chin, forcing the frightened Sirena's face up into the downpour. Omi stared down into Mari's eyes, chuckling as she flinched away from her gaze. Well, that's just it then, isn't it? Omi grinned with open teeth, like she couldn't decide if she should laugh or sigh or bite. Caught between worlds. You're playing dress-up, aren't you, little sister? Hiding your face in plain sight, trying to claw your way down to the holy city. My. Now I understand. You've gone and drunk yourself silly on those poison dreams, haven't you, little minnow? Mari didn't respond, but her eyes drifted away to the wet boards beneath them. Omi stood and smirked. Well, this may surprise you, but I know a thing or two about the dangers of silly dreams. I was young and stupid once too, and I had my swollen heart broken by a harsh world and an unforgiving sea. She paused, cocking her head to the side as she regarded Mari. You know what? I don't feel so bad about all this anymore. In fact, I do believe I'm doing you a favor, little sister. It would be absolute cruelty to let a dreamer taste reality. Wouldn't you agree, Arun? Much better to nip this pretty flower in the bud before she has time to wilt. At that, Hiroki stepped up beside Arun, pulling a knife from his vest and pressing it against Mari's quivering throat. Captain, he growled. Omi shook her head. Oh, don't be stupid. You can't go fishing without bait. Alenka couldn't feel her arm. Actually, she couldn't feel her anything through the pain. It permeated every centimeter of her flesh, branching out under her skin like crushing, curling fingers that pulled her into a tight, miserable mass. Dai had been right. It was a pain that was in her very blood, swelling and burning until her veins and muscles had tightened and burst, red splotches welling up all across her slate-blue skin. She tried to hold still, to calmly let Daiwala suspend her in the water, but she couldn't keep her body from trembling, and she couldn't keep her limbs from jerking. She wanted to scream and plead with something, anything, to take the pain away. But they were still very deep under the water, and she had no more air left to scream. Daiwala held Alenka in place, clutching her tortured frame against her chest. She was kicking gently, trying to keep them from drifting into the depths, but with no light or objects in the void around them, it was impossible to tell if they were rising or falling. Alenka wanted to worry about that. She wanted to plan and analyze the problem and figure out a solution to their predicament, but her mind was somewhere far away. Her flesh was at war with itself. Her blood was demanding that she descend, and her lungs were pleading for her to rise. So she did neither. She drifted and shook, praying that Dai wouldn't let them drown. The minutes crept by as Alenka shivered away her air. Each time the pain began to subside, Daiwala would kick them higher, causing a fresh wave to bite into her neck and arm. She knew she needed to stay submerged. She knew that pressure was the only thing that could help the pain, but it didn't matter.
She wanted to rise, to be free of the water and the cold and the crushing black, to feel the air and the rain against her skin. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore. She was fighting against her instincts. The depths had caused the pain. How could lingering help end it? And for the first time in her life, Alenka felt like she was drowning. When they finally reached the surface, the rain muffled Alenka's screams. The world around her suddenly matched the chaos within, everything flailing and pounding and bursting apart. They had come up a full 20 meters from the Kaizo barge, but Daiwala still wrapped her hand over Alenka's mouth to silence her. Alenka didn't resist. She couldn't resist. They bobbed across the heaving waters, the light of the pirate vessel fading to a dim bloom in the storm's haze. Dai was pulling Alenka along the inky swell in utter darkness, and it occurred to her that Daiwala must have had the good sense to abandon their lanterns before they reached the top. Alenka wasn't sure how, but amid the rain and the pain, Daiwala managed to find their banka bound between two jagged rocks. She felt Dai heft her into the ship, followed by a burst of agony from the impact. Alenka scrunched up in the cramped space, clutching at her chest and throat. Daiwala was beside her in an instant. "Where is the pain, sister?" Alenka tried to speak but couldn't force her teeth to unclench. It was a stupid question anyway. Where wasn't the pain? Her fins and fingers were tingling like she'd held them too close to a fire. All her joints were aching with the cold. Her neck and right arm each felt like they'd taken a spear, and her skin was being ripped open from the inside out. She managed to motion toward her neck and arm, and Daiwala quickly swung her leg over Alenka's side and began to massage the burning muscles with her palm. Alenka screamed but submitted herself to the torture. "Here?" Dai asked. "From your jaw down?" Alenka nodded, clenching her eyes against the storm. Daiwala increased the pressure, dragging her hand from Alenka's neck down to the crook of her elbow. It stung, but it did seem like it might be helping. "You feel nothing in your back, yes? Nothing down your spine?" Alenka shook her head. Her breath trembled as she exhaled, and her whole body was shaking in distress. "And your head?" Daiwala asked. "Do you have any sharp pains in your skull?" Alenka grunted. "Just from all your bullshit questions." Daiwala laughed and smacked at Alenka's back. "You are lucky, you know. The poison blood seems to only be in your arm. There are much worse places it could be." "Lucky," Alenka mumbled into the swollen boards beneath her. She supposed she had been lucky. Daiwala had warned her that she was not ready, but she had been stubborn and gone anyway. The Kaizo had tried to kill them, and yet they were alive. They had all escaped. They were all... "Dai, where's Mari?" Daiwala paused, massaging for an instant, but quickly continued. "I have been wondering that as well," she muttered. "She was supposed to meet us here, yes?" Alenka nodded. She tried to sit up, but a fresh burst of pain forced her down again. "Dai, we have to go find her, before the Kaizo do." "Shh." Daiwala pressed down on Alenka's back. "Be still, sister. You cannot worry about her now. You are still not well. I will go find her. I am sure she just got lost in the dark. You know Mari." "Dai, this is serious." Alenka pushed Daiwala away, flipping up onto her side. She panted at the strain, but was able to tentatively relax against the gunwale. "She could be in trouble. We need to go find her right now." A moment of blinding light flashed around them, followed almost immediately by a guttural swell of thunder. In that instant, Alenka could see Daiwala's face clearly. Her cheeks were high and gaunt, strained with dread and guilt. A forced smile pulled too tightly across her features. She met Alenka's eyes, but quickly looked away. And then Alenka understood. It was a look she had seen before, the kind of look a worried parent gives to a frightened child. She was putting on a show for Alenka's sake.
Dai, what happened? Alenka muttered. Tell me what you know, please.
Daiwala sighed and turned away, abandoning all attempts at reassurance as she began checking on the many knives strewn throughout the sheaths and pouches on her vest and girdle.
The Kaizo have taken her captive, Dai stated. When we came up, I could hear them speaking to her on the deck of the barge. They must have caught her disabling their rudder. I think that is why they tried to kill us.
Alenka leaned forward, gripping Daiwala's vest.
You knew? You knew when you left her there?
Daiwala closed her eyes and wrapped a gentle hand around Alenka's wrist.
What would you have done, sister? You are in no state to fight. If we would have gone straight in like stupid, hungry sharks, then I would have lost both of you.
Her voice hung heavy, the quiet words somehow piercing the din of the storm. Another flash broke around them and Daiwala stood.
I will go get her, she announced, and you will stay hidden and stay quiet.
Alenka screamed out her protests, but Dai didn't wait. She flipped off the deck of the banca, launching herself into a smooth dive from the tip of the pontoon. Alenka thrashed up to her knees, reaching out after her, but Daiwala was already gone, swallowed up in the black sea of her own resolve. Alenka swore and smacked her fist against the banca's planks. She sat back and felt the rain streaming down her throbbing, burning skin. Her hands and feet were floating far away from her senses, and all her joints ached, but the pain streaking through her arm was different now, like the fresh sting of an urchin quill finally pulled free. The pain was just as intense, but it was somehow better? Maybe? She shook her head and slapped at her neck. She wasn't sure if it was just the adrenaline, but her mind felt quick and sharp. The haze was dissipating. She lifted her webbed hand up as a flash of lightning bloomed across the gray world around her. Her skin was streaked with red, bulbous blotches, but her hand wasn't shaking anymore.
Give me strength,
Alenka whispered to nothing in particular. She lit the banca's lamp and slipped into the water. Chapter 10. Just Like Me. Corin was expecting his eyes to have to adjust to a dark, dusty room, but the inside of the tower was actually brighter than the streets. The immensity of the chamber was instantly apparent, and Corin felt himself tipping back as his eyes climbed ever higher and higher up the walls. At first, he guessed that there were windows or torches casting the light in the tower, but the reality was so much more extraordinary. The inside of the tower was a massive cage of steel pillars and crossbeams, each streaked with swirling golden patterns that led to flameless lanterns lining an impossibly long staircase spiraling up the wall at a steady incline. Corin had always thought the tower was just built of stone. This was so much more than he had imagined. Corin drifted to the nearest wall, vaguely aware of his brother's gloating gaze on his back. Corin leaned in, studying the glowing lines on the support beam. They didn't make any sense. It was as if the scratches in the metal were casting their own light, bolts of lightning illuminating the clouds of cold gray steel around them. Corin raised his palm, hovering it over the light. He was half expecting the surface to be hot, like the cherry tips of his father's forging tools.
Go ahead,
Lorenzo offered, motioning to the wall. Corin glanced back and then pressed his fingers to its surface. The glowing lines felt cool, exactly like the metal surrounding it. He slid his fingertips across its surface, feeling a faint seam in the steel. The golden designs must have been a different type of metal laid into etchings in the beams. But what metal would glow like this? Corin stepped back, his eyes tracking the lines all the way up to the surface of the tower, hundreds of meters above them. Does the sun gem do this? Lorenzo nodded, his dreamy, watery eyes drifting up the wall.
Sure does. Powers the whole thing, day and night, just like the shield.
beautiful, Corin whispered despite himself. Lorenzo chuckled. I reacted the same way the first time I saw it. Shame it's not open to the public. Corin nodded, the thought striking him a lot harder than he would have expected. Why is that? Why would the elders cut us off from something so amazing? Lorenzo rubbed at his neck. Well, little brother, I suspect it was for security of the Sun Gem, but grandfather seems to think it had something to do with this. He stepped back and motioned to the chamber's tiled floor with a broad, sweeping gesture. Corin's eyes followed his brother's hand, and his mouth gaped. He had been so smitten with the light that he hadn't noticed he'd been walking across the most impressive piece of artwork he had ever seen. The entire floor of the chamber was one massive mural, composed entirely of hundreds of thousands of painted tiles. The tiles spread out into the distance all around him, their hexagonal edges blurring and meshing to form fluid landscapes, faces, and vast battle scenes. The circular mural appeared to be divided into sections, with the great sun and sword crest of Centile sitting in its center. An intricate border of colorful patterns encompassed the whole piece, creating a natural path from which the mural could be admired one slice at a time. Corin's mind and eyes were too busy for him to speak. He slipped along the tiles trying to understand its immense meaning. There were swords and spears, Talax moving through dark landscapes, horrifying monsters, and... Corin froze, gazing down at the face of a Talak at his feet. He stepped back, giving the tiles some distance so that they could properly blend into their intended image. Lorenzo, he muttered. Who is this? His brother stepped up beside him. Who do you think, Baka Brain? We're standing in Valen's tower. Corin's eyes were frantically darting around the image. It was very bright, filled with hundreds of tiles of white and gold. The Talak was kneeling on the floor of a cave, holding something in his hands, something that was illuminating all his features, clearly detailing every bend and crease and contour of his youthful face. A face that was a mirror image of Corin's. Lorenzo, he looks just like me, Corin stuttered. His brother stepped back and squinted. Maybe a little. A little? Corin almost shouted the words as a stunned grunt escaped his throat. Lorenzo, it's like I'm staring into my reflection. Lorenzo shook his head and pressed his fingers to his eyes. Cor, I don't know what you want from me. Yes, he looks a bit like you. What do you expect? He's our ancestor. A bit? Corin pressed his hands to his face, gripping at the roots of his hair. How do you not see this? Lorenzo, he looks exactly like me. Corin realized his heart was racing. He stepped back and felt his chest. What was happening to him? Everything was starting to drift and ebb around his feet like he was losing control of reality. The image of Valen's face filled his thoughts, digging into deep, uncomfortable places that made him nauseous and very, very nervous. Cor, don't you think you're overreacting just a little? Lorenzo's voice was smooth and condescending, sobering up a tremendous amount from his previously slurred lines. Corin shook his head, unable to respond. How could his brother be reacting so differently? Maybe Corin really was seeing too much in the tiles. There were hundreds of years between them, but Corin and Valen were technically related, distantly, but still related. Maybe it was all just a coincidence. Perhaps we should come back when we're a little less excited. Lorenzo's arm patted down on Corin's back. Sound good, baby brother? Yeah, Corin muttered, barely managing to tear his eyes away from the floor. Maybe you're right. The brothers made their way out of the tower and across the courtyard, kicking aside stray flags and paper. The crowds were gone, and so were the merchants. Most of their food carts had already been wheeled back to their tents and sheds. Only faint, slatted lines of silt, ash, or crumbs testified of their previous locations of industry. Before dawn tomorrow, battalions of recruits from the barracks would be commissioned to sweep the streets clean, pushing everything into the nearby bread ovens. The chefs and bakers would silently accept the free fuel from the paper and flags, and loudly protest the extra dirt to shovel out into the weekly ash carts. As they walked in silence, Corin racked his mind for something to talk about that wasn't the mural. Something safe and neutral. Something that might distract him from the memory of his own face staring up from the 300-year-old floor. "So," Corin said, "Adahi told you about his father today, right? About what happened on the plains?" As he spoke, Corin noticed an older Talak with piercing white hair perk up at his words. He was busy brushing the red paper from his doorway and windowsill. He shifted a curious glance at the brothers, but quickly went back to his chore. "Not really." Lorenzo cleared his throat and clasped his hands behind his back, lowering his voice considerably. "He stopped grandfather and grandmother as they were walking into the banquet. I just happened to be near them at the time and volunteered to help." Corin nodded. "How much did he say about his father's injuries?" Lorenzo took a long breath in. "Well, he mentioned that something had caught his father and a few other outlanders off guard on the plains. He said that Mohei has a long gash across his chest and right bicep. Apparently the bleeding has stopped, but the wound won't close or come clean. Grandmother asked what they had done for it, and—" Corin looked up. "And what?" "Well," Lorenzo chewed over his words, looking around to see who might be listening in. "Adahi said they washed out the wound, applied an herbal paste to it, and then stitched it up. But he said the skin and muscle has gone gray along the cut's edge. The strength of the stitch ripped right through the sick flesh." "What?" Corin asked. "The stitches did? How?" Lorenzo winced and shook his head. "I'm not sure. He made it sound like the flesh had gone rotten. It just pulled apart at the stitches. Grandmother was very concerned that it might have been some type of poison." "You mean like an insect sting?" "I don't know for sure," Lorenzo shrugged. "But yeah, like an insect, or maybe a snake." Corin shook his head. "But how could there be venom in a gash that size?" Lorenzo glanced around the street again. "Well, that's the mystery, isn't it?" He smiled weakly at Corin. "Father actually had a theory about that. He said that when he was young there were stories of marauders who coated their blades in poison. They would hammer notches and scratches into their knives and then fill a sheath with something toxic. That way, every time they pulled out the blade, it would have a fresh coat slathered along it." Lorenzo shrugged. "I've never seen leatherskins do anything that bold before, but scorched sands, I wouldn't put it past those savages." Corin tried to convince himself that it was just the ale talking. "Do you think this could be related to the Lost Patrol?" he asked. Lorenzo nodded. "I do. I'm not sure why I do, but I do. There's not a lot of information about either attack, but I think that what wasn't said might mean more than what was." He paused, but Corin kept silent. "You see, none of the victims could identify their attacker," Lorenzo continued. "Both incidents happened off the eastern road to the southern gate, and in both accounts the witnesses said that everything happened too quickly to process. Like a well-planned ambush in the dark. I don't know. Something just tells me there's a connection. I think we might have a well-organized marauding party. One that specializes in night ambushes. It's like they're trying to send a message, attacking our guards, Mohei's hunting groups. They're testing our strength, Cor." "What about the poison?" Corin asked. "Did any of your men show any signs?" "No." Lorenzo quietly shook his head. "One had 2 broken arms but no open wounds. The other one was never stabbed or cut. It looked like he was thrown from his mount and bashed his head against a rock. No, No poison. Just a bloody lot of questions. Corin nodded. You seem scared. I am. Lorenzo's response was much quicker and more direct than Corin was anticipating. We're all worried, Cor. It would be very unfortunate if this came to war. Corin flinched. Were the guards really considering war with the Outlanders? If it's just a group of marauders, Corin said, then Morton's thugs will hunt them down pretty quick. Lorenzo stopped walking. Morton's thugs? He spat. Are you referring to the city guard? Yeah, but not all of the guards, just... Corin sighed. Just those patrols you hear about that pester the farmers and Outlanders, you know? Not any of your men, I'm sure. Corin tried to keep walking, but Lorenzo didn't budge. Corin, how far exactly have you been out of the city? I don't know. Corin rubbed at his forehead, bracing for another lecture. Adahi and I have run pretty far out into the plains together. How far? Corin shrugged. Down the western fork of the southern road to where it hits the foothills. So not far at all, Lorenzo scoffed. Just past Adahi's village. I guess. What's the big deal? Lorenzo began walking again. The big deal is that you have no idea what is out there, Cor. You've never taken the merchant roads to the coast. You've never been over the southern mountains. You've never been attacked by marauders, all right? I have, and so have my men, and we need your support out there, not your cynicism. Corin rolled his eyes and hurried behind his brother. Can we at least agree that the patrols can be a little heavy-handed sometimes? What do you mean? Lorenzo spat. Corin chuckled uncomfortably. Well, do we really need to harass so many farmers, seize unmarked crates of potatoes, interrogate anyone wearing something too colorful? Doesn't it all seem a bit unnecessary to you? No, it doesn't. Lorenzo's words were quick and stern. So long as we're losing men out there, I don't think it's unnecessary. In fact, I don't even think it's enough. Did you hear about what happened today? Corin felt his face flush. No. What are you referring? A gang of Outlanders raided our food stores, Lorenzo shouted, right here in the city. They assaulted 4 guards and made off with an entire herd of the city's bacas. Are you really telling me that things aren't getting worse? Corin swallowed. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Lorenzo raised his eyes in skepticism. Not that bad? Cor, that was just what a few of them did. Do you have any idea how many leatherskins there are out there? Corin opened his mouth, but Lorenzo plowed right over the top of him. Did you know that less than a quarter of all Talax live in the boundaries of Centile? 1 bloody quarter. That's it, Cor. Another quarter live in small settlements like Adahi's village. That means that half of the Talax on the plains are undocumented and uncivilized. And there's probably more than we know because we have no way of tracking them. Uncivilized? Corin snorted. So, was Mom uncivilized too? Don't you dare bring Mom into this, Cor, Lorenzo shouted. She chose to leave them. She knew how barbaric the Outlanders were. They roam the plains hunting whatever they can. Sometimes that means animals, but often it means men, Corin. Men like Mandel, who may never be able to use his hands again, and Eduardo, who still hasn't regained consciousness since the attack. Or how about Sai and Manuel? Did you know the names of the 2 men who went missing? Did you care to know them? Lorenzo, I wasn't... Corin stuttered. I'm sorry. Chapter 11. Blood on the Waves.
There she is, Captain,
Isco bellowed across the deck. The crew scurried to the gunwale, Arun and Hiroki abandoning their posts at the bell crane's crank. A column of bubbles was erupting up from the black water, and the rope was giving way to the bell's iron chains.
Arun, Hiroki, Omi spat. Get down there and check it out.
Without a word, the 2 Seokoi dove off the barge, steel knives clenched between their teeth. Mari watched and listened anxiously from the deck, waiting for any sign of her sisters. Omi leaned back from the water and turned around, thoughtfully regarding their prisoner.
Isco,
she called up to the bell crane.
Mind the port bow. A beached firefish can still sting.
Isco nodded and descended the crane's rigging, taking a spot behind Mari. Omi glared at the bound Sirena once more, and then turned back to the emerging bell. Arun and Hiroki slipped up to the surface.
Did you find them?
Omi called over the torrents.
The minnows must have split, but the chest is still here,
Hiroki called.
Toss us a line.
Omi pulled at a coil of rope with a rusty hook clamped to the end and threw it over the side. In a moment, Arun and Hiroki were back on board, hoisting the chest onto the deck. As soon as the box crashed down over the gunwale, Omi was at its side.
You three, get that bell back up on deck.
She pulled a small brass key from her vest.
Isco, you work the crane.
The three Seakoi scrambled to their places, pulling levers, releasing weights, and turning cranks. The diving bell screeched horribly as it slid up the barge's hull and onto the sodden deck. The Seakoi hurriedly secured the lines, leaving the bell mostly extended over the water. Omi knelt down in front of the chest and situated the box before her, running her hands along the polished top. She paused for a moment, the smile suddenly drifting from her lips as she lifted the latch and studied the untarnished lock. Her brows furrowed, and she brought the key to the lock's hole. She tried several times to turn it, but each time the device held firm.
Clever eels.
Omi stood as her crew gathered around her.
They switched the bullshit lock.
Omi suddenly threw the useless key across the deck, the handle pelting Marikit sharply in the ribs. She yelped and contorted from the blow, her wrists and ankles bound behind her.
Where's the key, little sister?
Omi hissed as she strolled across the deck. I don't have any key, Mari mumbled to the floorboards. Omi grabbed a fistful of Marikit's matted braids and jerked her face up into the greasy lamplight.
That's not really what I asked you, was it?
Omi drew her blade and pressed it against Mari's throat.
Where is the key?
Mari's skin twitched and trembled as the knife's force bit a thin line of blood into her throat. Maybe, she stuttered at the blade's sting. Maybe it's just rusty? Did you try wiggling? Omi's ringed fist sank into Mari's temple, sending her toppling to the floor.
Hiroki, crack that thing open.
The captain screamed.
You two, search her.
Omi stormed across the deck to the diving bell. She felt her way up and down its surface, double-checking the sounding and cargo lines, but there was nothing to find. No chests, no nets, and definitely no jewelry. She turned back and watched as Isco and Arun pulled away cords and money pouches off Mari, even a knife they had somehow missed in their previous search, but still no key. Omi drifted to Hiroki's side, her arms folded tight across her chest. The scarred Seakoi was using a blade to try to pry the latch off the chest.
Not like that, you waterlogged fool! Hit it!
Omi screeched.
Go grab an anchor!
Hiroki grunted, but stood obediently, motioning for Arun. The two Seakoi fetched a massive iron anchor from across the deck and bashed it against the lock. On the second hit, the metal gave in, and the whole latch was ripped free of the chest. Omi forced the two Seakoi aside and tore open the lid, revealing the muddy rocks and filthy water within. She swore and kicked the chest over, letting its contents drain out onto the deck. She twirled around, slamming her palms against the ship's railing.
Very, very clever,
she whispered, gazing out across the ebony waves. She paused, her sight adjusting to the dark. The Sirena crew's banca was still bound to the hull of her barge, empty and drifting with the swell. But there was a glow off in the distance. It was soft and subtle, barely illuminating the wet sides of the rocks around it. Omi's breath caught in her cheeks as she felt every muscle in her body tightened.
"Hiroki, dear,"
she cooed, and the burly Seokoi stepped silently beside her.
"What do you see over there, my friend, out across the waves?"
Hiroki leaned over the gunwale and then shook his head.
"Nothing that will last the night, Captain."
He pulled his knife free from its sheath and stepped up to dive over the railing, but Omi's hand shot out and grabbed his arm.
"Wait,"
she said.
"Take Arun with you and leave the boat here. Do this quick and quiet. You understand?"
Hiroki nodded as he whistled for Arun, and the two Seokoi dove over the edge together. Omi ran her hands down her face, stopping to brush against her nose ring, gently tapping at the delicate metal over and over. Finally, she turned around, staring at Marikit.
"Isko," she called, marching to Mari's side. "Come drag that anchor over here."
The water's pressure felt wonderful and terrible on Alenka's battered flesh. On the outside, it pressed painfully against her tender, blistering skin, but on the inside, that was different. A weight was lifting from her organs. Her lungs felt clear and lithe. Even though she was deep under the swell, it felt like she could finally breathe again. She drifted slowly through the muted void, reclining back in the water and savoring the healing sensations. Alenka's heart skipped as she noticed two blue gleams of shrimp lamps streaming through the darkness above her. She stiffened, letting herself silently sink as the two Seokoi passed. Once they were gone, Alenka smiled. The Kaizo had taken the bait. Their plan was working. She kicked off toward the barge, slipping through the brine and almost colliding with the ship's hull as it suddenly came into sight. The only light filtering down from the lamps on deck quickly dissipated under the barge's shadow, and Alenka crept blindly down the keel until her hands clasped around their hidden salvage line. She pulled on the rope, feeling its weight in the gloom. Then she checked the metal stake, still securely screwed into the wood. Alenka walked her hands back up the barnacled hull, carefully approaching the light above. She stared up through the turmoil of the water's surface, straining to see if anyone was visible along the gunwale. She slipped her face up from the waves, the roar of the rain suddenly pounding all around her. She could hear Omi on board, talking quickly over the sound of something heavy scraping across the deck. Alenka scanned the hull, looking for anything she could use to climb. Near the bow, she spied an iron ring mounted halfway up the side of the barge. She swam over and strained to reach it, but the ring was higher than it had seemed. Again, she stretched her arm up to grab a hold of it, her fingertips just barely brushing. The pain shot through Alenka's arm and neck once more. It was so sharp and sudden that she couldn't control the scream splitting her lips. The deck above went silent, and Alenka sank down under the bow, clutching her throbbing arm. Her chest was littered with tingling, stinging warmth, her skin going numb around her neck and shoulder. And the water exploded into a stream of bubbles as a Seokoi dove into the sea beside her. Alenka reached for her knife, but the pain had made her weak, and her trembling fingers fumbled around the handle. It didn't take Isko long to find her. He slipped through the black water, slamming his shoulder into her chest, his blade drawn. The knife grazed her arm, a sudden bloom of warmth against her frigid skin. Surprisingly, the pain seemed to help, the shock to her nerves bringing fresh strength and adrenaline to her limbs. Alenka grabbed the Seokoi's throat and kicked her fins into his gut. Isko coughed, letting out a curtain of bubbles between them. His free hand rushed to pry her grip from his throat, but his right hand stayed at his side. It was then that Alenka realized her error. She saw the Seokoi's jaw clench, the muscles in his chest and shoulder flex as he swung the knife forward. Alenka closed her eyes, bracing for the pain of the blade as it sank into her neck. but the pain never came. Isko's throat was jerked from her hand. Alenka opened her eyes to see Daiwala's furious face glaring at her over Isko's shoulder. She had slipped her arm under the Seakoi's wiry bicep and curled it back behind his neck. Her right hand was tight around Isko's wrist, the knife quivering in his grip as he struggled against her. Dai barely seemed to notice his efforts. She was staring expectantly at Alenka. Alenka didn't hesitate. She drew her knife and slit the stunned Seakoi's throat, blood and bubbles emptying from his gullet. He dropped his blade and clutched at his wound, but there was nothing he could do. Daiwala released her grip, and he sank into the deep beneath them. Daiwala met Alenka's eyes as she gripped her vest in anger. At first, Alenka thought she was going to hit her, but instead, Daiwala embraced her. Apparently, Alenka had misjudged the look in her eyes. To be fair, Alenka wasn't sure she'd ever seen Daiwala look afraid before. Alenka motioned to the surface, and they rose together. The rain's explosion of sound had felt oppressive before, but now it didn't seem like enough cover. The two Sirena pressed themselves flush with the hull, listening to anything on the deck, but the barge was silent. Dai tapped on Alenka's shoulder and motioned up to the ring. Alenka nodded, and Dai helped lift her to the handhold. Apprehension gently thrummed through her, but the pain stayed subdued. Nothing but a meager ache taunting her nerves. Daiwala motioned around the bow, and then slipped back into the surf. The message was clear. They would take the deck by surprise, attacking from both sides at once. Alenka pulled a knife free and passed it to her teeth. Getting onto the barge would be easy. There was a cleat up to her right, and there was a crossbeam below it that she could kick off from. Even in her weakened state, climbing up wouldn't be a problem. But fighting? That worried her. She would need Dai's support. In fact, she expected she wouldn't be any more useful than a convenient distraction. Alenka held still, listening, feeling. She decided to give Daiwala until the count of 10, then she would hoist herself up onto the deck. 1, 2, 3. She heard steps on the deck above her, quiet, gentle pacing up and down the length of the bow. 4, 5, 6. The gentle steps became hurried, and Alenka heard a bright, sharp whistle break across the deck. 7, 8, 9. A rope ladder whistled through the air, splashing down into the water just downship from her. Alenka's blood went cold as she saw two blue gleams drifting toward the barge. 10. Alenka pulled herself up by the ring, catching the cleat with her free hand and kicking up against the beam. She dove over the gunwale, pulling her knife free as she rolled forward onto the wet deck. Omi was standing on the far side of the ship, a few meters down from the bell teetering over the water. Marikit was bound on the floor beside her, a snare of rope leading to an anchor tied to her ankles. Her fins were dangling over the edge of the barge's docking plank, no railing between her and the open water below. The instant she saw Alenka, Omi swiveled behind her hostage, pressing a blade to Mari's neck. She opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off by the sound of Daiwala flipping up onto the barge. Everyone froze, and everyone tensed. Alenka's eyes darted from Dai to Omi to Mari, and finally to the rope ladder draped over the edge of the far gunwale. So many variables, and the other Kaizo had almost returned. Her mind was frantically searching for a solution, but there simply wasn't one. Omi's calculating eyes were likewise passing back and forth between the two Sirena, unsure who would spring forward first.
"I wonder," Omi whispered. "How long do you think your friend can hold her breath? What do you two guess? Any wagers?"
Mari whimpered and thrashed against her bonds, a gag cord pulled tight between her trembling teeth. Alenka and Dai each stepped forward, trying to close the gap while Omi was still speaking.
"No guesses?" Omi muttered. "What a pity."
She pulled the knife free of Mari's throat and slammed the handle into her gut. Mari flailed as all the air burst from her lungs, and then Omi kicked her off the deck. Her body surged down to the water, pulled into the depths by the immense weight of the anchor. Daiwala was over the edge in an instant, diving after Mari. Olenka rushed forward, closing the gap to the Kaizo captain and her twinkling blade. Omi smiled, her face and stance unflinching. Olenka knew it was a trap. She knew that Omi had the advantage. She knew that Omi was luring her in, taunting her into a fight she probably couldn't win. She knew that she had purposely distracted Daiwala so that she could take them on one at a time. She knew that, really, Omi was just stalling for time, waiting for Hiroki and Arun to return. Olenka knew all of that bullshit, but she didn't care. Enough was enough. Omi slashed out with her blade, and Olenka dropped to the side of her thigh. The boards were streaming with rain, and she slid smoothly across the last meter of the deck. Omi flailed to recover as Olenka crashed into her shins, but her balance was thrown off by the attack. She fell forward, barely catching her fall but dropping her knife. Omi's blade clattered across the deck and dropped down to the sea. What a pity, Olenka thought with a grin, her own knife still tight in her grip. Olenka slammed the blade into the captain's calf, feeling her muscles convulse and tighten around the steel. The Kaizo screamed and thrashed, and they tumbled out onto the docking plank together. They slid to a halt as Omi caught the edge of the gunwale, Olenka's legs and hips dangling over the water. Omi bellowed in pain and fury as Olenka's weight tugged on the blade in her flesh. She clawed at the railing but kept losing her grip on the sopping wood. Olenka hefted her knee back onto the plank, pulling the knife free of Omi's calf and burying it again in her thigh. The Kaizo shrieked and swore, but Olenka couldn't hear anything. The pain had returned in her arm, burning through her mind and body. She trembled and released her weapon, slipping off the plank in tortured spasms, tumbling back toward the sea. But a hand wrapped around her throat just before she fell. The pressure on her already tortured neck was simply too much for her broken mind, and she felt her senses blurring and failing all around her. She was lifted up from the bloody board, a cascade of sparks and stars and darkness crashing in and circling around her sight. She was staring through a pinhole, but she could still discern Hiroki's scarred face moving toward hers. She watched him bring a second hand to her vest, his fingers never loosening from her throat. She was going limp, the world losing the little light and warmth it had. There was a sudden impact, a massive crack that rang through the back of her skull and filled her dark vision with a fresh explosion of blinding light. Olenka's eyes drifted open, and she found that she was lying on the deck now, her torso slouched against the edge of the diving bell that was swinging weakly behind her. Hiroki reached forward, pulling Olenka back up onto her feet. He slammed his fist against her face, once, twice. She felt her cheek swelling and the skin splitting at the corner of her lip, but she barely noticed the pain. Even the force of the impact seemed weak and distant, muffled like sound through water. She was suspended in the void once more, adrift in the cold and the dark and the empty, far away from anything happening to her fragile body. Was this dying? How odd. She'd always imagined it feeling more substantial, a great flourish of strength and tragedy to garnish her life's parting song. She thought it would have been loud and terrifying, but this felt so weak, so anticlimactic. Her mind rejected the idea. She couldn't be dying. This was too gentle to be death. She just needed to open her eyes again, but for some reason she couldn't. Why was it so hard? It was such a simple task. She just needed to breathe again, but her lungs weren't responding. Her chest was stiff and still, and the harder she pulled at her diaphragm, the more unresponsive it became. She just needed to not let go, to not drift away from consciousness. But she felt so tired. She scolded herself, demanding her body to quicken, but the weight of fatigue pulled her deeper into the vacuum. Why was this so difficult? Why couldn't she just fight through it? Child, be still. You are not alone. This is not your end. A breath of fresh crystal air filled Olenka's lungs as they jolted back to animation. Warmth flooded through her extremities as the gentle voice echoed through her blood. It soothed her tortured mind, reviving her broken senses. Only, it hadn't been a voice. Not exactly. It was more of a feeling, a knowing, a glorious, comforting hope that came from deep within her own mind. She opened her eyes to the nightmare around her. Omi was screaming over the deafening rain, her blood seeping out across the deck. Hiroki was standing over Alenka's crumpled frame, his knife drawn and ready. Arun was beside him, his greasy eyes slipping up and down Alenka's helpless limbs, his lips moving, muttering.
"Not be needin' to know, is we, Captain?" the Seakoi croaked.
Kill them!
Omi stumbled toward the two Seakoi, ripping strips from her vest to bind her wounds.
Just kill them all! We'll find those bullshit jewels on our own!
Arun smirked and licked his lips, tapping his blade to his fingertip to test its edge. Alenka felt like she should recoil, like she should be afraid of this man falling upon her to slit her throat, but she simply couldn't. She had been promised she would live, and for some stupid reason, she trusted that promise. Even with the pain bursting through her anew, she felt entirely at peace. The warmth of the voice was fading, but she could still feel it. Her eyes drifted from Arun's bloodthirsty sneer to Omi's screaming face, and then to Daiwala and Mari gently creeping up the rope ladder behind them. Alenka smiled. All three of the Kaizo were gazing intently at Alenka. Arun passed his fingertips down her cheek and neck, raising his blade as he tenderly caressed her face.
"Oh, short fins," he clucked.
"A pretty smile ain't be doing nothing to save you now."
Alenka closed her eyes and turned away just as his blood sprayed across her skin. Arun coughed and groaned and stepped back, examining the tip of Daiwala's spear poking through his bare, tattooed chest. He collapsed in front of her, his eyes unfocusing as the color drained from his dying face. All at once, the deck exploded into chaos. Hiroki twirled behind Alenka, bringing his knife to her throat. Omi stumbled on her lame leg, falling to the deck as Marikit rushed her. The captain screamed as she fell back onto her wounds. Mari wrenched Omi's arm up between her quivering shoulder blades, crushing the Kaizo's face against the deck. Alenka felt Hiroki's arms tense, his whole being urging him toward his captain. She could almost feel his reflexes rippling through his fingers, the instinct to slash Alenka's throat and bolt across the deck. One simple motion, cocked and ready, was all that stood between her and death. "Stop!" Daiwala screamed, and miraculously the deck obeyed.
"Drop the knife, little shark,"
Hiroki muttered to Dai. "First, drop my sister." She stepped forward as she spoke, her blade tight against her palm. Hiroki shook his head.
"You ain't playing fair. Caught us all with our backs turned, you did."
"And you caught us 200 meters under the Great Sea." She moved closer as she spoke. "I would say we are on pretty even footing, Kaizo."
"Step again and she's dead."
Hiroki tightened his grip, and Alenka felt a trickle of blood tumble from the corner of her jaw. "Kill her, and we kill your captain."
"Better her than me."
"Better none at all," Daiwala offered.
"None?"
Hiroki laughed.
"You tell that to Isko and Arun, why don't ya?"
"They chose their fate," Dai stated. "You haven't yet. Let her go, and we will give you back your captain."
"And be outnumbered 2-3? Not likely."
Daiwala pointed to Alenka. "She can hardly stand." Hiroki motioned to Omi.
"Neither can she."
"Then perhaps we should trade," Dai said. "A life for a life would be a fine deal, I think."
"What then?" Hiroki scoffed. "You three sail off with our jewels."
"The jewels are here," Alenka whispered. She was shocked at just how weak her voice sounded. Hiroki and Daiwala both froze. Dai's face was grim and shallow, staring at Alenka with a blend of sorrow and confusion.
"What did you say, little minnow?"
Hiroki's knife tightened up against her jaw as he spoke. Alenka tried to swallow, but only managed to drool some of the building blood and saliva in her mouth. Her face was swollen tight, and she kept accidentally biting the inside of her cheek as she spoke. "The tall miner rubies," she slurred. "They're on the barge. Well, under it, actually." "Alenka," Dai whispered, a pleading look in her eyes. "It's all right, Dai. They're not worth it. The Kaiser won." Alenka winked to Daiwala, or at least she hoped she winked. Her face was so swollen it was hard to tell. Fortunately, she saw a flicker of understanding pass through Dai's features, imperceptible to anyone but Alenka.
"You best not be playing games."
Hiroki's voice was hot and hushed in Alenka's ear.
"I've had enough of your Cyrena chum, you hear me?"
"I'm done with games," Alenka mumbled in feigned defeat. "I just want to go home." Hiroki chuckled.
"Well, bring me up my jewels, and we can see about that real quick."
"Let me go first. I'll bring them right up." Alenka let her head roll to the side for effect.
"Don't listen to her, Hiroki,"
Omi called across the sodden deck, her own blood streaming off to the sea.
"It's on their bullshit banka. They're trying to trick you."
Alenka sighed and gently shook her head, a single drop of blood dripping free of her chin. "You saw our banka yourself. We ran a fake line. It was a distraction. Please, I'm done with the games. I just want to see my family again." Alenka felt Hiroki's indecisive voice rumbling in his chest, not quite forming words as it bubbled up to his throat. Finally, he shook his head, pointing his knife out toward Omi.
"Let her free first."
Marakit glanced to Alenka, who nodded. She stood up, hopping back a pace toward Dai. Omi staggered to her fins. Her face was bloody and contorted, and it looked like Mari might have broken her nose. Good for her. Hiroki smiled as she limped across the deck to him.
"All right, now tell me where you hid my jewels."
Under the bell," Alenka mumbled, letting her body grow increasingly limp and heavy against Hiroki's grip. She really needed to sell it.
"That's a load of chum," Omi spat. "I checked that bell top to bottom."
Alenka sighed. "Not in it. Under it. We ran another—" "Alenka, no!" Daiwala stepped forward and then pulled herself back as she saw the blade tighten against Alenka's throat. Alenka choked a little as she strained to keep her giggles contained. She'd always known Dai was quick, but she had no idea she could act, too.
"Easy there, firefish," Hiroki threatened. "Don't you be slipping too close, you hear? Not now that we're making some progress, eh? Come to think of it, why don't you two be kicking them knives over to us, just to be good and sure?"
Daiwala tensed, but she and Mari dropped their blades and sent them clattering across the streaming boards.
"Very good,"
Hiroki breathed through his beaming, mangled features.
"Now, you two listen real close. There's a couple pairs of iron cuffs in that crate behind you. You two clap them on and it'd make us feel a whole lot better about all this chum."
Alenka gave Daiwala a subtle nod of confirmation. The Cyrena glanced back at the crate. "How foolish do you think we are?"
"Foolish enough to nip at our fins, little minnow. Put on the irons," Hiroki spat, turning his attention back to Alenka. "Now you, what were you saying about my jewels?"
Alenka let her eyes drift and roll in her head as the Seokoi shook her. We ran an extra line, attached to the hull. It's right under the bell."
"A third line, huh?" Hiroki sniffed. "Sounds like more games to me. What do you think, Captain?"
Omi limped up in front of Alenka, grabbing her swollen face and contorting it up into the light. She glared into her eyes, studying them with cool calculation. Alenka relaxed, letting her face and body go limp in her grip.
"If you're lying to us," she whispered under the pounding rain, "I won't just stop at your friends.
I'll find your family, too. I'll make them pay me back for every drop of blood I've wasted on you Ozai eels, you understand me?
Alenka bristled, feeling her wounded facade slipping off with her rage. She clenched her fists for a moment, and then dropped her head. The jewels are there, I promise. She lifted her sunken eyes to meet Omi's. I just want to go home. A smooth grin crested the captain's lips as she turned around and glanced at Daiwala and Marakit. Iron cuffs clapped over their wrists. Well, if the jewels really are under the ship, then it shouldn't be any trouble for one of you three to go down and grab them for us. How about you, sister? She motioned over to Daiwala. A razor shell like you ought to be able to swim in cuffs just fine. Unless, of course, there's something you want to tell us. Fine. Dai kept her face stiff as she spoke. But my sisters stay safely on board until we make the trade. Omi smiled. Very good. Hiroki, get us all down to their bunker.
The bunker, Captain.
Omi hobbled toward the docking plank, her bleeding leg dragging with each step.
Does it look like I can swim? And check their cuffs, too.
Hiroki's fist slammed into Alenka's gut, dropping her to the deck. She let her face slap against the wood for effect, forcing herself to not catch her fall. The Kaizo needed to be certain she wasn't a threat. She heard the jangling of Hiroki checking her crew's cuffs, and then Omi wincing as she lowered herself into the boat below. Alenka swiveled her head just in time to see Daiwala wink at her before hopping off the deck and into the banka. Alenka cautiously lifted her head, scanning the barge's deck. Mari was in the corner, eagerly staring at her. Alenka sat up and strained her ears. When she was certain they were all in the banka below, Alenka motioned Mari to her side. She scrambled over, holding her chains to her chest to suppress their jangling. Look at your face, Mari whimpered under her breath. Are you all right, KK? Shh, Alenka hushed. Never mind me. Hurry. Go get us some knives. Mari nodded and scurried off across the deck. Alenka slipped along the wood, retrieving Daiwala's dropped blade. She rose to a crouch, wobbling at the sudden exertion. She shook her head and blinked away the fresh swirl of stars. Maybe she hadn't been acting as much as she'd thought. Alenka crept up to the side of the bell crane as Mari stepped to her side. She examined the many cogs and levers, trying to find a weak point in the contraption. Finally, she found what she was looking for. All of the bell's chains were clamped to the ends of several massive ropes, their salt-bleached fibers brittle and frayed around the coils. Mari, we need to cut these 3 ropes, but we have to time it just right. Cut them? Marakit asked, her eyes wide as scallops. You're not planning to... Of course I am. But what about Dai? Mari hissed. What if you hit her too? She knows, Alenka whispered. At least, I think she knows. You think? KK? Shh, Alenka glanced back nervously. Look, we don't have a lot of other options, all right? We have to trust her. On my mark, start cutting through these 2 ropes. Okay, Mari half-whispered, half-whimpered. Alenka slid across the deck, pressing her cheek flush with the boards. She crept to the base of the gunwale and peered under the railing and over the edge of the barge. Dai and the 2 Kaizo were sitting in the banka below, drifting toward the bell's gently swinging shadow. Good, she thought. Just a little more. Alenka couldn't hear what the pirates were saying, but she could see Omi's mouth barking orders. Daiwala was kneeling in front of her in the boat, the point of Omi's knife pressed into the base of her neck. Hiroki's blade was ready too, hovering just behind her kidneys. Despite the danger, Dai was the picture of poise. With her jagged warrior's tattoos running down her shadow-creased muscles, it was hard to see the 2 Kaizo as the real threat. The knives withdrew, and Dai stood. She stepped to the edge of the boat and dropped into the water, just as the banka drifted under the teetering bell's shadow. Go, Alenka mouthed to Mari as she dashed across the deck. She started sawing frantically at the ropes, her manacled arms barely reaching both at once. Alenka dove to her own rope and began carving into the fibers. They broke away in strips, but it was slow, much slower than they needed. Alenka glanced up at Mari's progress. She wasn't doing much better. "Hurry, Mari," she mumbled. They sawed into the fibers, feeling them peel away bit by bit. Alenka grew desperate, stabbing into the rope, feeling its sopping girth absorb the blows. It was like they had stopped making progress, like the rope had somehow grown thicker. A creak sounded from the crane above, and the rope suddenly tightened under Alenka's grip. She felt the adrenaline rip through her as she sped up her cutting. All at once, the 3 ropes burst, peeling apart in a sudden flurry of fibers and droplets that hissed like serpents as they sped through the pulleys. Alenka turned and saw the bell slip and then drop, scraping the side of the deck before punching into the black depths. There was a horrible shriek, followed by the snapping of crushed wood, and then everything was silent. Alenka and Mari froze, waiting for the silence to end. What had they done? Time snapped back to them, and the 2 Sirena rushed to the edge of the barge. Trails of bubbles were boiling up through the flotsam, the Banca's shattered bow and pontoons drifting away in the storm. Alenka's blood was cold and slow, her heart breaking against her static lungs. "Die," Alenka whispered. There was a burst of motion in the water and the sound of someone gasping for breath. Alenka leaned forward in time to see Daiwala bobbing out of the shadows. "Lightning upon you, sister!" Dai roared. "What in the Great Sea was that?" Alenka gasped in relief and fell back onto the deck. Marakit squealed and rushed to get the rope ladder. "Dai, don't scare us like that," Alenka yelled. "Oh, you were scared," Dai shouted. "What was that, chum, huh? You dropped the bell on us?" "I thought you knew." Alenka wanted to argue with her, but she couldn't stop laughing. "I thought you 2 were going to drop down and ambush them, cut their throats while they were distracted," Daiwala explained. "Something reasonable, not drop their whole bullshit bell on us." Mari tossed the ladder over and helped pull Dai up onto the deck. She stomped over to the railing, glaring down at Alenka. "Merciful heaven, sister," Dai said. "I'd slap you if your face did not already look like a chewed clam." Alenka smiled and jumped up to her feet. She and Mari rushed Daiwala, knocking the Sirena against the gunwale as they embraced her. "All right, that's enough," Dai grunted, holding up her wrists. "Get these things off me. It's time we got our jewels." Part 2. The Light from the Darkness. Chapter 12. Walls. The brothers walked in grouchy, fuming silence. As they moved down the street and passed from underneath the buildings, a pale light gently grew around them. The buildings opened up into a modest square filled with closed vendor stands, stables, storehouses, and a steady trickle of talax. Just ahead was the southern gate. 2 guards sleepily leaned against either side of the stone arch. Another pair rested on the southern face just beyond the shield. A thick stone wall extended from either side of the arch as far as eyes could follow. The wall completely circled Inner Sentile, dividing the fortunes of the citizens. The arch and wall were elegantly adorned with carved bricks of varying shades of sandy tan and rich brown. The arch itself was taller than 3 talax and wide enough for 5 grown men to comfortably walk through shoulder to shoulder. 2 broad iron doors were folded open and latched down to the wall on either side of the arch. Resting on top of the wall and rippling across the archway was Sentile's golden shield. It shimmered and billowed in the failing light, casting beautiful waves of white and gold on every surface in the square. As the brothers approached, a high, clear whistle split the still air. The 4 guards at the arch shifted from their rest and stepped into the opening, spears and shields lifted into position. The pedestrians all stopped and slowly backed up into small crowds on either side of the wall. Lorenzo's ears twitched as he jogged toward the closest archway guard. The 4 soldiers slammed the ends of their spears against the cobblestone at Lorenzo's approach. "Excuse me, gentlemen. What's going on here?" Lorenzo sauntered up to them with great presumption, but just as much charm.
"My apologies, sir," a guard grumbled, "but the southern gate will be closed for some time. I recommend taking a detour around to either the eastern or western gates. It may be faster."
"What's happened? Why have you closed the gate?" Lorenzo folded his arms low and loose across his chest.
"Sir, we have received reports of a storm coming in from the northeast," the guard explained. "A large caravan of outlanders has been spotted on the southern road carting agricultural items under the shield wall tonight. We've been ordered to restrict all travel through the southern gate until the caravan has passed, sir."
The soldier never made eye contact with Lorenzo as he spoke. He stared straight ahead at the guard standing opposite of him. Lorenzo nodded. "I understand, soldier, but I am an officer, and I would like to escort my younger brother to our home outside the wall before the storm reaches us." Lorenzo motioned for Corin to join him. "There should be plenty of time."
"Please, sir," the guard said.
"I cannot let you pass. If I allow one, then I must allow all. I recommend that you and your brother detour to either the eastern or western gates, sir." He spat the last word. That was it. End of discussion. The guard's tone made it quite clear that he was not about to be undermined by a new recruit, captain or otherwise. Lorenzo stepped back and nodded. His face was placid, but his tail was twitching. Corin quietly smirked at the blessed bureaucratic justice that had been rained down on his brother's self-righteousness. Lorenzo could feel his brother's pleasure, so he smacked him once on the back, a bit harder than playfully. "Not a word out of you, Cor. Let's go find somewhere to sit." As they lifted themselves onto a row of crates by the stables, the brothers could finally make out the line of carts and wagons approaching the gate. A throng of farmers trudged into sight. Some were sitting on wooden carriages, leading dusty lahartos, but many were simply pulling handcarts piled high with tubers, gourds, and leafy greens, all filled to tedious, tenuous capacity. Many were overflowing with brown sacks and open-topped barrels. Others with massive haystacks haphazardly tied down with meager scraps of twisting, bristling twine. As the crowd entered, they split in 2 lines, following the stone wall on either side of the arch and searching for an empty hollow to hold down in for the night. Time came and went, smudging the shadows in the cherry light, and still the caravan drifted into the city. Corin studied the eclectic group shuffling in. Some were dressed in plain, rugged shirts and pants, with worn, dusty hats pulled low over richly tinted brows. Others sported the gaudy beads and bright colors of the Outlander tribes. Many had deep smoke-stained wrinkles carved into their tired features, and all of them had their heads down. "There are so many," Corin said. Lorenzo shrugged. "They come from everywhere, Cor. Centilians, Outlanders, villagers. Once one farmer hears about a storm, the rest panic. They pack up everything they're afraid to lose and head in for the night. Before long, it turns into this scorching mess." Lorenzo shook his head in frustration. "What's wrong?" Corin teased. "Still mad he wouldn't let you through?" "No." Lorenzo looked up, raising his hand to the crowd. "Look around you, Cor. Use your head. These guards haven't examined any of these people. Anyone could be filing into the city with this group. No inspections, no paperwork, no accountability. I'm just glad this security breach isn't mine to clean up." Corin actually laughed at that. "Oh, come on, Lorenzo. This is exactly what I was talking about before. They're just farmers. Look at them, they're harmless, tired, dirty, and looking for a place to weather the storm. What exactly are they going to do?" I get that you want to save these people more discomfort, but isn't peace of mind worth a little discomfort? Lorenzo leaned back, shifting his weight to his hands. You don't understand what it can be like out there, Cor. There's a reason for all of these extra security measures, believe me. You should learn to appreciate them. Corin suppressed a sigh, which turned into a yawn. Adahi's right. All these walls. Don't you think all this nonsense is causing more problems than it solves? Lorenzo snorted. And what problems do you think our security measures have caused? Well, Corin hesitated. I'm not really sure how to put it into words. Oh, no. Lorenzo shook his head. If it was important enough to mention, then it needs to be important enough to explain. So, go on. Enlighten me, baby brother. All right, fine, Corin grunted. Look at the Outlanders. Their way of life can't be easy, but there must be a reason why they chose it. Any one of them could decide to take their trade and set up a shop in the city. Most rely on us to sell their wares anyway, but still they choose to travel the trails for dozens of kilometers to get here when they could just, well, stay put. Haven't you ever wondered why? Why would they choose a life on the plains? Lorenzo nodded. I have, but I want to hear your take on it. Corin sniffed and looked at the falling sun in the distance burning across the short clay rooftops. Adahi says we've lost touch with the land. They call us Wallies, you know. They're always talking about our walls. At first, I thought it was just because of the shield, but I think there might be more to it than that. Something about how we live, not just where. He says that our lives are too chaotic for us to hear anymore. To hear? Lorenzo snorted. To hear what exactly? Corin shrugged. I don't know. Adahi won't explain it to me. He says that if you can't already hear it, then you'll never understand it. But that's why they live on the plains, I guess. To keep their minds and ears sharp enough to... Corin paused, realizing just how ridiculous he sounded. To hear whatever it is they're listening to. Corin became aware of Lorenzo's stare. He turned just in time to see his brother's smirk crack into a chortle. Corin, do you even hear yourself? You sound like one of those leather-faced shamans selling sun charms by the outer gates. When did you start buying into all this Outlander nonsense? Lorenzo laughed again, but he saw the hurt on his brother's face and backed off a little. Listen, Cor, I'm sure there's something to what your friend's been telling you. Some mornings when I'm out on the plains and I get to watch the horizon change from night to dawn, well, it's a powerful feeling, Cor. The whole sky starts off real dim and then this deep blue light fills in the space between the mountains. The light sort of bursts over their tops and into a little strip of pink. It stretches out across the sky, bouncing off the night's clouds. It picks up its pace after that, faster than you think it should, and then, before you know it... He sighed and closed his eyes. Everything has gone from pink to orange to clear golden shine. It looks just like the shield. Those mornings can wake up something inside of you, for sure. Lorenzo chuckled and bumped Corin's shoulder. But I'm not sure I'd go so far as to make a whole bloody religion out of a pretty feeling. Corin shrugged. I guess I just like to keep an open mind to these things. I'd hate to wake up one day thinking I could explain away all the magic in the world. Magic? Lorenzo scoffed. What magic do you feel is out there that needs explaining? Everything, Corin cried. Look around you, the stars, the storms, the seasons. Look up, just look at the shield, Lorenzo. Do you have any idea how it works? Lorenzo nodded. Of course I do. The tower mounts and channels the sun gem's power to the spire, and the spire casts the shield to the inner wall. Easy. Where's the bleeding magic in that? No, that's what it does, Corin sighed. I want to know how it does it. Did you even look around while you were in there with me? Did you see the light running down the walls? Yes, I saw the bleeding light, Cor. Lorenzo shrugged. Thunder and hail, why does it matter? It works. Our ancestors built the system hundreds of years ago, and it's still there to guard us. We need to protect it and care for it. But why on the scorched sands would we need to know how they did it? Why? Corin honestly didn't know how to respond to that. Doesn't it bother you? How can it not bother you that we use its power and have no clue how it works? Corin, relax, Lorenzo laughed. Farmers don't worry about how seeds grow, do they? Who knows what makes the grain sprout? Thunder and hail, who cares? That's different, Corin protested. You can't compare grass to the shield. Talax didn't build the grass. What if the gem's dangerous? What if its energy fades? What if it breaks and we can't fix it? Lorenzo laughed. Cor, if it was dangerous, we would know by now. And if it fades or breaks or whatever, so what? If the leather skins can survive out there without it, then so can we. We still have our walls and the city guard. It's convenient and it's safe, but the shield's not a necessity. Corin shook his head. I just can't see it that way. Grandfather says that no one alive really knows anything about it. He told me that the city was first built around the sun gem and that the tower was made to mount it years later. He says that the shield suddenly appeared the first time the gem was placed at the top. How could that be? How could it just appear? Doesn't that bother you? Cor, those stories are almost 300 years old. I don't think that our city's history is particularly reliable, Lorenzo shrugged. Grandfather takes the stories literally because it's his job to remember them. It's hard to say what's fact and what's myth. I think what is important are the lessons those stories teach us. It's like I was saying before, Valen and his legacy are there to inspire us, Cor, to help us see our own potential. Think about it. Do you really believe Valen could move with the wind, run the whole world round, or whatever rubbish the song says? I don't know, Corin said. It might have been a little exaggerated. A little exaggerated? Lorenzo rolled his eyes. What about shooting lightning from his fingers, speak in any language? Do you honestly believe he could wield a sword wreathed in flame? Those are just myths, little brother, myths. Well, Corin said, myths come from somewhere, don't they? Sky above, Lorenzo slapped his forehead. You're just not getting it. They're metaphors, Cor. Silly stories meant to frighten club-tailed runts, not grown men. They're meant to be pondered, not taken at face value. I'm sure there are powerful lessons to be found in the stories surrounding the Sun Gem as well. You just have to not take them too literally. Or too seriously, for that matter. Corin tilted his head as he considered these words. The line of carts seemed to be approaching an end now, the sound of creaking wood dimming slightly against the muffled echoes waving out into the shield's canopy. He sat back and scratched his chin. I don't know, Lorenzo. I don't take Grandfather for a fool. Neither do I, Cor, Lorenzo quickly added. I just think his role is a little different from ours. Like I said, it's his job to remember, not ours. We need to act, to think. We need to move, baby brother, defend the present, not lock ourselves away in the archives. Which actually reminds me of something. Lorenzo leaned forward and pulled out a folded piece of paper he had tucked away in his waistband. I've been meaning to talk to you, Cor. You'll be 19 next month, and Father and I think it's time you started taking your future more seriously. Corin sighed and leaned back. What, the dating lecture again? Listen, I'm just not... No, not dating, Lorenzo cut in, though that's certainly something you should get a move on. Then what is it? Corin groaned. Lorenzo cleared his throat. Well, as a captain, I now have certain influence. Here, I want you to have this. He held out the folded paper. Corin's brow scrunched involuntarily, but he reached out and took the parchment. The paper was thick and tan, folded in thirds and held together with a tight crimson ribbon and a blotch of pressed wax. Pressed with the official seal of... "Lorenzo," Corin mumbled. "What is this?" Lorenzo smiled. "Open it." Corin lifted the ribbon and gingerly snapped the seal. The ribbon fell forward and the paper unfolded into his lap. Corin scanned its content. Sentile's emblem was stamped onto the top corner, and the sharp printed ink was addressed to him. "Lorenzo, what is this?" His brother smacked the back of his head. "Will you just read it? Thunder and hail, Cor." "I did." "Lorenzo," he looked up. "I've been accepted into training for the city guard?" Lorenzo smiled. "You have." "But I didn't apply for the guard," Corin said. "I haven't even taken their preliminary fitness test. I haven't even spoken to a recruiting officer." "I vouched for you, little brother." Lorenzo patted Corin's shoulder and gave him a wink. "We'll think of a way for you to pay me back later." Corin realized that the flush running up his ears was anger, not embarrassment. "Lorenzo, Cor, listen. I knew you were worried about applying, but Father and I agree. This really is for the best. You and I both know you're more than capable of this position, or at least you could be if you cared to try. What you lack is confidence, not skill." There were those stupid stars again in his stupid eyes, ready to spill out over his lids and glisten across everyone else's dreams. "Lorenzo, stop," Corin said. "Listen to me. I didn't ask for this. You didn't need to." Lorenzo couldn't stop smiling as he spoke. "I know you, Cor. I've known that this is what you've wanted for years. I also know that you get nervous at the worst moments possible. This is your chance, little brother. You're in. You've made it. All you need to do now is show them who you are." "Lorenzo." Corin wanted to hit him. He wanted to run. He wanted there to be some way for him to explain to his baka-brained brother that this was the absolute last thing he would ever want to do with his life. He had nightmares about this. Miserable, disturbing, bloody nightmares of being clad in bright, shining armor, of riding out on the back of a Kyov, of meeting a clash of swords and spears only to be smitten down by terrible, bloody hands. The thought alone sent his heart streaking away into his stomach, made his sight go weak and distant. Lorenzo had taken Corin's worst fear and packaged it up like a box of honeyed corn cake. Corin looked down at the paper again, trying to find balance in his words. "I get that this is an incredibly kind offer. I'm sure you really had to pull some strings to make this happen, but this isn't what I want. I need you to understand that. This has never been what I've wanted." Lorenzo chuckled. "Cor, stop. There's no use trying to talk me or yourself out of it. This is the right thing for you, for our family. Just because you didn't apply doesn't mean you didn't earn it. I know you can do the..." Corin blinked and cocked his head. Lorenzo's voice had drifted off, his eyes slipping away to something in the distance. Corin spun around to the archway. The caravan was finally coming to an end, and Lorenzo's gaze was fixed on a single cart approaching the gate. One very average, very full cart of hay. Without warning, Lorenzo hopped off the crate and stretched out his knees to stare over the crowd by the arch. The cart was drawn by two brown Lahartos, one with deep red streaks along its shoulders, the other with a creamy underbelly. The man at the reins sat slouched against the cart's wooden back, his head dropped against his chest and his forearms resting in his lap. His load was bulging over the lips of the wagon, but it was just a stack of hay. What was the emergency? Why was his brother acting like a spooked prairie cat? Corin tilted his head, trying to figure out what he was missing. Everything seemed fine, nothing worthy of such an unusual reaction. If it was Adahi going all bottle-brushed, that would have been one thing. But Lorenzo wasn't one to jump at shadows. Corin turned to his brother. Lorenzo was standing incredibly tall and still, his hands drawn into tight fists at his sides. "Lorenzo? Hey, what's your problem?" His brother didn't move, his eyes unblinking on the approaching cart. Then, in a burst of motion, Lorenzo suddenly started for the arch. His pace was a fast trot, almost a run. Corin sighed and jumped down to follow his brother. "Soldier!" Lorenzo called out to the closest arch guard. The armored Talak turned on the spot and slammed his spear end to the road. "Sir?" The guard glared at Lorenzo with disapproval sunken into his dim eyes. His stance shifted, but his feet never moved from his post. "Soldier, you need to inspect that cart!" Lorenzo motioned to the wagon. It was less than 20 meters from the arch. The guard did not move. "Sir, I need you to stand down and step away from my gate." Lorenzo quickly wiped his upper lip on the back of his wrist and stepped firmly to the guard. "Soldier, you need to listen to what I'm telling you," he spat. "Stop what you're doing and inspect that cart." The other 3 guards had brought their spears down and were watching the scene unfold. Lorenzo glanced to them and then back to his victim. "Sir, my orders are to allow this caravan to pass quickly into the city uninterrupted. I will not have you interfere with this directive regardless of your bloated rank or temperament. Now, I need you to stand down, sir." Lorenzo smiled and loosened his knuckles as he took half a step back, and the guard dropped his shield. That was foolish. In one burst of motion, Lorenzo stepped right against the guard, grabbed him by the cloth at the neck of his breastplate, and cracked his back against the arch's stone wall. "What is your job, soldier? What is your job?" Lorenzo's voice was harsh but quiet. The crowd instantly tensed, 200 sets of eyes wide on his grip. The other guards were rushing to Lorenzo's side when he threw the man to the ground. "Your job, soldiers," he turned to face the approaching guards, "is to protect this city, not to blindly follow a low-priority traffic errand." The 3 guards were on him in an instant, forcing him against the wall. Lorenzo struggled at first, but then went still and tense, his gaze fixed upon the approaching cart. The hay wagon passed through the arch unimpeded and uninspected. Lorenzo's eyes followed the man sitting at the head of the wagon, his face growing paler the longer he watched. When the cart was through the gate, the guards released Lorenzo and stepped back into a loose circle around him. Lorenzo didn't even look at them. He pointed at the passing cart. "That man," he cried, "has not twitched or blinked once this whole time." The guards looked around at each other in nervous confusion. One glanced at the cart over his shoulder, but the others seemed too afraid to take their eyes off Lorenzo and his unpredictable fists. Lorenzo pushed a guard aside and jogged up next to the cart. "Excuse me, Outlander!" he called out to the man sitting at the reins. He didn't respond. Lorenzo ran up beside him, tugging at his pant leg. "Sir, stop this cart immediately for an inspection." Still, the man sat motionless, empty eyes staring into his lap. Lorenzo grabbed the slack of the reins around the Lahartos and pulled them to a halt. The beasts grunted roughly but slowed to a standstill. Lorenzo patted the back of the closest brute and swiveled back to the driver. The features on Lorenzo's face melted from frustration to confusion in less than a heartbeat. The hay on the back of the cart shifted. Chapter 13. The Beast. It was such a delicate movement that were it not for the scene at hand, none of the guards would have caught it. Keeping his eyes on the man in the cart, Lorenzo raised a fist to the guards at the arch. With a flick of 2 fingers and a quick, sharp whistle, the 4 men approached the cart with lowered spears and raised shields. Lorenzo stepped forward gently. The whole square had gone rigid and silent. He passed a hand before the cart driver's face, pulling back his hood. Then he felt for his wrist dangling between his knees. Lorenzo's features hardened at what he didn't feel. He pushed up on the man's forehead. The sickly flesh was drained of any hue, and his eyes rolled limply with Lorenzo's touch, one drifting unnaturally to the side. Lorenzo sat the man back against the cart and inspected his torso. At the center of his chest, barely visible under the folds of his shirt, was the rusted end of a tarp stake. Lorenzo tilted his head as he examined the body, then he jerked slightly on the dead man's shoulder. His back peeled away from the wood. Short strings of dirt and coagulated blood stretched thin and then broke against the stained back of his shirt. The man had been nailed upright to the wood. His hunched position had almost perfectly hidden the blood and the stake. Almost. The load of hay shifted again, a few individual straws fluttering to the cobblestone. Lorenzo's eyes snapped up as he straightened his spine. The 4 guards stepped back, knees bent like pressed springs. Lorenzo stepped gently to the wagon's side, his hands raised to chest level. He approached cautiously and gently pulled down on the closest loop of twine, releasing the rope from its hook. And in a shatter of light and sound, the stack of hay burst around them. The crowd screamed as the guards fell back on their tails. A flurry of straw coursed through the sudden pandemonium. From his place in the crowd, Corin watched a massive brown figure burst over the cart, splintering the far side of its wooden frame. The brown thing kicked out through the street with incredible speed. The guards scrambled up to their toes as citizens were thrown from theirs. Through it all, Corin noticed Lorenzo standing very still while the world burst into panic around him. The bounding monster dug into the street on the far side of the cart, the force of its impact sending cobblestones flying like gravel kicked up from a runner's toes. Its body tensed and then blurred with motion as the massive thing surged out of the crowd and onto the side of the nearest building. There, from its perch, Corin could finally see it clearly. The beast was easily 4 meters long and covered in fur that bristled like shards of rust. Its black skin shimmered beneath the hair like coal oil, sending off glimmers of green and violet and blue across the sandy wall behind it. It held onto the building with 6 muscular limbs, 4 in front and 2 behind. They ended in a cross of blunt toes, each crowned with thick, chipped claws that splintered the building's plaster like it was eggshell. Its limbs and knuckles were grotesquely wrinkled, covered in ridges that slipped and bulged over its bones with each flex of sinew beneath. Long slats of ribs pushed against the taut skin of its barrel chest, leading to an abdomen so thin it seemed insect-like. Bony hips held quivering haunches ready to pounce, and despite its immense size, the beast's movements were quick and spastic. So much quicker than it should have been. But the face. Corin was most disturbed by the creature's horrible face. It was as round and bulbous as the back of a skull, with ribbed horns protruding from its rusty mane. Tight wrinkles ran from the crown of its forehead to the folds of its neck, splitting around either side of its maw. Its mouth opened from side to side instead of up and down, exposing row after row of jagged teeth. The creature's pointed eyes covered most of the rest of its face. They were sunken, watery things with cloudy pupils that seemed rotten. Corin felt a rush of cold, putrid air escape the monster's lips as it suddenly bellowed. Rough, vibrating tones clashed and echoed from its throat in metallic dissonance, momentarily paralyzing the crowd. The Talax scrambled to cover their long, sensitive ears, screaming in pain and terror. Then the sound stopped. The plaza stood still for a single heartbeat, and then everyone ran. Corin was knocked back against the wall of crates by the frantic clawing of 100 hands pushing past him all at once. Through the blur of clothing and tanned skin, Corin saw the creature launch off the wall and crash onto a ledge on the opposite side of the road. Again, it thrust itself into the air and came down hard on the cobblestone street, splintering a peddler's abandoned stand and tearing off into the distance. Corin felt someone hoist him up to his toes. "Come on!" Lorenzo's words were fast and tense, and his ears were high and sharp. But Corin just couldn't make himself move. Lorenzo might as well have been coaxing a tree to take up its roots and follow him. Corin could hear his brother roaring in his ear, and he could feel the crowd bursting around him, but he wasn't really there. His mind was drifting away, totally disconnected from the moment and horror and the need to run away. A quick slap brightened his eyes with a flash of pain, and Corin gasped as his brother shook him. "What are you doing?" Lorenzo screamed, and Corin swallowed against the raw, dry feeling building in his throat. "Move! Now!" So, without thinking or feeling or choosing, Corin raced after his brother. In the coursing madness of the crowd, they seemed to be the only ones heading into the city center. Crimson smears and broken bodies adorned Sentile's stone walls, and great gouges of shattered stone adorned her floors. Ahead lay 2 guards propped unconscious in the shattered remains of a cloth stand. Lorenzo grabbed their spears and threw one to his younger brother. Corin fumbled with it but caught the end of the weapon's shaft. The beast was out of sight now, but the screams guided them on. Lorenzo swore under his breath and stretched out his legs to look around. Decision flashed across his brow, and he ran up the cloth stand's broken table, kicking off its sunshade and landing on the ledge of the building beyond. In another massive spring, Lorenzo was on the rooftops, racing with all his might. Corin followed his brother's acrobatic path, scrambling to keep up. His mind was frozen, but his body pressed on independent of his fears. He couldn't stop and he couldn't think. He was only running. His breathing was harsh and bloody, but he couldn't wait to catch it. Something was happening inside him, and he rode the reaction in salty waves of adrenaline that broke across his mind and seized his legs. He leapt again and again, clearing the rooftops and spinning past cracked tiles. Lorenzo was close ahead now. Something had slowed him to a trot. Corin cleared one last roof and matched his brother's gait. "Did you see where it went?" His brother's eyes shot along the buildings ahead, leaning and peering to see down into the web of streets. The rooftops had risen substantially, and the beast was completely obscured somewhere on the cobblestones below. Lorenzo didn't have time to respond to his brother's question. A massive crash split the atmosphere as the side of a nearby building webbed and cracked. The monster threw itself to an opposing wall, bounding its way up to the rooftops. Lorenzo's eyes unfocused as he slowed to a standstill, watching the beast scrape along the tiled roofs. "By the sun," he whispered. "It's heading for the tower." Lorenzo pushed off into a sprint, quickly leaving his brother behind. Corin tried to follow, but his energy was sapped. More than that, he couldn't stop trembling. 3 rooftops later, he skidded to a halt, his numb, clumsy toes crunching against the shrill of the grinding clay. Lorenzo was gone. The creature was gone. Everywhere he looked, he could only see the sweat stinging his eyes in blurred clouds and hear the pulsing ache in his skull tearing across his temples and cutting into his stomach. But then he saw it. There was a distant smear of brown as the creature leapt onto Valen's tower. Corin could only gape at the destruction as the beast scaled the building's immensity in only a few leaps, leaving crisp gouges in its sandy walls. With a final bound, the monster leapt straight to the tower's top chamber, bursting through its glass wall in a spray of diamonds and silver powder. A blinding flash seared from the iron building, and the shield wall began to recede. The dull, bubbling roar of the frightened city suddenly spiked into the cascading peal of 10,000 voices crying out in unified panic. Corin wiped his face obsessively, trying to process what was happening. His adrenaline was wearing off and his senses were dimming. Through squinted lids, he could see the beast's torso emerge through the hole in the tower's upper chamber. Clasped in its distant maw was a speck of golden light. The sun gem was dazzling and impossibly bright. There was nothing Corin could compare it to, except perhaps the sun itself. The creature pressed against the jagged glass for a moment before shifting its hind legs out onto the tower wall. Scraping its way down the sandy surface, the beast slid along the stone with claws sunk firmly into the wall. When it was halfway down the tower, it leapt to the nearest building, crashing down hard on the rooftops. Corin watched the beast stumble as it ran, all of its grace and ferocity strangely gone. Something was wrong with it. The woolly creature was staggering on the roof as if it were wounded or dazed. Perhaps it had underestimated the fall to the rooftop. Perhaps the broken glass had injured it. Whatever the reason, the monster staggered like it was drunk on corn whiskey. The beast shook its head, and a spray of golden particles swirled around its face. But then it ran. It ran with renewed effort, blinding, focused speed. Scores of chipped tiles erupted out from each of the monster's bounds as brick walls popped and buckled beneath its weight. It was headed back for the southern gate, back the way it had come. Corin gripped his hair in panic, but across the street he spied Lorenzo. His brother was running low, crouched with his salvaged spear held tightly in both hands. He stopped at the edge of the roof, squatting close to the tiles. Corin looked around in confusion, but suddenly understood. The beast's tracks were gouged deep into the street below. This was its path, and Lorenzo was waiting to ambush it. Corin looked out into the distance and saw his brother's plan unfolding. The monster had returned to the street. The crash of bursting stones and screams was approaching, reverberating off every centimeter of wood and rock. Corin looked at his brother. His eyes met Corin's, and he offered him a quick nod. Before Corin could respond, the street below exploded into motion. Around the farthest corner, the beast emerged, blindly scrambling across the broken stands and shattered stones. It banked hard against a brick wall, its right three legs clawing high up the sandy surface before kicking off back into the street, gouging devastation into the tan bricks. The beast rushed ahead, gaining speed once more as it surged into the center of the cobblestone road. It was then that Corin noticed that its eyes were closed, squinted shut in thick, bulging wrinkles. Its features were contorted in what could only have been pain. Clutched tightly within its putrid mouth, the sun gem's light filled the street with a searing white. It was so bright that it dulled all colors into brilliant prismatic shades and shimmering sparks that twirled across every surface. Around the beast's face, the gem splintered and twirled in shards and drops of golden light. They twisted off the gem with each of the creature's mighty bounds, like dew shaken from a blade of grass. They swirled and fragmented and splashed together, tumbling back into the gem, a golden swarm furiously circling its hive. As the beast approached, Lorenzo crept to the edge. His tail was twirling in restless spasms. Lorenzo lowered his spear, placing his right hand at the weapon's blunt end. His legs flexed and twitched, sizing his target, timing his strike. Through the flare of light, Corin watched his brother lunge. As the beast pushed through the street, Lorenzo brought his spear down in front of him, falling 5 meters from the rooftop and landing a crushing blow into the creature's right flank, just higher than its double-socket shoulder. The blade sank deep into the monster's flesh with the plunging force of Lorenzo's fall, releasing a spray of wretched black blood that misted the ground and sandy walls. The beast tripped from the blow, skidding into the cobblestones that popped out and flew with a blast of gravel. Its right front limbs folded under its barrel chest, and a series of cracks echoed through the streets as its ribs broke. The creature crashed into a vegetable stand, crushing the frame into a cloud of splinters. It exhaled, and Corin saw the shower of sparks from the gem swirl back into the main gem, splashing like liquid, but instantly calcifying back to crystal. Lorenzo pulled back on the spear, trying to cause as much damage as possible. The monster didn't even seem to notice him. In a shroud of twisting black fluid, the beast leapt back to its feet. Its middle right limb dragged limply below it, but the brute acted as if nothing had happened, as if it wasn't mortally maimed. Corin couldn't see his face, but Lorenzo's body tensed as he hunkered down into the matted fur on the creature's back. With that, they were gone. A smear of black on the broken stone was the only evidence of the grisly episode. Chapter 14. Taken. It took a moment for Corin to find his nerve. The shock of the scene was still splitting across his throbbing brow. Once he could feel his feet, he jogged to the edge of the building and peered over onto the street. Whipping his tail around for balance, Corin dropped to a porch railing below. He staggered briefly but caught himself. The road was still another 3 meters down and crowded by the shattered remains of a cart. Trying not to overthink it, Corin made himself jump, aiming to clear the splintered wood below. His leap was short, and a shard of the ruined stand pierced his foot. Corin yelled and crumpled to his side as he landed, the momentum of the fall flipping him into a puddle of the creature's blood. It was a frigid fluid, the heat of life absolutely absent. Corin twisted up his head, momentarily panicked that the beast might somehow return, but the streets were barren. He felt for the wood in his foot, and as quickly as he could, he wrenched it out. The sensation of the alien material slipping through his flesh was more painful than the actual puncture. Biting hard on the inside of his cheek, Corin threw the bloody stake aside and got up to a knee. He wasn't sure if he could walk, but he didn't really have a choice. He reached for the spear he'd dropped and used its shaft to push himself to his toes. His foot flinched and clenched as the muscles flexed within the raw wound, and a hot flush of blood wet his toes. He tried to put weight on it, gauged the pain, and then stepped forward. He could manage. He didn't know if it was the adrenaline or the strange numbness still caging his mind, but the wound felt more uncomfortable than painful. So, fearing he'd lose his nerve, Corin started to run, trying his best to ignore the jolts shooting up his calf. He left a single row of crimson footprints beside the beast's black trail. The monster's blood seemed to be everywhere, making the stones slick and rancid. The creature was out of sight now, but Corin knew they couldn't be too far ahead. He could still hear the screams. Corin tried to close the distance to those screams, but they were growing fainter. He was growing fainter. He stopped, bracing himself against his spear. In the stables to the left, Corin noticed 3 Lahartos struggling against their restraints. Corin ran for the closest beast and slit its harness with the tip of his spear. He made no attempt to calm the brute. He needed speed, not temperament. The Laharto flailed and stumbled out of the stall, and Corin threw a leg over its back. The beast charged forward, but Corin wrenched on the reins, steering the mount down the ebony smear ahead. The Laharto obeyed, and together they pursued. Everywhere the monster had run, the crates and stands had not survived. Often, their proprietors had not either. Corin slapped the end of his spear against the Laharto's rump, and its weight shifted forward into a sprint. As they came to the southern gate, Corin could see deep gouges in the wall with thick black stains adorning the street. It looked as if the creature had lost control, careening into the stones before shifting back onto its course through the arch. The Laharto instinctively veered away from the gore, but Corin jerked on the reins, steering the brute through the gate and into the southern district. The tall brick structures quickly faded to squat sandy shacks and chipped clay ovens. Entire buildings had been leveled, brought to rubble and sprayed sickly black. Just ahead, past the last row of buildings, Corin could see the decrepit outer wall. To the left of its meager opening was a massive hole burst through by the beast. As they shot out into the open plains, Corin squinted at the evening sun. He wiped his forehead as the wind chilled the tips of his ears. His mind felt nauseous and drifty, the sting in his foot pulsing and building through his knees. At least, it had just been a sting. Now it was an immense pain. What had happened? Was his adrenaline wearing off? Whatever the reason, the wound was quickly becoming more than he could ignore. Corin tilted the crown of his head toward the sun, trying to regain his vision and his heading. The sky was a rich, disorienting froth of charcoal ahead, the smear of rain accenting the encroaching storm. But off to the left, Corin saw a light. He squinted against the gleam, feeling the spots forming on his eyes in bright splotches of white and blue and green. The light pulsed from the distant gem in radiant waves crowned with glints of rainbow spectrums that all melted back to white. Against the glare, Corin could just make out the creature's outline and what must have been Lorenzo's figure protruding from its back. Corin pulled tight on the reins, shifting the Laharto's gaze and stride toward the sun gem's light. The brute frothed and grunted, but it was remarkably well trained. It obediently coursed on through the sea of brittle grass. This was faster than Corin had ever gone, and he could feel his balance shifting poorly with the animal's might and his inexperience. The pain in his foot wasn't helping either. He leaned forward, resting his chest against his forearm against the Laharto's back. He desperately wished he had another free hand as he tucked the spear tight against his thigh. The wind pulled on the shaft, tugging against the waning strength in his knuckles, threatening to rip him off the mount. As the Laharto approached, Corin could see his brother's mad thrashings. He wrenched back on his spear, carving out as much damage as he could into his enemy. The trail of blood came into view as Corin's mount lined up behind the beast. There was a tremendous pop as something burst in the creature. It tripped and crashed into the dirt, sending a wave of soil over its black, sticky frame. Corin closed the distance then. As he came up beside it, the mangled beast lifted itself back onto its 5 working legs and began to trot forward. "Hit it, Cor!" Lorenzo screamed from the monster's back, pulling desperately on his spear's shaft. Even though the blade was slipping and sawing through the creature's gray flesh, it didn't seem to be causing any pain. Corin raised his spear and sank it into the beast's left rear leg as he passed. It didn't go in very deep, and the creature began running again. Before it could pick up speed, Lorenzo threw himself from the creature's shoulder and clasped onto Corin's spear. He pulled and twisted the shaft, sinking it deeper into gray, rancid meat. A fresh burst of black bubbled up and coursed through the monster's fur. But still, the creature ran. Its pace was blinding now, just as clumsy but faster and more determined than before. It was as if panic had suddenly taken it. Corin smacked the reins against the Laharto's shoulders, but the beast pulled away, steadily leaving the red-skinned brute behind. Ahead, something caught Corin's eye. Beyond the bursting light of the sun gem, he could see a violet gleam on the plains. It wasn't much, but it stood out against the endless gold and brown of the surrounding grass. Corin screamed out to his brother, flailing an arm toward the purple shimmer beyond. "Lorenzo! Ahead!" In a flash of movement, Lorenzo glanced back to Corin and then to the approaching gleam. If he was going to act, it had to be now. Lorenzo adjusted his grip and then swung off the beast. He held the spear firm and used the twist of his fall to sink the blade down the creature's leg, ripping through tendons and hide and cords of flesh. A fresh wave of black blood streamed across Lorenzo's arms as he slid down the shaft, crumbling into the golden grass. The beast's leg went limp, and just meters from the violet gleam, the monster's shoulders sank into the dirt, flipping it onto its side. With titanic force, the beast's limp body cut through the soil, one of its gnarled horns snapping on impact. Corin pulled back on the reins hard, bringing his Laharto to a skid. He sat upright, carefully watching the still, woolly mass. This time, it didn't get back up. Lorenzo was on his hands and knees, trying to regain his footing in the smear of black. He finally managed to stand and staggered toward the beast with a heavy limp. Corin leapt from his mount. The beast was utterly motionless. At first, Corin was hit with a blessed wave of relief. Then he was hit by the smell. The sweet and sour sting of rotting flesh wafted up heavily from the furred creature, carried in the storm's building breeze. The brothers gawked and grimaced across the ebony puddles, waiting to see if the hairy thing would amble back onto its broken limbs. But it never moved. It didn't even look like it was breathing. Corin carefully stepped to his brother's side, trying his best not to gag. The two were silent, catching their breath in the dying light. Lorenzo turned to Corin. His blonde hair was thick with the creature's black blood. He smiled, and together they laughed. Corin shook his head. "I cannot believe you did that." Lorenzo rolled his stiff shoulders, grabbing at a sting in his neck. "You know, I can't either." Corin swallowed and wiped his damp hands off on his pants. "Do you think it's dead?" Lorenzo blinked and took a few heavy steps closer to the creature. He leaned back a little, stretching his back. He sniffed before speaking. "I'm not entirely sure it was alive to begin with. Do you smell that?" Corin nodded. "Yeah, I do. Spoiled meat." "Just about." Lorenzo wiped his hands, realized how drenched his clothes were, and gave up. "Its whole body is ice cold, too. I've never felt anything like it." He shook his head and cocked his jaw in thought. "Maybe it bled out." Corin stared at the long, streaking puddles of black on the plains. "Nothing can bleed like that and stay warm." Lorenzo nodded. "That must be it. But—" He shook his head and grimaced. "Thunder and hail, Cor, it didn't feel a thing. I swear, by the end, I was sawing that spear against bone, and it never even flinched." "Something was getting to it, though. Did you see how it was running near the end?" "See?" Lorenzo barked a short laugh. "I was on it. It's like it couldn't open its eyes. It ran into everything it could. Did you see the wall back there?" "Rubble," Corin agreed. Lorenzo shook his head and swore. "Totally blind. At first, I thought the bloody brute was just trying to knock me off its back, but now, I don't know what happened." Corin nodded in agreement. "I think it was the gem." "I think you might be right." The two walked closer, stepping gently around the beast's rancid mass. Corin winced at the excruciating pain in his foot, but his curiosity drove him on. From up close, they could clearly see how dead the beast really was. Its chest sat rigid and silent, its still eyes wrinkled shut. Corin pressed his hand against its gut and shivered. Lorenzo was right. The creature felt chilled and soft, like a rotten corpse. The flesh peeled open around its shoulder was gray and sticky, with frothy white beads budding between the strings of muscle. The whole area had gone black with the beast's chilled, fetid blood. "Do you think this is what attacked that patrol?" Corin asked. Lorenzo nodded as he stepped up to the beast. "Had to be. It certainly could have taken down a Kyove." "It was fast, too," Corin added, trying to suppress a gasp as he stepped on his wounded foot. "I can see how those men could have missed it. What do you think it is?" Lorenzo folded his arms. "Now that seems to be the right question, doesn't it? It's definitely nothing local." It could have migrated down from the north. That might explain the fur. Corin stepped back. The smell was overwhelming his senses. And that pain. What was happening to his leg? He rubbed at his thigh, trying to push the burn back down his veins. Maybe, Lorenzo muttered. But I just don't understand how something like this could go unnoticed for so long. You think we would have heard about a sun-scorched monster like this? And why would it suddenly attack the... Lorenzo shifted his gaze to the sun gem lying off in the distance. The beast's impact had sent it flying several meters ahead. Lorenzo rushed toward it. Corin limped behind, cautiously eyeing the beast's corpse as he passed, and bracing his hand against his thigh as he walked. The gem sat nested in the grass. Its light was so intense that everything around it was shades of brilliant white. Lorenzo walked up to it and crouched down, his 4 knees folding snugly together. What would an animal want with... He reached a gentle hand toward the light and gasped. Corin rushed to his side. What is it? Cor. Look! Lorenzo showed him his hand. His fingers were clean. The creature's blood was still damp and sticky around his wrist, but by his fingers it had gone dry and charred, like the flaking edge of a burning piece of paper. He leaned farther into the light, and the dry edges of the blood peeled and lifted gently from Lorenzo's skin, silently shriveling to ash in the breeze. With a delighted laugh, Lorenzo reached forward and touched the gem. In a flash of movement, its surface shifted. Lorenzo jerked back. His hand and forearm were completely clean. The gem seemed to have rearranged itself. A spout of light shot out along its far edge, immediately hardening back into a perfect crystal shaft. A spray of particles had flared off of its surface, but they all splashed back into the hole. It was like it had been liquid for a moment. But more than that, it was like it had been alive. Like it had recoiled in fear. Lorenzo leaned back and stared at the gem. I think I owe you an apology. He gave Corin a quick glance. Maybe there is some magic in the world. Corin couldn't respond. He couldn't even think. With the pain in his leg, with the confusion in his mind, he was lucky to even be standing. We have to get this back to the tower, Lorenzo stated. And that finally loosed Corin's tongue. Lorenzo, what was that? Lorenzo stood up and turned to his brother. Cor, please. I'm just as lost as you, but we need to bring the gem back to Sentile. We'll come back later with a platoon and... But it moved, Corin shook his head. Come on, we at least have to talk about this for a moment. What just happened? It moved, you saw it. Corin, stop. Listen to me, Lorenzo insisted. I don't think that creature did this on its own. I have no idea what it is or where it was going, but this isn't something an animal would do by itself. Think. It's like it was trained to do this, like it was sent. We need to get the gem back to the city. Corin nodded. Lorenzo was right. This would all have to wait. He swallowed hard and clutched at the searing pain in his thigh. The light stings of the storm's first rain were hitting his brow, helping to distract him from the ache as he turned to hobble back to the Laharto. But something caught his eye. He squinted through the gem's light. Just beyond its glow was that same violet sheen he had spied before. Lorenzo followed his gaze. He stood for a minute, puzzled by what he saw. Then he knelt down and gingerly lifted the sun gem into his arms. It shuddered, but did not shift this time. A few drops twisted off and back into its golden surface as Lorenzo lifted it. He pressed it to his chest, and the beast's blood peeled away in crisp flakes and particles all throughout his body. But Corin's eyes were fixed on something else. Something was sprawled out across the ground, like a web of tangled violet vines. Corin squinted against the glare, studying the anomaly. It was a mostly round patch of ground that seemed to be covered in knotted roots like the base of an ancient tree. The roots were mostly black, but in the gem's light their rounded edges shone with an inky purple light. It was the same dark spectrum of color one might see rippling across a puddle of coal oil. The roots were very dense, and, though they were static, they looked like they were clawing across the grass with 1,000 bony fingers. They were bulbous, unpleasant things, and seemed to bubble and protrude in unnatural ways, like poorly blown glass pulled and bent at odd angles as it cooled. The whole knot was perfectly still, but the grotesque ripples and ridges and bulges along each twisting stem gave the scene the surreal optical illusion of hot, writhing movement. Lorenzo knelt down again and stared across the black and purple mass, and then he pointed up to the air above it. "Look." Corin bent his neck and stared across the violet mass. There was a shimmer in the air, like the twisting waves of heat rising from a flame. In fact, it behaved exactly like a flame, but there was no heat. No flashing streaks of gas, or lifting trails of sparks, or hazy bursts of smoke. It was only the distorting, transparent ripples of a heat that wasn't there. Corin couldn't believe it, so he raised a hand toward the invisible flame. "Do you feel anything?" Lorenzo asked. "No." Lorenzo stood back up. "Neither do I." He tucked the sun gem under his arm and reached for the roots. "Don't!" Corin spat out. "Look!" He pointed to a root off to the left. One of its bubbling edges was pulsing, steadily inflating and deflating like a bubble of tar. Lorenzo stepped back from it, and as he did, the bubble burst. A slick black tendril shot out into the soil. Quicker than a flash of lightning, it split into 2 branches, one of them splitting again. The branches shot through the grass, bubbling and bending as they sank into the dirt, and suddenly becoming just as still and crystalline as the others. It was all over in less than a blink of an eye, faster than the 2 brothers could even process what they had seen. They jumped and scrambled back with delayed reflexes. "We need to leave," Lorenzo muttered. "Now." "Yeah," Corin whispered. "Yeah, I think you're right." The scene had been too absorbing, and neither of the brothers had stayed aware of their surroundings. The wind and rain had started to pick up, so neither of them had heard it. Their senses were tired and worn from the chase, and they had not noticed the beast slowly rising to its feet at the edge of their peripheral vision. They did not feel it step across the soil and creep up behind them. They did not hear it gently press the brittle grass, moving into position. But as they turned, the brothers saw it there, ghastly and wretched, with 2 gray eyes silently watering down on them. As they turned, the beast leapt. As they turned, its putrid maw sank into Lorenzo's belly. He screamed as a red mist painted his teeth and lips. With a second bound, the creature dove for the violet mass, Lorenzo tightly gripped and screaming. He only had enough time to toss the sun gem aside, a spray of light twirling around as it spasmodically shifted and reshifted in the air. The transparent tongues flailing above the roots suddenly flared up like a cyclone, swallowing the beast and swallowing his brother. In a single, silent shimmer, they were gone, and the mirage twisted out of existence. Corin stared at the empty network of roots and fell helplessly to his knees. Chapter 15. A Brush with the Eternal. The storm was coming. The sharp sting of the icy rain hit hard against Corin's ears. Soon, the rain would give way to wind, and the wind would bring blinding, coughing clouds of dust. But Corin could not move. He stared out over the convoluted mass of crystal tendrils. The meager light faded with the rolling clouds, and the pockets of violent shimmer had dulled to dusty graphite. Still, Corin could not move. His mind was quiet and cold. And then, like a blade, the pain pierced his thoughts. Sudden and unwelcome, he screamed as tears stung his skin and blurred his sight. He held tightly against his stomach. His intestines felt chilled and tense. His mind was rejecting what it had seen, flushing the poison of reality down through his torso, killing his flesh from the inside out. He couldn't accept what he had witnessed. Lorenzo couldn't be gone. It didn't make sense. It was a thought so cold and so impossible. The pain in his gut spiked and Corin vomited onto the grass. He felt the bile burn his throat and palate, somehow helping to clear his mind. His voice was yelping and tumbling from him as he wept, and he realized that he was not in control. He was not in control of his body or his mind. He was shaking violently and couldn't unclench his grip against the stabbing pain inside him. Could this just be sorrow? Was this truly the power of anguish? He had to move. He had to get help, anything to dull the burning in his mind and body. Corin tried to stand, but only managed to scream into the storm. A bolt of pain shot through his leg and he fell to his side. He could hardly feel the blow of the fall. Corin thrashed and wept as the stiff grass scraped his skin. He realized then that something was happening to his body, something much greater than grief. There was something wrong with him. There was something wrong inside of him. He thrashed forward and managed to pull his wounded foot into view. The puncture was gray and pale with black veins throbbing and streaking under his fragile skin. Convulsing in the brittle grass, Corin grew very cold and very afraid. But he also noticed the light. Through the dancing shadows of the plain, Corin saw the sun gem. It was pulsing gently, blooming coronas of gold out from its shifting surface. With each flare, the rest of the world looked darker, grayer, less interesting, less inviting. It was calling to him, somehow dimming the distractions. But there was something more to it, something Corin could feel in his stricken mind. It was something soothing and warm. It was a feeling Corin could only describe as love. Tenderly, Corin crawled through the grass on his forearms, trying to keep his breathing smooth and dragging his useless legs limply behind. The pain returned in violent shots, like thorns splitting his flesh. The horror of his broken body should have been growing to panic, and yet, as he crept closer to the light, his thoughts actually began to settle. What had once been a gale of anguish was calmly aligning into a plan. Lorenzo is gone, child. Accept that. There was nothing you could have done to save him then, and there is nothing that can be done to save him now. Amazing, Corin thought. He hadn't even realized there was guilt floating through his mind, and yet the answer swept his psyche clean before he even had time to confront it. It had come to him quickly, with a certain flavor of necessary pain, like the sting that comes from dipping freezing fingers into warm water. It hurt, but it was over in a flash, leaving nothing but the comforting ache of healing. Again, the strange, warm thoughts came. Return the gem to the tower. The city is vulnerable, and you are dying. Dying? Really? How could that be? It had only just occurred to him that what he was feeling was something more temporal than mere sorrow, but death? Seemed excessive. Also, why wasn't he more upset about all this? It was an odd sensation. Corin had just received a clear, unmistakable impression that his life was in mortal peril, and yet he felt no panic. That ache was still present in his mind, but none of the terror that a thought like that should have brought to him. Was it because he did not believe it? That must be it. He hadn't processed the thought. It had not yet sunk in. But no, that wasn't it either. His mind was moving faster than it should have been. He had processed the thought. It came and went and moved through his mind and into his heart almost before he was aware that it was even there. He felt like a baby suddenly thrust into the mind of its parent. More than that, an ant given the mind of a god. All his senses had been heightened. but he was not accustomed to operating at such an extreme speed. In a single flash of mental pain that he had barely noticed, Corin felt panic, horror, denial, sorrow, regret, and a bitter, jaded acceptance that now urged him to crawl closer to the rippling gem before him. It hit him again that he truly was dying there on the plains, but apparently that would be an easy fix, so long as he continued to crawl toward the light. Things have finally been set in motion, and what is done cannot be undone. The sum of 10,000 past ages has been placed upon your shoulders. But first, you must not die out here in the grass. There was a clear objective now. His panic had been burnt away by the drive to meet a precious goal. But how? How had these thoughts come? A second ago, Corin had felt that he was not in control, but now? Now it felt as if he had been given control. Not that he had found it or overcome what was keeping him from it. He felt as though he had been given the clarity to process and proceed. The influence was so obviously foreign, and yet it felt so familiar. Familiar. That wasn't the right word. It wasn't a memory he had lost or an old habit kicking in. It was deeper than that. It was something instinctual. He had been reconnected to what he had always belonged to, something sweet and natural, and vaguely terrifying. As Corin crawled to the crystal, he noticed the black smears on his fingers burn and crack and flake away to ash. He paused and watched. The light was singeing the creature's black blood. It seemed to boil in a flash and then shrivel to nothing before gently lifting from his skin a harmless scrap of paper pressed against a coal. Despite the blood's volatile reaction, Corin felt no pain on his flesh. The black blood peeled off, leaving him clean and dry. Heal your leg. Hold the gem. My leg. Corin thought back on the pursuit. He had been wounded. His foot had been wounded, and then he had run through puddles of the creature's black blood. Corin shifted to his side and then lifted himself up onto his knees. The pain flared with each burst of his pulse, shooting the icy feeling through his veins. In a spasm of pain, he reached forward and clasped the golden thing before him. Corin's world went white, startlingly, strikingly white. An exquisite heat burst through him, perfectly permeating every centimeter of his body. His flesh was on fire, being consumed by the light. But no, that wasn't it at all. His flesh was the fire. It was as if he had died and been born anew. He was desperately ill, and healthier than he had ever imagined possible, broken and rebuilt. His life was suddenly a blinding, brilliant paradox of surreal, cosmic sensations. He flew from the ground, passing through the sky, drifting higher and higher until blue became black and black became laced with diamonds. His vision burst into vast scenes of stars and clouds of incomprehensible colors, and great constellations clustered in patterns so imperial and immense that Corin screamed in terror and threw the sun gem. Corin leapt to his feet and scrambled away from the crystal. It rolled once in the grass, a cloud of splintered pieces swarming its surface before splashing back into the hole. The gem coursed and pulsed with delicate ripples of cubic patterns waving silently through it. Corin looked down at his hands, certain that they were raw and burnt. He flexed his fingers and turned them over several times. They were fine, and they were clean. Corin shifted his weight on his feet, and then noticed that there was no pain. He twisted up his foot and looked at its bottom. His wound was gone. The icy feeling, the pain in his blood, and even the hole in his flesh. They were all healed. A simple white scar was all that remained. For a moment, Corin just stood and stared at the gem, letting the fading rain prick his neck. He felt strange now that he had released the gem, like he was no longer whole. His mind especially felt small and broken. He could feel the chill in his temples. Something warm was slipping away beneath his skull, pulling back and recoiling from his inadequacies. Corin held his forehead, trying to remember what had happened. It had happened in an instant, but it had seemed so much longer than that. It was like his mind had moved quicker than it should have, noticing more in less time. It had frightened him, but now that it was over, he could not stop thinking about it. What was it that had frightened him exactly? It was something he saw. Something great and terrible. It was like the night sky, but far more vast, infinite even. It was like seeing the sky from a different angle, the difference between seeing from the view of an insect and the view of a bird. Corin shook his head and looked out across the plain. The rain had stopped, and he could see the dust rising. A massive cloud of sand and grit was billowing toward him, turning the gray sky tan. Corin considered the sun gem for a moment, and then ran to the Laharto. The brute was still standing patiently by the black puddle where the beast had fallen, but the storm was making it twitchy and skittish. "Shh! Hey, come on now. Stay with me." Corin gently tugged on its reins, and the Laharto obediently trotted along behind him. As they stepped up to the sun gem, Corin turned to the mount's saddle. Tied to the side was a thick, rolled cloth, probably used to cover its back at night. Corin pulled the knots loose and unrolled the blanket, holding it up by its tasseled edges. He walked to the gem and threw the cloth over it, bunching it tight and scooping it into his arms. He tied the gem to the side of the saddle and mounted the red beast. As he climbed up, the agitated creature was instantly, perfectly calm, soothed by the crystal's presence. Corin rolled his eyes. "Oh, you like that? Why don't you try touching it? You might feel different." The ride back was miserable. The sandstorm had descended, stinging Corin's eyes and skin with each thrash in the atmosphere, but that wasn't what was truly bothering him. He kept hearing the thoughts in his head repeated over and over. He couldn't pin down the words exactly because there had been none. They were just ideas, unfettered by the bonds of language. They were pure knowledge and emotion and instruction, and they disturbed Corin more than anything he had ever known. What had they said? Lorenzo was lost, the city was vulnerable, and something had been set upon his shoulders, something that could not be undone. It was as if the universe itself had stooped down to send him a message, but that wasn't quite right either. It was not a message coming to him from somewhere else. The ideas and emotions had come from within him, some part of him that Corin did not understand, something he didn't even know existed. That was what was most unsettling. The ideas had been harsh and terrifying, but he knew with a perfect surety that they were true. They had come from within his own mind, but he trusted them far more than he had ever trusted himself. It was distressing. It made him sick and dizzy, like there was a place in his thoughts where he was not permitted to go. There was a wall in his mind, and each time he thrust his thoughts against it, he was washed over with a wave of nausea and bitter frustration. In the end, that frustration was too severe. He shook his hands wildly at the wrists and breathed in the cold air of the storm. He couldn't let himself dwell on it. Somehow, he knew it would destroy him. Somehow, he knew that time was short. When he reached the outer wall, the city was still deep in its panic. Great bells of distress were ringing in the distance, and people were scrambling to get indoors. Corin followed the main road, moving quickly through the clearing streets. When he reached the central wall, he could hardly comprehend the sight. The perfect plants and banners of the inner city were being torn and twisted in the wind, exposed to the elements for the first time ever? What a thought. There were no screams, but a swell of anguished voices wailed in the dying light. The southern gate had been abandoned by the guards, but the creature's cart of hay was still sitting peacefully in the square. The city, which had been so vibrant and alive only moments ago, felt cold and gray. The shield's light had always been Sentile's greatest comfort, and now it was exposed. The inner district throbbed like a wound laid bare for all the world to pick and prod. Corin smacked the reins against his mount and raced through the broken streets. The storm wasn't so fierce within the buildings, but the dust still choked, and the sunlight had been all but extinguished. Through it, an obstruction came into Corin's view. Several wooden stands had been crashed together, blocking the street as they met the enormous wreckage of a collapsed building. Corin prodded the Laharto forward, but the brute wouldn't take another step. Corin swung off the beast and searched for a path through the rubble. It turned out to be an easy fix. Part of a broken cart could be moved to clear a path. He ran over to it and hefted a protruding board. No sooner had he applied force to the wood than a shrill voice cried out in pain. There were no words, just a desperate, short-breathed agony. Corin jumped back. Beneath the cart was a guard and a young girl wrapped in his arms. The girl was unconscious but still breathing. It had been the guard who had screamed. A broken beam from the cart was lodged into his shoulder. He was lying on his side, using his mask to shield the girl from the crushing weight of the cart. He was trapped beneath the wood, unable to lift himself free, and unable to collapse from exhaustion without crushing the unconscious girl. The guard was a thick, muscular man with a hard jaw and cropped brown hair, but he looked weak and spent. He shot a devastated plea to Corin, unable to even find the strength to speak. Corin ducked down to the man's level, examining his wound. The wood had pierced straight through his shoulder blade. A small crimson tip was protruding from his chest. It was a miracle he had been able to hold the wood at all. Clearing the debris away, Corin caught hold of the little girl's arm. He pulled her gently from under the cart, trying to keep her skin away from the splintered edges. The guard under the cart quivered as blood and sweat dripped down his brow. Once the girl was free, Corin went back for him. "I'm not going to leave you," he whispered, and Corin knelt down by the broken cart. The angle was the problem. If Corin lifted straight up on the wood, it would pick the man up with it. If Corin pulled back on the wood, it might shift the cart and crush the guard. As quickly as he could, Corin cleared all the excess lumber from the cart, lowering the weight and searching desperately for an alternative. Once the cart was bare, Corin could see the street underneath. His heart jumped. The ground was black and slick with the beast's wretched blood, and the poor guard was soaked in the stuff. There wasn't any more time. Corin got behind the cart, facing the man's pierced back. He found a suitable bit of timber and wrapped his fingers around it. He stretched out his knees, lifting the cart as high as he could. The man screamed and thrashed once more, frantically clawing at his chest. As soon as he was lifted free of the stone, Corin raised his foot and pushed against the man's back. Blood, pain, and shrill screams, but the guard slid off the jagged edge, the metal of his breastplate scraping splinters against the beam. The man landed roughly on the stained stone below. As soon as he was free, the guard began bellowing and twisting and clawing at his chest and belly as he folded in on himself. It took very little imagination for Corin to see himself in the man. His mind raced back to the ice in his intestines, that burning cold that seemed to creep up his veins and nip at the tethers of his feeble mind. With all the strength he had, Corin pushed against the beam, tipping the cart up onto its side. It creaked and swayed but stayed balanced. Corin rushed to the guard. He tucked his hands under his arms and dragged him out into the clear street. There was a brief, stupid moment where Corin wasn't sure what to do for the man. He removed his dinged helmet and peeled off his sticky breastplate. Shards of metal had been folded into his wound, but the guard was somehow past feeling them, and they pulled out of his chest unnoticed. Instead, he held his abdomen and wailed into the storm. As soon as Corin saw the man's gray, soft flesh, he knew what had to be done. Beneath his chainmail shirt, Thick black veins bulged across the guard's skin, exploding into thin webs that pulsed and coursed through his dying body. The smell was overpowering. It was pure putrescence, the sweet, sticky decay of spoiled meat. Corin pulled the man up to the Laharto, and the beast stayed surprisingly calm and subdued. With a quick glance around the street, Corin loosed the crystal's cloth and placed it in the guard's lap. The man relaxed and opened his eyes, staring blankly into the storm above, apparently not feeling the sand and grit biting at his corneas. Corin knelt down beside him. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but it seemed as if he had no other choice. He lifted the man's now limp arm, pulled back the gem's covering, and placed his hand on the crystal's surface. The flash of light was instant and overwhelming. Corin turned away and noticed the little girl beside him. In the blinding light, it was clear that her legs had been scraped and cut by the wood. He lifted her into his arms and placed her hand on the gem as well. The light flared through her, and for a moment her skin turned an impossible celestial color that was almost clear. Corin pulled their hands from the gem and sat back, the little girl silently pressed against his chest. The guard blinked as fresh tears tumbled down his cheeks. With a free hand, Corin pulled the cloth back over the sun gem and pulled it onto the street next to him.
"What did you do to me?" the guard whispered.
"I was trying to help you." The guard smiled and felt at his chest. The wound was gone. The black blood was gone. He laughed.
"Was it all a dream?"
Corin sighed in relief and looked at the covered crystal at his thigh. His mind ran back to his vision on the plains. He had seen so much in so little time. Perhaps. "Did you see anything?" Corin asked cautiously. The guard blinked and then looked at Corin.
"You're Lorenzo's brother, aren't you?"
He forced himself to nod. "My name's Corin."
"Corin. Well, I thought I was dead. Not even dying, but all out dead."
The guard chuckled and cracked his neck.
"Sky above. I thought my heart had stopped. Everything hurt so bad."
"I know," Corin urged. "But what did you see?"
"See?"
The guard seemed a little confused at the question.
I saw that creature. It came at me down the street, just there, smashing every cart in its way. There was a little girl standing in the road screaming. I'm not sure if I did the right thing, but I dropped my spear and dove over the girl, trying to protect her. That's when the wood came down over us. I didn't see what happened, but I felt my shoulder rip open."
He shuddered.
"Bloody nasty, that was. The little girl must have got knocked out by the fall. After that, I don't really know. That pain, it was too much. I must have passed out, huh? Did you get me out?"
Corin nodded softly. "But after that, did you see anything else? Anything in your mind?" The guard shook his head gently.
Wait, there was a light? Does that make sense? I saw a light, and I felt it too. I felt peace, like everything was going to be all right. Thunder and hail, did I die? I could be dead right now, huh? Or was it—"
His eyes wandered to the wrapped object at Corin's side.
"It was the sun gem, wasn't it?"
The guard looked back up at Corin, a kind of eager concern in his sunken, weathered eyes. Corin grunted and turned away, ignoring the man's naked desire for information. "I need to get it back to the tower. Can you take the girl?" Corin lifted the child into the guard's solid arms.
"Of course, but how?"
Corin grabbed the crystal by the cloth and lashed it back onto Laharto's saddle. He leapt on and kicked mildly at the brute's sides.
"Corin, wait up a moment,"
the guard called, climbing to his feet.
"My name is Darrow, by the way. I was in your brother's platoon in the guard. Where is he? I would have bet my life that I saw him riding on the back of that thing."
Corin turned away without answering, and he smacked the Laharto's reins. Chapter 16. He Who Remembers. The central plaza was bare and cold. The remnants of the celebration still cluttered the streets. Here in the open space, the storm was dense, with swirling brown clouds of dust blinding the way. When Corin reached the tower, he found its massive doors limply hanging open, leaving a half-meter crack to the gale. Corin dismounted and loosed the gem. He braced to heft it, but realized how incredibly light the thing was for its size. He thought about tying the Laharto to the nearby stalls, but realized he had no idea who the lizard even belonged to. He left it there in the storm and pushed his way into the tower. Inside, the walls were dark and bleak without the gem's light, and his eyes were useless for a moment against the sudden black. As they adjusted, a hunched, cloaked figure faded into his sight. "Grandfather?" Lahanti quickly glanced up. He had been sitting on an enormous chunk of stone that must have been knocked loose from somewhere high in the tower. The impact had left a huge gash in the tiled floor. "Corin?" The old man rushed to his feet. "Corin, where have you been? Do you know what's happened?" When Corin saw his grandfather, it was as if all his strength and courage were suddenly spent. His mind had been closed until now, sealed tight with the desperate tide of adrenaline carrying him on. He had been riding a high of sorts, fueled by all he had seen, fueled by what the gem had shown him. He felt in that moment that he had not been entirely himself, that some greater force had buoyed him up and kept him from collapsing into despair. But as the old man rushed toward him, Corin finally collapsed, overcome by grief. Lahanti moved swiftly to his grandson and held his shoulders. "Corin! Corin, speak to me, son! What's happened to you?" There was palpable panic in the old man's eyes. Corin tried to speak. He tried to scream. He tried to tell him everything that had happened, but amid the bursts of tears only his trembling gasps echoed through the tower's dark chamber. He hunched forward, clutching the wrapped gem against his gut. "He's gone," Corin whimpered. "It took Lorenzo." Lahanti's face grew dim and pale. "What took him? Corin, what are you saying?" Corin trembled as he wept, leaning lower as his strength seemed to fail him. His voice rose and shook, and the words suddenly burst from him. "That thing! That terrible thing that stole the gem! We tried to kill it, but it took Lorenzo." He stopped and sobbed some more. The old man was perfectly still and perfectly silent, absorbing all Corin had to say. "Grandfather, they just vanished. We were out on the plains, and we thought we had killed it, but then it took Lorenzo, and they were just gone." Again, Corin shrank and collapsed within himself. He glanced up at the old man. Lahanti's face was streaming silent tears, the whites of his eyes blurring to red. He held his grandson, and together there, in the dark of the empty tower, they wept. It might have been minutes. It might have been an hour. The two Talaks mourned in silence as the shrill storm wailed against the hollow chamber. Dusk fell, and for the first time in 300 years, Inner Sentile felt a storm's bitter sting. Lahanti leaned back and stared out through the open door. "All is truly lost now," the old man whispered. "Without the sun gem, we will all share Lorenzo's fate." Corin sat up with the gem cradled in his lap and gently pulled back a portion of the crystal's cloth, letting the golden light fill the chamber. Lahanti stopped short, the pain in his features melting under the gem's shimmering light. The elder was suddenly on his toes. "Come with me, son. Now!" Lahanti motioned toward the curling stairway that wrapped around the edge of the tower. With surprising speed, the old man rushed up the steps. Corin staggered at the abrupt shift, but followed his grandfather, leaving the gem partially unwrapped to light the way. They ran as fast as they could, but the tower was immense. The stairway was much steeper than it looked, and it felt as if they were making little progress in the climb. Corin had 1,000 questions bursting into his thoughts, but he was too winded to speak them. As they ran, he gazed out into the center of the tower, straining his red eyes to understand the optical illusions created by the immense crosswork of iron beams and metal ribs hiding in the shadows of the tower's inner surface. When they finally reached the narrow top of the tower, the stairway abruptly turned left onto a thin walkway. There was an iron ladder at the center of the path leading up into a broad metal ceiling. The old man hurried up the rungs, unfazed by the dizzy heights of the meager path. Corin felt a thrill of fear run over him, but walked forward. He was accustomed to running across rooftops, but this was much worse. He grasped the cold iron bars and realized that he didn't know if he could climb with one hand. Trying his best to not look down, Corin passed the bunched-up cloth to his nimble toes and pulled himself up the ladder, awkwardly hopping along the way. He tried to not imagine what would happen if he slipped or dropped the gem. He guessed that it would probably just shatter and regroup like it had on the plains, but that was a precarious assumption to rely on. When he reached the top, his grandfather pulled him up the rest of the way. Corin lifted the gem to his hands and stepped into the room. They were standing in the iron lantern at the top of Valen's tower. It was much larger than Corin had imagined, and the whole metal surface of the structure was etched with beautiful swirling designs. The room had 8 tall glass windows, divided by iron beams that supported a conical roof. A window off to Corin's right had been blown inward by the beast, casting diamond slivers across every centimeter of the floor. Some of the creature's loose fur was still caught in the meager shards around its shattered frame. The wind was catching the window at such an angle that the whole room whistled and screamed. It felt like staring out over hungry, crooked teeth. "Corin, quickly now!" Corin flinched out of his stupor. His grandfather was standing in the center of the room, beckoning him towards something Corin hadn't noticed. Directly underneath the sloped point of the roof was an iron stand about waist high, with a cupped top to cradle the sun gem. Careful to not touch its surface again, Corin rolled the crystal out of the cloth and onto its altar. The room filled with light and the gem convulsed in excited cubic spasms. Its surface rippled and shuddered and flooded out over the ridges and poles of its altar. The sun gem crusted the metal like salt crystals climbing the shore. The gem itself seemed to bloom, crowning out into a vast display of spikes. Spikes, Corin realized, that looked strikingly similar to the end of a Talak's tail. Sparks of white light traveled quickly down the etchings in the metal stand, illuminating them as they went. They continued with blinding speed, lighting the designs on the floor, the beams of the walls, and finally the roof. The little trails of light swirled and tightened, and eventually converged at the center of the roof. In another flash of light, the shield began to melt out over the city, thinly spreading like golden wax over a polished stone. As the shield descended, the wind ceased. Fragments of dust and sand fell from the air, and the world went suddenly still and silent. It could be felt across the entire city. As the dome was restored, all of Sentile collectively exhaled and relaxed. Corin's grandfather stared for a moment at the sun gem, as if he wasn't certain it would stay put. He was still dressed in his yellow ceremonial robes and orange sash. He looked perfectly at place here, overlooking the city by the light of the gem. He turned to Corin, swift tears slipping across his wrinkled skin. "We have so very much to talk about," he whispered. Corin swallowed and tried to find words, but none came. He was tired in a way he had never known. His mind felt full, but his heart was sunken and empty. "Corin, tell me what you saw. How did you retrieve the sun gem?" Corin shook his head. "I didn't. He stepped to the wall and pushed aside the shards of glass. He slumped down hard on the floor, leaning against a glowing iron beam. He tried to speak calmly, but he felt his eyes puff and flare, and his sinuses warm and fill. Through ragged breaths he explained that Lorenzo was dead, taken by the black beast they thought they had slain. He told his grandfather of the tangle of crystal roots and the cold, clear flame that had swallowed them both. He described the ice in his blood and the surreal pain in his mind. He spoke of the crystal's terrifying vision, rescuing Darrow and the girl, and the rotting smell in the guard's flesh that had reminded him of the beast's putrid wound. He described how they too had been healed by the crystal, but mostly, he just cried. He cried out of shame and weakness, and he cried for Lorenzo. The old man listened. He never spoke, and he never interrupted. He knelt down by Corin and let his grandson weep. When the words stopped and his wails cooled into silent puffs and trembles, the old man wrapped his arms around his grandson and held him close. For the first time, Corin realized just how cold he had been. He gently pulled back from his grandfather and leaned his shoulders against the beam. He closed his eyes and breathed through his nose, his nerves finally settling.
"Corin," Lahanti offered, "I know this is more than you can take right now, but I need to speak with you. If what you have told me is true, then we have to act immediately."
Corin opened his eyes and stared at the sun gem, its light pulsing and growing. It felt so alive, so busy, like it was engaged in some incomprehensible task.
"We thought this day might never come, Corin," Lahanti muttered. "We hoped that we would be safe forever. Over 300 years we grew negligent and lost our caution. We stopped telling the old stories, and our history became superstition. But that is why I am here. There must always be one who remembers. When the world grows forgetful, it is my job to tear open the scar and reveal the splinter still buried within."
"Grandfather," Corin muttered, "what is that gem?" The old man smiled and shook his head.
"I don't have the faintest idea, but I do know where it came from."
The old man stood and offered his hand to Corin.
"Come with me, son."
Chapter 17. The Mural. Together, the two descended the ladder and the stairway. Inside, the tower's beams had all been lit up once more, the swirling designs perfectly illuminating their path. Corin gazed around in wonder. "No one ever sees this," Corin gently lamented.
Lahanti shook his head. "It's a travesty. It truly is. The tower used to be open to the public. Now only the elders and highest guards are permitted within these lonely walls. The last council declared that allowing citizens access might become a security hazard. In reality, though, they believed it entertained flagrant fantasies that might prove dangerous to progress, to use their words from the official report. What baka chips! Your great-grandfather fought their decision, but in the end the majority ruled against him. For more than 50 years, this chamber has remained silent and forgotten, and with it, we have lost our capacity to learn from the past." The familiar lecture was taking on new strength and purpose in Corin's mind. He could not explain what he had seen, but neither could he comprehend what his grandfather was explaining. Not yet, at least. Perhaps the two mysteries would meet in the middle. "What is this tower, grandfather? I don't think I understand its purpose." "Of course you don't, my boy. No one does."
Lahanti laughed bitterly and threw his hands about the enormous cylindrical chamber.
"It is a relic of the past. It is something ancient and sacred, something designed to encourage us to never forget, so naturally we have all forgotten. It has become a part of our lives as common as the rising and setting of the sun.
We never question what we have always known. We lose our curiosity with our clubbed tales. We become frustrated searching for answers on our own, and we are scolded for asking too much when we are young. Thus, the truth is pushed ever further from our reach.
Yes, but grandfather, what is it?
Corin suppressed a groan. He needed answers, not philosophy. Why was it built? What is it actually for? The old man stopped and whipped around. Have you heard nothing I have said? This tower was built to help us remember, and it was built to save us when we forget. The elder pressed on. Corin frowned deep in his brow, trying to understand his grandfather's cryptic words. All right, then what is it we were meant to remember? Now that, Lahanti laughed, is a question I have waited a lifetime for someone to ask me. Look out there, Corin. Look out over our people's forgotten memories. Lahanti pointed down to the vast floor of the tower. They were still hundreds of meters from the bottom of the stairway, but the whole room was now clearly lit by the curious etchings in the tower's metal skeleton. Corin could see the massive mural in its entirety, the thousands of colored tiles seamlessly weaving together a vivid, horrifying picture. They were arranged in a perfect circle, with Sentile's sun and sword crest framed in the center, the tip of its blade pointing to the double-door entrance, and the 6 points of the crest's sun dividing the mural into 6 pointed slices. What is this, grandfather? The old man smiled. The history of our people. Our records say that it took 10 artists 7 years to finish the whole masterpiece. It was meant to preserve the story of Valen and the Great War. They continued down the steps to the face of the mural. Corin's eyes darted wildly along the work. The color was dimmer than it must have once been, but the images were still vibrant and sharp. The sheer enormity of the project was what impressed him the most. Its size really couldn't be appreciated from the ground. Each tile was smaller than the tip of a thumb, and yet they laid out full to lacs and sweeping vistas in intricate detail. It's incredible, he whispered. The old man smiled and nodded. It is truly breathtaking. Unfortunately, the story it tells is not one of beauty. Come, stand there first. Tell me what you see. Following the old man's summons, Corin descended the last few steps and stood before a portion of the giant mural. Depicted in the tiles was a woman. She was young, maybe in her 20s, but her skin looked worn and frail. Her features were far older than her physique. Her short years had no doubt been ones of great grief. 2 children were clinging to her, their pointed ears and unbloomed tails pulled low and tight in practiced caution. A young girl rested on her hip, while the boy leaned against her thigh. Their backs were pressed against the bare frame of a ragged, dead tree. With a shock, Corin realized that this little family was not alone in the scene. All along the sides were creatures, most of them portrayed as black shadows lurking in the distance, barely distinguishable from the broken foliage that surrounded them. They were everywhere. Mounted on rocks, flying through the sky, there was even one sitting atop the family's tree. Its frame looked almost like a talak, but its legs were shorter with less joints. Its face was flat, with slit nostrils and wide, watery eyes. Its body was naked, and its skin seemed to be pulled too tightly over its protruding bones. By all means, this creature looked dead. All but the eyes. Those watery, swollen eyes held a dim light in them. They were gray and chaotic, like a storm cloud. The memory crashed back into him. Those were the eyes of the beast, the eyes that had killed Lorenzo. Corin turned to his grandfather, but the words choked up in his throat. The old man took a quivering breath and then stepped out onto the far side of the scene. I know, he whispered, patting Corin's shoulder as he walked the length of the image. See here, son. Recently, I have become quite intrigued by one particular character in this rendition. Corin stepped to his side, and the rest of the world seemed to fall away at the surreal sight. At Lahanti's feet, skulking in the background of the image, was a long, six-limbed, woolly creature with twisting horns and massive, sunken eyes. Corin could feel his features go limp as he stared into an almost perfect likeness of his nightmare. That was it. It had to be it. There was nothing else that looked even remotely like that beast. You knew? Corin shook his head and looked up at the glowing frame of the tower. The elders knew for all these years? How could it be sitting right here at our feet? How could that thing be right here in the middle of the city, and yet no one had ever seen it before? Corin felt his anger rising with his voice. He realized that what he was feeling was a chance to redirect his guilt. Something else could have saved his brother. This knowledge might have spared him. Lahanti stared at the tiles with hands clasped thoughtfully behind him. I have tried, my boy. For all the years of my appointment as elder, I have tried to convince this city to remember the past. There is an ancient adage written in the archives. It states that those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. I have truly failed, Corin. I am he who remembers, he who is meant to keep these stories alive. But I was always dismissed as a nuisance to progress. And now this day has come. The great day of my failure. Tell me everything, grandfather, Corin spat. I'm ready to listen. What are we up against? Lahanti glanced up with high brows. Corin, Tell me everything you know, Corin pressed. Please. The old man's shock melted away with a nod, and he smiled bitterly at his grandson. No one knew what they were or where they came from. All the records in the archives say they sprang up overnight and swept down any resistance placed before them. In a matter of weeks, the world was overrun. They were called by many names in many lands. In our own record, they are sometimes called creatures of the void, or the Dark Ones, but most commonly history labels them as demons. As his grandfather spoke, Corin's eyes drifted up the image. The tiled sky was dark, almost black, but the artists had managed to sculpt motion and tumult into its static surface. As he stared, the memories of his repeated dream rushed back to his mind. He saw the clouds, horrible black clouds racing across the plains. The storm was coming, almost upon them. He could feel it, see it in his mind. They had to act before. Are you all right, son? Corin jerked alert and nodded. He stepped back, trying to better examine the whole mural. Do we know now? Know now? Lahanti looked puzzled. Know what? You said no one knew what they were or where they came from. Do we now? Well. The old man sighed. I'm afraid we still know very little about them. Come with me. Lahanti walked to the left, moving around the edge of the mural to the next scene. It was a cross-section of a large underground cavern. Talax were moving along every surface, tending to a herd of bacas, carrying baskets of corn, and drawing water from a well at the floor of the cavern. A small village of animal skin huts had been built at the cavern's base, and at its center, mounted on an altar of wood, sat the sun gem. In the artist's interpretation, the crystal floated above the wood, a perfectly cut jewel. It was a bright, gold color and cast a pure white light throughout the cave. At the entrance, the cavern was guarded by a group of Talax wielding spears. Just beyond the edge of the gem's light, several black creatures sat and waited. Apparently, our ancestors found shelter in some sort of cavern. I'd give my tail to know where, but... He sighed and rubbed at his tired eyes. Regardless, somewhere deep inside they discovered the sun gem and built a new life for themselves. Not much has been written about this, but it seems clear that the gem's light repulsed the demons and allowed our people to survive while the world rotted around them. Corin stared at the image, darkly fascinated by the creatures prowling the entrance. "What are they doing?" Lahanti shrugged. "I'm not sure. You have to understand, Corin, I have spent a lifetime trying to interpret this mural, and what I'm telling you is just what I have pieced together from the few shabby records our people have retained. You would be astonished at how little anyone wrote back then." He glanced back down at the sprawling chaos depicted under his toes. "Anyway, there is one brief entry that describes rules and cautions for hunters. I assume it must have been necessary for small parties to leave the cave once in a while, possibly in search of food and supplies. According to this record, these groups were to stick together and follow 3 rules. First, never be seen. Second, never be smelt. Third, never bleed. Apparently these creatures hunted mostly by smell, particularly the smell of blood. If one caught the scent of your blood, you were instructed to lead it as far from your group as possible, never back to the cavern." "That's awful," Corin whispered as he studied the picture. He mulled over his grandfather's words, considering the bleak rules. The guards at the front were staring down a vicious pack of demons, and yet they didn't look anxious or alert. They just looked tired. They stared weakly at the pacing monsters beyond. "Is that what happened here?" Corin asked. "In the picture? Did someone lead these things back home?" The old man shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine, son." "How long did they live like this, just hiding in this cave?" "It could have been years. It could have been centuries. Nothing exists from before the demons, you see. Any records of the old world have since been erased from history." Lahanti muttered the words like they were a string of curses. "But we do know that eventually something extraordinary happened. Look here." Lahanti pointed out past the scene to another slice of the mural. The whole image seemed like it might have been built of nothing but white and yellow tiles. Corin moved in front of it, and his mind fell to reverent stillness. This was the portion of the mural he had seen before. This was the image of Valen. "You see it, don't you?" whispered the old man. "You see his face, yes?" Corin couldn't answer. Even knowing that it was there, seeing his own features perfectly depicted in the mural was still overwhelming. It was the most striking likeness of himself he had ever encountered. It was like an ancient, tiled reflection. He might have been standing at the edge of a pool. Corin forced himself to look past Valen's face, to examine the surrounding image as well. The ancient hero was knelt down beside the sun gem. In his hands, he was holding a sword that shone as bright and golden as the crystal before it. The whole village was gathered around the scene, stunned looks on every face. Lahanti chuckled. "What you are looking at, my son, is one of the few visual depictions we have of our famous ancestor." Corin hesitated at first, thinking back on Lorenzo's mocking dismissal, but the need to know grew and grew within him. This couldn't be coincidence. "I'm not crazy, right?" Corin asked. "He really looks just like me, doesn't he, grandfather?" "Yes, Corin, he certainly does." Corin nodded and exhaled. "But how? This is hundreds of years old, but I mean, it's like they were looking at me when they made this." "Yes, I know," the old man smiled. "I have wanted to bring you here for some time, but your father thought it best to not fill your head with any of my wild fantasies." "He's seen the mural?" "Of course he has," Lahanti snapped. "He's my lump of a son, after all. Corin, I showed him all of this years ago when I still hoped he might take my place as elder one day." Corin shook his head. "But how could he not tell me about this? How could he know and keep it to himself?" Lahanti laid a gentle hand on Corin's shoulder. "Your father has always been remarkably stubborn. He believes that we see what we want to see. Some things are merely chance to him. Some things have a reasonable explanation. Perhaps he's right. Maybe it is reasonable to accept that after 10 generations the line of Valen might happen to recreate his face in yours. But what do you believe, grandfather? The old man stepped away to the next scene. I believe that what you told me upstairs has confirmed something I have held in my mind for years. I believe that history is repeating itself, and I believe that you are fated to save us. Corin froze. What? Save? What are you saying, grandfather? Lahanti offered a loving yet firm smile to his grandson. Corin, please, think about what has happened. Think about what you have told me. You heard a voice, did you not? You saw a vision. What is done cannot be undone. Is that not what you said? You have been chosen, child. Corin shook his head. No, that's ridiculous. Do you even hear yourself? Chosen? Chosen by what? Heaven, the universe, the sun gem, I don't know, Corin. But you must see what I am telling you, yes? The old man's eyes were frantic. More than 300 years ago, when our world was in danger, Valen was chosen to defend it. The same signs have been revealed. History has truly repeated its course, and here we now stand at the very evidence of its repetition. Lahanti threw his finger down at the mural, letting the image do his accusing for him. So, what are we going to do about it, boy? The old man paused to glare and flare his nostrils. Because, unless you're lying to me, Corin, something reached out to you on the plains. Something gave you a mission. Something saw your courage and placed our fate upon your shoulders. Those are not my words. That is how you described it. So I ask you again, what are you going to do about it? Corin could not speak. That same piercing surety that had hit him on the plains was hitting him now. Something in his mind would not let the old man's words fall to the floor. With a strange knowledge that came more from within than without, Corin knew that all of this was true. And that was more terrifying than anything Corin had seen or felt on the plains. His heart pumped wildly, and adrenaline shot through his flesh as the stress of it all folded onto him. Corin, the old man pressed. I don't know yet. Lahanti sighed, the blush of shame rising in his pointed ears. He swallowed and shook his head. I'm sorry, Corin. I didn't mean to. This is more than anyone should have. I need to know more. The elder glanced up. More? Corin nodded. Tell me more. Tell me everything. About Valen, about the demons. What happened? How did he win? Corin blinked and realized that fresh tears were trailing his face. When had that happened? He wiped them away and clenched his teeth. He had been asked what he would do, and he had decided. He would keep going. He would keep learning. He felt like he was running down a hill, going much faster than he was able to maintain. If he stopped now, he would crash. If he paused to consider his chances, he would fall. There was nothing left to decide. Run or fall, that was it. And he would keep running. When Corin looked up at his grandfather, he saw that the old man's eyes were filled with tears as well. Don't ever feel alone in this, my boy. You never will be. Corin nearly rolled his eyes, but instead he nodded. I know. The old man sniffed hard and blinked. Well then, what happened next? The songs and stories are very clear on what, but they fail to mention how. You know the words, my boy. And when the darkness gathered in, and all that's good was lost to sin, dear Valen saw our need, that it was dire.
He feared no horror of the night. He fought for us with all his might, and from his task his heart did never tire. But all the world was filled with blight, and clouds of death obscured his sight. So heaven blessed him with a sword all filled with fire. Yes, heaven blessed him with a sword of fire. Corin studied the tiles as the familiar lyrics came to life before him. They were not nearly as metaphorical as he had supposed. Like the last scene, Valen held a golden sword in this image. He and a group of Talak warriors were walking through a swamp of some sort. They were entirely encompassed by demons, but the creatures seemed to be cringing in pain and keeping their distance beyond the circle of light. Valen was standing in the lead, the filthy water up to his hips, and the burning sword held high over his head. When the old man's dusty voice finished reciting the words, Corin gestured to the mural. "A sword of fire?" he repeated as he gestured to the image. "But what is it, grandfather?" "It is the sword of Valen," Lahanti shrugged. "There's not much more to it than that. I already told you, son. We know what, but not how. Valen was able to transfer the light of the sun gem into his blade, or at least, that's what seems to be happening. With the power of the sword, he was able to light a path in the demon's darkness, searching for help. It is said that Valen's golden blade was the only instrument capable of actually causing the demon's pain." "That's it. That's what happened," Corin whispered to himself. Realizing how odd that sounded, Corin turned to his grandfather. "That beast, the one that took the sun gem, it started acting strange once it had the crystal. It was shaking its head and crashing into things. It was like it couldn't see where it was going, but there was nothing we could do to hurt it. Lorenzo nearly sliced the thing's leg off, but it just kept running." The old man shook his head, as if to shed the horror of the thought. "Well, that is consistent with the stories. The records say the demons were a type of living death, rotting bodies that did not sleep or eat. They felt neither pain nor cold. They lived only to hunt, and they feared only the gem's light. Didn't you say that you two thought you had killed it out on the plains?" Corin nodded. "Yeah, we did. It passed out just before it got to that dark, twisted patch. We thought it must have been from blood loss." The old man considered this for a moment. "I'm not sure what to make of that. It's clear from the stories that warriors other than Valen were capable of killing demons, but there's no mention of how." "Other warriors," Corin whispered. "You had said before that Valen went searching for help?" Lahanti nodded and smiled. "I did, and he found it." The old man motioned to the next scene of the mural. It depicted a top-down view of a horrific battle. At the far, pointed end of the scene was that mass of twisted violet crystal. The artist had included wispy white lines flowing up from it. Clawed torsos and horned heads protruded from gaps in the lines, like hands and faces parting an invisible curtain. Down further, the demons were in a massive throng, almost like a pulsing stream of insects tumbling over each other. Near the edge of the tiles, Valen and his army fought. His golden sword was bursting through a fallen horned beast that was screaming at his feet, its body engulfed in white flames. Hundreds of others were fighting beside him. At first, Corin saw only the Talak warriors, but as he studied the mural, he noticed others. Some of the fighters had pale, cream-colored skin with slate-blue streaks down their backs and arms. They were tailless creatures with only a single set of knees. With a start, he realized that what he had initially mistaken for boulders on the battlefield were actually warriors as well. They were massive, gray creatures wielding steel axes and wooden staffs. "Are those the other races?" Corin asked. "The ones across the sea?" The old man smiled. "Indeed, the people of the mountains and the people of the sea. You might know them as the golems and the sprites, yes? Though I have heard that they are not fond of our nicknames for them. Proud and mysterious peoples, both of them.
Corin was fascinated by what he saw, and also disgusted at his own ignorance. He had heard that there were other intelligent races far across the Great Sea, but he had never seen one before. Not many Talax had. The lands beyond the plains were not a topic commonly addressed in Sentile. I had always imagined them being more... Corin fumbled with his words. You know, like us. Ordinary people, just from a different climate, you know?
Lahanti laughed. Just because they look different doesn't mean they're not like us, son. We owe the golems especially more than I can say. Most of our raw ore comes from our trade with them across the sea. Our records tell us that they were the ones who built this tower for us, as a gift to honor Valen.
And the sprites? His grandfather shrugged.
No one really knows. We were able to maintain some frail trade relations with the golems, but I don't think a Talak has seen a water sprite for more than 200 years. Barriers of language and distance, you see. Both races live on the far side of the ocean. Only a handful of merchants are brave enough to make the voyage each season. They occasionally bring back stories, but things have been quiet for some time. I'm afraid that after Valen's victory, our peoples became rather insular. The Talaks stayed on the plains, and the other races returned to their homes to the east.
But what brought them together in the first place? How did Valen find them?
Lahanti laughed again. Corin, you sound so much like me. You are asking all the questions I have spent a lifetime trying to answer. I'm afraid that what you see here is all we know. There is tragically little written about Valen and his journeys. He never kept a memoir, and truth has been lost to lyrics. All we know is that he left with a handful of warriors and returned years later with an army that changed the future, one that could break the demon ranks and snuff them at their source. The old man motioned to the twisting purple rock at the tip of the scene. You've seen that, haven't you, Corin? The demon source?
Corin nodded, and the sight made him squirm. The artist's interpretation was crude and simple, but that made it all the more horrible. It felt like an idea more than a place, like a symbol of something too terrible to be captured in realism. That's where the beast took Lorenzo, Corin muttered. It jumped into the air and just vanished. Lahanti was silent for a moment, quietly watching Corin study the tiles. That is where it all began, Lahanti explained. I imagine it must have been in the exact spot you saw it today. That was where the demons came through. That is how they entered our world. I can't imagine what it must have taken for Valen to discover that fact, but somehow he learned that the only way to stop the demons was to destroy them at their source. Stepping tenderly to the next scene, Lahanti folded his arms and stared down into Valen's face. The great warrior had stabbed his sword into the twisted purple mass. There was an explosion of light from the blade, and a look of pain on Valen's face. All around him the demons were writhing and convulsing and dissolving to dust. He was fatally wounded in the process, the old man muttered. But Valen finally pushed his way through the demon horde and plunged his sword into their source. The records say that there was a burst of lightning. When the flash faded, the demons were all dead, and the twisted patch on the ground was gone. Valen's sword remained, though, sticking out of the soil, its master lifeless beside it. Wait, Corin thought for a moment. If he died that day, then how can we be his descendants? His grandfather finished. The old man smiled bitterly.
Valen left a family that day he ventured off into the dark. I imagine it must have been the love of those he left behind that drove him to continue. Many times I have considered what it would be like to abandon my wife and son. I have wondered whether or not I would be able to do it.
Corin considered this for a moment. It was an easy decision, he stated. Lahanti turned to his grandson with a look of gentle skepticism at his youthful naivete. Think about it, Corin began. If he stayed, he knew that they were all going to die eventually. If he left them, then there was at least a chance he could save them. How could he stay behind and lose that chance? He had nothing left to lose but that hope.
I believe you may be right, my boy, the old man smiled. Come, there is one last image.
They walked to the next scene. Having come full circle around the slices of the mural, they now stood just to the side of the double doors. It was a depiction of Sentile, though it was much smaller than it stood today. A few squat buildings were huddled around the central tower, but there was no outer wall and no outer districts. The tower's metal frame was complete, but the top half of the structure had not yet been clothed in stone.
This city was built in the decades following Valen's death, Lahanti said, to honor the fallen hero and to set a watch over these plains. I suspect this tower was intended to be a military fortress for when the demons returned. Can you see the symbolism? Lahanti mused. A massive watchtower on the plains set to guard the future, but built upon this mural of the past. The old man chuckled to himself. Our ancestors must have been rather poetic, don't you think?
I guess, Corin said, gazing up into the tower's glittering heights. How did they build it? Lahanti smiled and stared up into the glowing bones, too.
The three races worked together, using lost techniques from across the sea to channel the crystal's light into a shield around the city.
Just like Valen did with his sword, Corin whispered. The old man looked down and nodded to his grandson.
And now, here we are, 300 years later, and the long-expected war has returned, but we have forgotten that it even existed in the first place. We were so busy squabbling among ourselves and glutting our bloody pride that we didn't even see the signs.
Signs? Corin glanced at the old man.
Yes, there have been many signs, the elder stated. The weather is changing, storms have been growing stronger and more frequent. It's like the world is afraid, wailing at us through the wind. Think about Adahi's father Mohe. The Outlanders have spotted strange creatures moving out on the plains, creatures that have attacked them in the night, and the injured have been getting sick. Their flesh has been rotting away at the wound.
Like that beast, Corin said, remembering the stench of decay in its black blood.
Lahanti nodded. Precisely. There have been plenty of signs, and yet we have done nothing. Thunder and hail, how could it come to this? Lahanti spat. The other elders take me for a superstitious old fool, but now things will be different. They have to be. What has been happening in the shadows has finally been brought into the sun. There is no denying it now. A demon has attacked our city and managed to steal the sun gem. We have you as a witness that their source has been restored. The rest of the elders will have no choice but to act now that... A cold feeling that wasn't quite a shudder whipped across Corin's shoulder. The double doors of the tower were thrown open with a metallic shriek. A dozen guards rushed into the room, surrounding Corin and Lahanti. Indeed, you have forced us to act. It was a deep, pleasant voice calling from the doorway. The guards parted, and Elder Morden stepped into the tower. His features were rigid, and his eyes were fixed on Corin. Detain the traitor, he ordered.
The room exploded into pandemonium as 3 guards rushed Corin at once. He gasped in pain as a spear shaft cracked against his skull. His body lurched forward and his arms were wrenched behind his back. Corin heard his grandfather shouting protests to the guards, but his ears were ringing too much for him to make out the words. There was a brief flash of uncertainty in the guards' eyes as several realized they were receiving contradictory commands from 2 different elders. It passed quickly. Corin felt his own voice grunt and gasp in his throat as his wrists were bound behind him. He could see his grandfather screaming into Morton's face, the veins in his neck popping as he roared at the captain of the guard. Corin could see it all, but his ears felt stuffy. He felt, more than heard, the crackling sound in his shoulder, the pop of the bone shifting too far in its socket. The motion was met with a jolt of pain as the guards jerked too hard on his restraints. Corin thrashed involuntarily, kicking a guard square in the chest. He paid dearly for it. Corin felt his body seize up as a fist sank into his abdomen. His mouth was gagged as he tried to scream. A blindfold was cinched across his temples as his blurry eyes searched the room for his grandfather. He struggled, trying to break free of the burly arms gripping him, but the guard behind him slipped Corin's neck into the crook of his elbow. He gasped and tried to scream, but his eyes went dark. Part 3. Precious in Thy Sight. Chapter 18. Something Much Bigger. The sun was warm and welcome on Alenka's skin, but despite the heat she was still shivering away the deep's frigid touch. It was like her bones hadn't quite thawed. She stretched out along the powdery sand, feeling the sea ebb and whisper all around her aching body. It was a solitary island, if it could even be called an island. It was more like a sandbar that managed to crest the swell. Nothing more than an old atoll mounted on the remains of an ancient reef. But who cared? The sun was warm, the tide was just right, and most importantly, she had found a place to be alone. Alenka held up her left arm, stretching her hand out to the sun and casting a meager shadow across her face. She studied the blue shine of the light dancing through the webbing between her fingers. Her skin was still streaked and blotchy from the diving sickness, but she would heal quickly. She always did. She was just grateful that she could still use all her limbs. Alenka laid her forearm across her eyes, shading them from the glare. It was a good day to rest, and after all that had happened, Alenka deserved the break. Marikit and Daiwala were back at the wharf working their charm with the tall minor jewelry. Alenka had stayed long enough to help them unload and set up, but that was all she was willing to do today. And if Dai and Mari didn't like it, well, then they could fight her. It was for the best, really. Even on a good day, Alenka's distaste for crowds scared away most of the customers drawn to Marikit's allure. Haggling and advertising simply were not her roles in the crew. Mari was charming, Dai was tough, and Alenka was smart. It was a powerful balance, and Cyrena crews needed to play to their strengths. Making a living on the Great Sea was not especially difficult. The tide alone could provide for any Ukhoi with half a brain and a net. But making a name for yourself? And as a Cyrena? That was the real challenge. And it was one that Alenka simply could not resist. She had no idea why she was so obsessed with success. It was a stupid, reckless thirst to prove herself, one that often got the whole crew into trouble. Trouble like taking on an entire barge of murdering Kaizo by themselves. She absolutely had to take responsibility for that shipwreck of a job. It was Alenka who demanded they avenge Daisei's murder, Alenka who'd refused to lose their jewels to the sea, and Alenka who'd insisted they take a salvage dive they had no business attempting. Whatever the odds, she just couldn't convince herself to back down. Maybe it was just for the thrill of it. Maybe she was trying to prove something to herself. Or maybe she was sailing through storms just to say she could. Whatever the reason, it was foolish. She didn't have any excuse for all the risks she took, but Marikit and Daiwala, on the other hand, had dreams worth fighting for, and they wore those dreams like tattoos. Mari was young and beautiful, but she had been born to a poor Ugkoi family on the southern coast. Life on the shore had never suited her. She kept the crew up late, rambling about her plans to make it to Lunsod Sadagat. There, in the underwater city, she would find a place of comfort and ease with the Kata. She could start a family, live in wealth, and be forgotten with the rest of those boring, beautiful city fish faces. It made Olenka sick. Daiwala couldn't have been more different. She was a warrior through and through. Her Sirena Kudori was sharp and jagged, a dozen spears perfectly mounted on her brow. The life of a merchant was too mild for her. She too longed for the holy city, but not for its comforts. She was in it for the challenge. Her dream was to one day join the sacred Bushi of Pa Naing, to explore the unknown with Kata divers, to fight for heaven's glory, to seek the hidden riches that lurked in the crushing black depths, to defend Pa Naing with her dying breath. But passion and piety could only get her so far. The Bushi's recruitment process was tight, and no Siakoi or Sirena who had not first proven themselves to the monks were ever invited to compete. Dai was only a merchant for the experience. She sought wealth and challenge not as a means to retirement, but as a chance to grow stronger, to earn a reputation. Chasing sharks and gutting Kaiza was all just a means to a glorious end. So what did Olenka work for? She had asked herself that question more times than she could remember. She hadn't come from poverty like Mari, quite the opposite actually. She had no warrior's aspirations like Dai, and yet, job after job, she worked harder than the others. She pushed them when they were ready to collapse. She sought out the most dangerous, lucrative jobs. She had made their crew what it was today. But why? What was she looking for? Maybe she wasn't looking for anything. Maybe she was just running. Olenka growled and flipped over onto her front, resting her face along her forearm. Her white underbelly was too fair for that much direct sunlight, but her back was designed for it. The sand was hot when she first rolled over, and what little water had remained on her skin and clothes sizzled away. She pondered the series of reckless Uzai choices she called her life, and the temperatures in and around her gently equalized. She found herself terribly, dangerously comfortable. The sea rocked the air with a resonating ambiance and a gentle breeze. The gulls cried their lullaby. The comforting smells of the ocean filled her drifty head, and Olenka was soon asleep. The familiar pressure of the currents against her skin and eyes and ears beckoned her to look, and Olenka looked. She gazed into the shimmers of light that broke around her sight like gossamer in the endless blue. Horror, cold and vivid, pierced her senses as she saw that the water was filled with swirls of something black and viscous and somehow vicious. The black fluid twisted and spread, but did not dissipate into the water. It stretched and swayed, but would not dissolve or fade. She suddenly realized, or perhaps remembered, that there was a knife in her hand, a serrated blade of polished bone. Olenka lifted the weapon and found that she loathed its sight. It was drenched in the same wretched ink that would not be lost in the water, and would not be forgotten from the horror that once more flashed through her chest as Olenka saw the black ooze creeping its way down her knife, slipping closer and closer to her hand. It was almost like it was crawling, scratching, searching, hunting, feeling. It was almost like it was alive. She dropped the knife and screamed in the water with a flurry of bubbles that blurred her face and hid her eyes. And when her scream became very bright and resounding, deafening in the chilled wind around her, Olenka looked up to see that she was now standing on the wooden floor of a raft. The ship was thrashing wildly, the pontoons on either side crashing hard into the chaotic crests. All around her the sea was somehow on fire. The waves of light flicked and jerked with the waves of water beneath them. Great crimson tongues flared around the boat, casting oily plumes of smoke that choked out the sweet ocean air and obscured the night sky. The grease